Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Avenor. The eastern port reeks of salt and sweat, a familiar cocktail that barely registers anymore. I weave through the crowd, dodging cargo haulers and their Zarin teams while clutching Rovak's sealed correspondence. 3 trademasters, 2 customs officials, and 1 very irritated harbor inspector later, I'm finally done with his errands. The last stop nearly cost me my patience. Kellic spent 20 minutes explaining why the delay of our imports weren't his fault, as if I gave a damn about his excuses. I just needed Rovak's shipping manifests approved, not a dissertation on port politics. Your master's reputation precedes him, Kellic had said, hands trembling slightly as he stamped the documents. Always efficient. Always thorough. Thorough. That's one way to put it. Rovak doesn't leave loose ends, and everyone in Sarzirok knows it. I tuck the approved manifests inside my coat and head back toward the estate district. The afternoon sun beats down mercilessly, turning the cobblestones into miniature furnaces. My pointed ears twitch at the chaos around me. Merchants haggling, children shrieking, the constant clatter of wheels on stone. A narrow alley catches my eye, mostly because it's quieter than the main thoroughfare. The shortcut will shave 10 minutes off my walk, and right now that sounds like paradise. But as I turn the corner, the silence becomes something else entirely. Blackened stone walls stretch up on either side, scarred by fire that must have burned hot and fast. The acrid smell of charred wood still lingers, smoke spilling into the air. If I had to guess, the fire only stopped burning this morning. Ash coats everything in a fine gray film that crunches under my boots. Then I hear it, a baby's cry, thin and desperate, echoing off the damaged walls. I freeze mid-step, my hand instinctively moving to the blade at my hip. Not because I sense danger. The opposite, actually. The sound is so helpless, so utterly vulnerable, that every instinct I possess screams at me to find the source. The wailing comes from deeper in the alley, near a collapsed doorway where rubble spills across the ground. I pick my way through the debris, following the sound like a beacon. My navy eyes scan every shadow, every corner, searching for whoever might be responsible for leaving a child here. No one? The alley is completely empty except for me, and whatever's making that heart-wrenching noise. I find her nestled deep inside ruins, wrapped in what might have once been a blanket, but now looks more like singed rags. I have no clue how she could be so deep inside the fire, most definitely engulfed and is still alive. She's tiny, maybe 4 months old if I had to guess. Her dark brown skin is streaked with ash and tears, and those golden eyes, damn, they're enormous in her little face, bright and desperate and fixed on me like I'm her salvation. "Where did you come from?" I mutter, crouching down beside her. She's got thick black hair that curls in little wisps around her face, and when she opens her mouth to cry again, I catch a glimpse of tiny horn nubs just starting to form above her temples. She's a demon child in the human sector of the city. Someone's daughter, abandoned in the ruins of what looks like the ruins of a mostly collapsed home. I wait. 5 minutes, 10, 15. No one comes. No frantic mother searching the rubble. No family member calling her name. Just me and this infant who shouldn't be alive after however long she's been here. All right, I say quietly, more to myself than to her. Let's see what we're dealing with. I reach out slowly, carefully, half expecting her to flinch away. Instead, her tiny hand shoots out and wraps around my finger with surprising strength. The moment our skin makes contact, her wailing stops. Just stops. She stares up at me with those golden eyes, her grip tightening on my finger like she's afraid I'll disappear. There's something almost desperate in the way she holds on, as if she knows I'm her only chance. Damn, I breathe. I've seen this before. With Nala, when she first met Rovak. That instant recognition. That immediate trust that defies all logic. Some children just know when they've found their person. The problem is, I'm nobody's person. I'm a guard. I take orders, I eliminate threats, I protect what matters to Rovak. I don't do this. But as I look down at her, really look, something shifts in my chest. She's so damn small. Her clothes are singed at the edges, her face is streaked with soot, and she can't be more than a few months old. What kind of bastard leaves a baby in a burned-out alley? Someone's coming back for you, I tell her, though my voice lacks conviction. They have to be. Another 10 minutes pass, then 20. The sun moves overhead, casting different shadows across the rubble, and still no one appears. The infant, she needs a name, but that's not my job, watches me with an intensity that seems impossible for someone so young. When I try to pull my finger free, she makes a small sound of distress. Not quite a cry, but close enough that I stop moving immediately. "You're going to be a problem, aren't you?" I ask. As if in response, she makes what might be her first attempt at a smile. It's lopsided and probably accidental, but it hits me like a punch to the gut. Nala used to do that. Still does, actually, when she's trying to charm her way out of trouble or convince someone to pick her up. It works on me every damn time, and Leora knows it. She'll catch me sneaking Nala extra sweets or letting her stay up past her bedtime, and all she has to do is raise an eyebrow. I'm completely useless when it comes to little girls with big eyes and bigger attitudes. It's been that way since Leora, who was once a human servant in my master's estate and is now his mate, brought her daughter to the manor. I've known Leora for years, and we've become close friends, which is why when she disappeared for 2 years and Rovak nearly lost it, I felt the pain as well. And when she showed up again with a little half-demon daughter, we all immediately accepted her back and fell in love with Nala. Rovak claimed the child as his own, even if she wasn't his in blood. This little girl is different, though. Quieter, more watchful. But there's something in her expression, a kind of old soul wisdom that reminds me of Nala's more serious moments. Like she's seen more than any child should, even at her age. "Your family's not coming, is it?" I say softly. She just stares at me, her hand still wrapped around my finger. I look around the alley again, taking in the scope of the damage. Whatever happened here was thorough. The building that once stood at this spot is completely gone, reduced to scattered stone and charred timber. If this was her home, if her family was inside when it burned, damn! The word slips out before I can stop it, and she blinks at me with those massive golden eyes. Great. My first conversation with an infant, and I'm already corrupting her vocabulary. I can't leave her here, that much is obvious. Even if someone does come looking, which seems increasingly unlikely, she'll be dead by then. It's hot, she's dehydrated, and Sarzirok's alleys aren't exactly safe after dark. But I also can't just take her, can I? Rovak would understand. He took in Leora and Nala without hesitation, made them part of his household like they'd always belonged there, despite Leora's sudden disappearance. He'd always been in love with that girl, but I think he would have done it either way. And Nala would be thrilled to have another child around, someone closer to her own age. The infant shifts slightly in her makeshift blanket, and I catch a glimpse of how thin she is. When did she last eat? How long has she been alone? I gather her up as carefully as I can, supporting her head the way I've seen Leora do with Nala. She settles against my chest immediately, that tiny hand still gripping my finger. The rightness of it nearly knocks me sideways. She fits perfectly in my arms. The weight of her in my arms feels both foreign and familiar. She's lighter than she should be, but she radiates the same kind of desperate trust that makes my chest tighten in ways I don't particularly enjoy. I should take her to the healer's district. That's the logical choice. The Temple of Dreams runs an orphanage, and there is a clinic within walking distance that would take in a foundling, I'm sure. Professional caregivers with actual experience, proper facilities, resources I don't have. But even as I think it, my stomach churns. I've seen those places. Clean, efficient, understaffed. The children get fed, clothed, educated in basic trades. They survive. Most of them, anyway. The lucky ones find apprenticeships or get adopted by families looking for extra hands. The unlucky ones disappear into Sarzirok's underbelly the moment they come of age. Brothels, fighting pits, worse things that don't have names in polite company. This little one shifts against my chest, making a soft sound that's not quite contentment, but close enough. Her golden eyes have drifted shut, thick dark lashes casting shadows on her cheeks. She trusts me completely. Trust I haven't earned and definitely don't deserve. What am I doing? I'm a guard. I kill people for a living. I follow orders and ask minimal questions and go home to my empty quarters every night without a care in the world. Children aren't part of that equation. They never have been. Except for Nala. But Nala came with Leora, and Leora belongs to Rovak. I just happened to be there when they needed someone to watch the kid occasionally. Someone to make her laugh when her mother was having a difficult day. That's different from this. This is me standing in a burned-out alley, holding an orphaned infant, and seriously considering upending my entire life for reasons I can't articulate. I start walking toward the healer's district anyway. Not because I've made a decision, but because standing still feels like giving up. The infant, she really does need a name, stays perfectly quiet against my chest, one tiny fist tangled in the fabric of my shirt. The Temple of Dreams rises ahead of me, its white stone walls gleaming in the afternoon sun. I've been here before, usually delivering messages or escorting merchants who needed official documentation. The priests are decent enough, and the orphanage has a solid reputation. I stop at the base of the temple steps. Dozens of children play in the courtyard behind iron gates, clean, healthy, supervised. A few of them notice me and wave, their faces bright with the kind of innocence that won't last long in a place like Sarzirok. The older ones, maybe 8 or 9 years old, watch me with sharper eyes. They know better than to trust strange adults bearing gifts. The infant in my arms stirs, making a soft murmuring sound that goes straight through me. When I look down, those golden eyes are open again, focused on my face with an intensity that shouldn't be possible at her age. Nala looked at me like that once. It was maybe 6 months after Leora and Rovak finally stopped dancing around each other and admitted what everyone already knew. Nala had been fussing all morning, teething, Leora thought. Nothing seemed to help. Rovak was handling trade negotiations, Leora was exhausted, and somehow I ended up walking the corridors with a cranky toddler draped over my shoulder. She'd been crying for the better part of an hour, when she suddenly went quiet. I thought maybe she finally worn herself out, but when I shifted her to check, she was staring at me with those pale gold eyes, studying my face like she was memorizing every detail. Then she'd reached up with one chubby hand and touched the tip of my horn, gentle as anything. Like she was saying thank you. That's when I knew I was completely messed where that kid was concerned. Now here I am, 7 months later, holding another child with the same devastating combination of vulnerability and trust. And my brain is apparently determined to make the same mistake twice. I climb 3 steps toward the temple entrance before my feet refuse to move any further. What if they can't find her a family? What if she ends up in one of the workhouses, learning to mend sails or clean chimneys for 18 hours a day? What if some bastard takes her in just long enough to break her spirit before throwing her back on the streets? What if she forgets that someone once held her like she mattered? The thought makes me feel sick. I've seen what happens to foundlings who never learn their own worth. They become targets, victims, prey for anyone stronger or crueler or more desperate. This little one deserves better than that. She deserves what Nala has: protection, stability, people who give a damn whether she lives or dies. Damn, I mutter, backing away from the temple steps. The infant makes another soft sound, and when I look down, she's watching me with those enormous eyes. There's something almost knowing in her expression, like she understands exactly what I'm thinking, and approves of my cowardice. "You're going to ruin my life, aren't you?" I ask her quietly. She doesn't answer, obviously, but her tiny hand tightens its grip on my shirt. I turn away from the temple and head toward the residential district instead. Not toward home, not yet, but in that general direction. Each step feels like I'm walking deeper into something I can't take back, but the alternative makes my chest feel hollow. The healer's clinic on Merchant's Row would be another option. Dr. Vex runs a clean operation, takes in strays and foundlings without asking too many questions. But she's also practical to a fault. If this little one has any health issues, any complications that make her difficult to place, no. The thought of those golden eyes going dull and hopeless is enough to make my decision for me. I keep walking, past the clinic, past the smaller temples, past every reasonable option for someone who isn't completely losing his mind. The infant settles more comfortably against my chest, her breathing evening out into the steady rhythm of sleep. She trusts me. That's the problem. That's what makes this so goddamn dangerous. She's already decided I'm her person, the same way Nala decided Rovak was hers within 5 minutes of meeting him. And like the absolute fool I apparently am, I'm starting to think she might be right. By the time I reach the edge of the estate district, my shirt is damp with sweat, and my resolve is hanging by a thread. The logical part of my brain keeps listing all the reasons this is a terrible idea. I don't know anything about caring for an infant. I work unpredictable hours. My quarters aren't set up for a child. But every time I consider turning around, going back to one of those institutions, the infant shifts against me, and that hollow feeling returns to my chest. Rovak's estate comes into view, its familiar walls and towers looking both welcoming and intimidating. In a few minutes, I'll have to explain to my commander, my friend, why I've shown up with someone else's child and no reasonable plan for what comes next. The infant opens her eyes as if sensing my anxiety, and for a moment we just look at each other. Her expression is serious, almost solemn, but there's something else there too. Determination, maybe. Like she's made her choice, and now she's waiting for me to catch up. "You don't make anything easy, do you?" I murmur. She closes her eyes again, apparently satisfied that I'm not going anywhere. Chapter 2. Avener. The estate's kitchen buzzes with its usual late-afternoon energy when I push through the servants' entrance. Steam rises from multiple pots on the massive stone hearth, and the air carries the rich scent of roasted Tuscrum and fresh bread. I'd hoped to slip through unnoticed, maybe find Leora quietly and explain the situation before anyone else got involved. That plan dies the moment Akira, the head cook, looks up from her chopping board. "Where in the seven did you get a baby?" Her knife freezes mid-chop, a piece of brim bark dangling from the blade as she stares at the bundle in my arms. The infant, who'd been sleeping peacefully during our walk, chooses that exact moment to wake up and announce her presence with a piercing wail that echoes off the stone walls. Every conversation in the kitchen stops. Every head turns in our direction. "It's not what it looks like," I start, but Akira's already wiping her hands on her apron and stalking toward me with the kind of expression that makes hardened criminals confess their sins. "Not what it looks like?" She plants herself directly in front of me, her graying hair escaping its bun in wild tendrils. You walk into my kitchen carrying an infant like a sack of grain, and you want to tell me it's not what it looks like? The baby's cries intensify, her tiny face scrunching up in distress. I try bouncing her gently the way I've seen Leora do with Nala, but my movements are awkward, uncertain. This isn't exactly covered in guard training, and Leora tends to take over when Nala is fussing. I found her, I say over the noise, in the ruins near the eastern port. She was alone. So your brilliant solution was to take her. Akira's voice rises an octave. Do you have any idea what you've done? Do you know the first thing about caring for an infant? No, but of course you don't. Look at you. You're holding her like she might explode. She reaches for the baby, but the moment her hands come near, the crying becomes absolutely hysterical. The infant's golden eyes find mine, wide and desperate, and her tiny fists reach for me even as Akira tries to take her. I step back instinctively, pulling the baby closer to my chest. The crying stops immediately. Akira stares at us both, her mouth hanging open. Well, I'll be damned. What's all the shouting about? Tom's voice booms from across the kitchen as he emerges from the pantry, his arms full of grain sacks. He's built like a mountain, all thick muscle and good humor, but he stops dead when he sees what I'm holding. Which is not a good sign, because while his job is to help Akira and out at the stables, he is better known for being a gossip. A grin spreads across his weathered face. Well... Looks like our Avener's gone and become a demon daddy. I am not, I begin, but Tom's already throwing back his head and laughing. A demon daddy, he repeats, loud enough for half the estate to hear. Wait until the others find out about this. Our stone-cold guard, brought low by a baby. He grins at me. You and Rovak should start a club. The kitchen erupts in whispers and barely contained laughter. I feel heat creeping up my neck as every servant and cook within earshot starts murmuring about Tom's declaration. By evening, this story will have spread through the entire household. By tomorrow, half of Sarzarok will probably know about it. She's not mine, I say firmly, but even I can hear how unconvincing it sounds when the infant is currently gripping my shirt with both tiny fists, like she'll never let go. Tell that to her, Akira mutters, studying the way the baby watches my face. I've been around long enough to recognize imprinting when I see it. That little one's decided you're hers, whether you like it or not. The infant makes a soft cooing sound and reaches up toward my face with one chubby hand. When her fingers brush against my cheek, something tight in my chest loosens slightly. She's so small, so completely dependent, and the trust in those golden eyes is both humbling and terrifying. Where's Leora? I ask, hoping to redirect this conversation before Tom comes up with any more colorful nicknames. I thought maybe she could help. Right here! Leora's voice comes from the doorway, warm and slightly amused. She steps into the kitchen with the quiet grace that's become second nature to her, her amber hazel eyes immediately focusing on the bundle in my arms. And before you ask, yes, I heard Tom announcing your new status to anyone within a mile radius. I wince. It's not like that. Of course it's not. But there's a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth as she approaches. May I? She extends her hands toward the baby, and I feel a rush of relief. Leora knows what she's doing. She's raised Nala, helped her through every stage of development. If anyone can figure out what this little one needs, it's her. But the moment I start to transfer the infant to Leora's arms, those golden eyes go wide with panic. The baby's face crumples, and she lets out a shriek that makes everyone in the kitchen wince. Her tiny hands grab desperately at my shirt, trying to pull herself back toward me. Shh, little one, Leora soothes, but the crying only intensifies. It's all right, I take the baby back instinctively, and once again, the silence is immediate. She settles against my chest with a shuddering sigh, her eyes never leaving my face. Leora studies us both with a thoughtful expression. Well, that's unusual. Unusual? I feel like I'm drowning in something I don't understand. What does it mean? Sometimes a child just knows what they need, she says gently. And right now, what she needs is you. I can help. Teach you how to feed her, how to change her, all the practical things. But she doesn't want me. She wants her person. Her person! The words hit me like a physical blow because I know she's right. I can see it in the way the infant relaxes completely when I hold her, the way her breathing synchronizes with mine, the way she tracks my movements even in a crowded room full of people trying to get her attention. Mama! Mama, what's that? Nala's voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts as she toddles into the kitchen on unsteady legs. Her pale gold eyes, so similar to the infant's, widen when she spots the bundle in my arms. She makes a beeline for me, her chubby hands reaching up demandingly. Avy! Up! Up! Not right now, little one, I say, crouching down to her level while keeping the baby secure against my chest. I'm holding someone very small. Nala's eyes go impossibly wide as she takes in the infant's tiny features. Baby, she whispers, her voice filled with wonder. She reaches out with one finger to gently touch the baby's hand. Pretty baby. The infant, my charge, apparently, wraps her fingers around Nala's with surprising strength. Both children stare at each other with a kind of serious intensity that only the very young can manage. Avy baby, Nala announces, as if this settles everything. She turns to her mother with the importance of someone delivering earth-shattering news. Avy baby, Mama! Avy baby! I can see that, sweetheart. Leora's voice is soft with affection as she watches her daughter's interaction with the baby. What do you think we should call her? Nala tilts her head, considering this question with the gravity it deserves. Pretty, she suggests after a moment. That's not really a name, little one, I find myself saying, though the words feel strange in my mouth. When did I start planning this child's future? She needs a real name, Leora agrees, but her eyes are on me, not Nala. Something that suits her. I look down at the infant, at her dark skin and golden eyes, at the way she watches everything with such quiet intensity. There's something almost regal about her bearing, even as young as she is. Something that speaks of strength and grace and inner fire. Thessaly, I say quietly, the name forming on my lips before I fully realize I've spoken. Her name is Thessaly. The baby, Thessaly, makes a soft sound and shifts against my chest, as if she approves of my choice. Her golden eyes drift closed, but her grip on my shirt remains firm. Thessaly, Leora repeats, testing the name. It suits her. Tessie! Nala declares, apparently deciding on her own nickname. Pretty Tessie! Tom's booming laugh fills the kitchen again. Well, Daddy Avenor, looks like you've got yourself a daughter. I want to correct him again. Want to insist that this is temporary, that I'm just helping until we figure out a better solution. But as I stand there holding Thessaly, my Thessaly, I realize the fight has gone out of me completely. She's mine. Somehow, in the space of a few hours, this tiny creature has become the most important thing in my world. The bond between us is as undeniable as it is terrifying, and I know with absolute certainty that I cannot, will not, let her go. Chapter 3. Avener. The third night is when exhaustion truly hits me. I pace the length of my quarters for what feels like the 100th time, Thessaly pressed against my chest as she whimpers softly. She's been restless since sunset, alternating between fitful sleep and bouts of crying that seem to tear straight through my soul. My feet know this path by heart now. From the window to the door, turn, repeat. 7 steps each way. My shoulders ache from holding her, but every time I try to set her down in the makeshift crib, Leora helped me cobble together, those golden eyes open wide with panic. She reaches for me with desperate little fists, her face crumpling as if I've betrayed her trust completely. So I keep walking, keep holding her, keep murmuring nonsense in the low, gravelly voice that seems to soothe her when nothing else will. "Easy, little one," I whisper against her dark hair. "I'm here. I'm not going anywhere." The irony isn't lost on me. 3 days ago, I was a demon who lived for silence and solitude. Now I find myself talking to an infant who can't possibly understand a word I'm saying, and somehow it feels like the most natural thing in the world. Thessaly makes a soft sound and nuzzles against my shirt. Her tiny hand finds my finger and grips it with surprising strength, and that familiar ache blooms in my chest. It's become a constant companion, this tenderness that threatens to overwhelm me at unexpected moments. When she looks at me with those trusting eyes, when she falls asleep to the sound of my heartbeat, when she smiles, which happened exactly once yesterday and nearly brought me to my knees. A soft knock at my door interrupts my thoughts. I freeze mid-pace, hoping whoever it is will assume I'm asleep and move on. But the knock comes again, gentler this time. "Avenor!" Leora's voice is barely above a whisper. "Are you awake?" I consider not answering, but Thessaly chooses that moment to let out a particularly loud whimper that echoes through the door. So much for pretending we're asleep. "Come in," I say quietly. Leora slips through the doorway like a shadow, her mahogany curls loose around her shoulders, and her feet bare against the stone floor. She's wearing a simple nightgown covered by one of Rovak's massive shirts, and there are dark circles under her amber hazel eyes that tell me I'm not the only one struggling with sleep lately. "I heard her crying," she says, closing the door behind her, "and I thought you might need some help. I want to tell her I'm fine, that I have everything under control, but the words stick in my throat because we both know it would be a lie. I look like trash. My hair is disheveled. My shirt is stained with various baby fluids I don't want to identify, and I'm pretty sure I've been wearing the same clothes for 2 days straight." "She won't settle," I admit, resuming my pacing. "I've tried everything you taught me. Fed her, changed her, checked for anything that might be bothering her, but she keeps crying." Leora watches me pace for a moment, her expression soft with understanding. "Some babies go through fussy periods. It's not anything you're doing wrong." "Then why does it feel like I'm failing her?" The question slips out before I can stop it, raw and honest in a way that makes me want to disappear into the shadows. But Leora doesn't look surprised. If anything, her expression grows even gentler. "Because you love her," she says simply, "and love makes everything feel more intense. Every cry feels like an emergency. Every moment of discomfort feels like a personal failure. Love. I realize that's exactly what's happened. Somewhere between finding Thessaly in those ruins and now, I've fallen completely and irrevocably in love with this tiny person. It's not the same as the easy affection I have for Nala. This is something deeper, more primal. The kind of love that would burn the world down to keep her safe." "You don't have to carry this weight alone," Leora continues, stepping closer. "I know you want to do everything yourself, but accepting help doesn't make you weak. It makes you smart." I shake my head. "I can handle it. I know you can. But that doesn't mean you should have to." She reaches out as if to touch Thessaly's hair, then stops when the infant shifts restlessly. "When Nala was this age, I was convinced I had to be everything to her, that asking for help meant I was somehow failing as her mother. When we came back, Rovak had to practically force me to let him help." Her words start to ease the tension in my body despite my exhaustion. "How did that work out?" "Terribly the first few times, but he learned. We both did." She looks up at me with those knowing eyes. "The point is, you don't have to figure this out alone. We're here, all of us." Thessaly makes a soft sound and finally, Finally, her eyes begin to drift closed. Her breathing evens out against my chest, and her tiny fist loosens its grip on my shirt. I hold my breath, afraid to move and shatter this fragile piece. "There," Leora whispers. "She just needed to know you weren't going anywhere." "I'm not," I murmur, the words coming out more fierce than I intended. "I'll never leave her." Leora's smile is warm and understanding. "I know she knows too. That's why she trusts you enough to finally sleep." But even as Thessaly settles into deeper sleep, I can't bring myself to stop moving. The rhythm of pacing has become a comfort, and I'm terrified that any change might wake her again. "Thank you," I say quietly, "for everything. The supplies, the advice, the middle-of-the-night check-ins. I know this isn't what you signed up for when you offered to help." "Actually," Leora says with a small laugh, "watching you fall head over heels for that little girl might be the most beautiful thing I've witnessed in a long time. You're a natural father, Avenor, even if you don't see it yet." Father. Another word that sends something sharp and sweet through my chest. I've never thought of myself that way, never imagined I could be trusted with something so precious and fragile. But looking down at Thessaly's peaceful face, I can almost believe it might be true. "Get some sleep," Leora says, moving toward the door. "And if you need anything at all, just ask. We're family here, remember?" After she leaves, I continue pacing until I'm sure Thessaly is deeply asleep, then finally risk settling into the chair by my window. She doesn't stir, just adjusts herself against my chest with a soft sigh. The next few days blur together in a haze of feeding schedules, diaper changes, and stolen moments of sleep. I learn that Thessaly prefers to eat at dawn and dusk, that she hates having her feet uncovered, and that she makes the most adorable snuffling sound when she's content. I discover that I can function on 3 hours of sleep if necessary, that baby vomit washes out of leather surprisingly well, and that I'm apparently capable of singing lullabies without dying of embarrassment. The household adapts around us with the kind of easy acceptance that makes my throat tight with gratitude. Tom brings me meals I forget to eat, left on trays outside my door with notes that alternate between encouragement and good-natured teasing about my new daddy duties. Akira appears periodically with bottles of formula and clean cloths, muttering about hopeless demons while her eyes go soft watching Thessaly sleep in my arms. Even the other guards step up without being asked, taking on extra shifts so I can focus on learning Thessaly's needs. Nobody complains about the crying that sometimes echoes through the halls at odd hours, or the way I've essentially disappeared from my normal duties. It's on the 4th night that Rovak finds me. I'm on the estate's eastern balcony, walking the length of the stone railing with Thessaly pressed against my shoulder. The night air is cool and carries the scent of arison blossoms from the gardens below. Above us, the stars of Ikoth burn bright and cold in the endless dark. Thessaly had been fussing earlier, but the fresh air and gentle movement have finally settled her into sleep. Her breathing is warm against my neck, and her tiny hand rests against my collarbone like she's anchoring herself to me. "Can't sleep." Rovak's voice comes from the doorway, low and careful not to wake the baby. I turn to find him silhouetted against the warm light spilling from inside. He's still dressed from the day, though he's removed his formal jacket and rolled his sleeves up to reveal the thick muscles of his forearms. His black eyes study me with the kind of penetrating focus that misses nothing. "She sleeps better outside," I say quietly. "Something about the air, maybe, or the sounds. Less confined than my quarters." Rovak steps onto the balcony and joins me at the railing. For a few moments we stand in comfortable silence, watching the lights of Sarjarok twinkle in the distance. The city never truly sleeps. There's always movement in the trade districts, always ships coming and going from the ports. "How are you holding up?" he asks eventually. The question catches me off guard because Rovak isn't one for small talk or gentle concern. He's direct, practical, focused on solutions rather than feelings. But there's something different in his voice tonight, something that sounds almost like understanding. "I'm fine," I start, but he gives me a look that could strip paint from stone. Try again. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. I'm exhausted, terrified, completely out of my depth. The words come easier than I expected. And I've never been happier in my life, which makes no sense at all. Rovak's mouth quirks up in something that might be a smile. Actually, it makes perfect sense. You found your person. My person. Just like Leora said about Thessaly, but different. Because this isn't just about who she needs, it's about who I need too, who I've apparently been waiting for without even knowing it. The others are talking, I say after a moment, about how I've abandoned my duties, how I'm neglecting my responsibilities to the household. Are they? Rovak's voice carries a dangerous edge that makes me look at him sharply. Which others? No, I don't mean... I shake my head quickly. Not criticism. Concern, maybe. They think I'm pushing myself too hard. They're not wrong. His tone gentles again. When's the last time you slept for more than an hour at a stretch? I can't actually remember, which is probably answer enough. Thessaly stirs against my shoulder, and I automatically adjust my hold to keep her comfortable. Take your time, Rovak says quietly. We have other guards. The estate won't fall apart without you for a few weeks. But my duties will be there when you're ready. He turns to face me fully, his expression serious. You've been more than just my god for years now, Avena. You're family. And family takes care of each other. Family. The word hits differently when it comes from Rovak, a demon who chooses his loyalties carefully and holds them with unwavering intensity. To be called family by him is no small thing. I appreciate that, I say, my voice rougher than I intended. More than you know. Good. He reaches out to brush a gentle finger against Thessaly's cheek, and she makes a soft sound in her sleep. She's lucky to have you. I think I'm the lucky one. Rovak's smile is real this time, transforming his usually stern features. That's what being a father feels like you've been given something far more valuable than you deserve, and you'd do anything to be worthy of it. Father. There's that word again, but this time it doesn't send me into a panic. This time, it feels like coming home. For now, Rovak continues, she's your responsibility. And from what I can see, she's already exactly where she belongs. Thessaly chooses that moment to open her eyes, blinking sleepily up at me with that expression of absolute trust that never fails to steal my breath. Her tiny hand reaches up to touch my face, and when her fingers brush against my cheek, I feel something settle deep within me. Yes, I murmur more to her than to Rovak. She's exactly where she belongs.
Chapter 4. Anira. The smoke still clings to my dreams. 3 months have passed since the fire, and I still wake gasping, my hands reaching for something that isn't there, something that will never be there again. The healers said the nightmares would fade with time, but they lied about that, like they lied about everything else. Time doesn't heal. It just teaches you to carry the weight differently. I pull my shawl tighter around my shoulders as the carriage wheels clatter against the cobblestones of Sazirok's outer district. Through the grimy window, I catch glimpses of the city I once called home. The same red sky stretches overhead, the same oppressive humidity that makes everything stick to your skin. The same demons stalking through the streets like they own the world. My jaw clenches at the sight of a particularly large one bartering with a human merchant. His horns spiral up from his temples, marking him as someone of influence, and the merchant's hands shake as he counts out nodals. The demon's laugh carries through the thick air, deep, rumbling, satisfied. The sound makes my stomach turn. I should hate them all equally, but I can't manage even that. Hatred requires energy I don't have anymore. What I feel instead is something hollower, more dangerous, a cold emptiness that accepts their cruelty as inevitable. They take what they want, They destroy what they please. And humans like me clean up the ashes afterward. The carriage lurches to a stop outside a narrow boarding house, squeezed between a cobbler's shop and what looks like a tavern. The building leans slightly to one side, its wooden facade weathered by years of Ikoth's punishing climate. Paint peels from the shutters, and the sign hanging over the door creaks ominously in the humid breeze. "This is it, miss," the driver calls down. His voice carries the careful neutrality most humans use when addressing each other in Sazirok, polite enough to avoid attention, distant enough to discourage conversation. I nod and hand him the fare, my fingers briefly brushing his weathered palm. He doesn't meet my eyes, probably sees the same thing everyone else does. A woman marked by loss, carrying shadows that follow her like hungry pets. My single bag weighs almost nothing. Everything I owned before is gone now, consumed by flames that still dance behind my eyelids when I close them. The few belongings I've managed to gather since barely fill the worn leather satchel my father pressed into my hands before I left. "You don't have to do this," he'd said, his baker's hands dusted with flour that would never again fill our old shop. "Come with us to Millhaven. Start fresh somewhere that doesn't—" He'd trailed off, but we both knew what he meant. Somewhere that doesn't reek of smoke and stolen dreams. But I couldn't. Millhaven is small and quiet, the kind of place where everyone knows your business and asks gentle questions about the future, where well-meaning neighbours would wonder when I might marry again, when I might have another child. As if either were possible. As if I could ever risk loving something that completely again. The boarding house door sticks when I push it, the wood swollen from humidity. Inside, the air is stifling and smells of old cooking grease and unwashed bodies. A narrow staircase leads to the upper floors, its banister worn smooth by countless hands. The walls are painted a dingy yellow that might have been cheerful once, but now just looks sickly in the dim light filtering through grimy windows. "You the seamstress?" The voice comes from behind a small desk tucked into the corner. The woman sitting there looks to be in her 50s, with greying hair pulled back in a severe bun and sharp eyes that take in everything from my worn travel dress to the careful way I hold myself. "I am." My voice comes out hoarser than I intended. I clear my throat and try again. "Anira Valen. I sent a letter about lodging." Right. She shuffles through a stack of papers with practiced efficiency. "Got your room ready, 3rd floor, end of the hall. Rent's due every 7 days, no exceptions. No men allowed upstairs after sunset. No loud noises. No cooking in the rooms." She slides a tarnished key across the desk. "Work papers are in order?" I nod and produce the documents from my satchel, permits to operate as a seamstress, identification papers that still list my old address. The woman glances at them briefly before waving them away. "Good enough." Marta Henley, by the way. I run this place. Her eyes narrow slightly as she studies my face. "You look familiar? You worked in the city before?" "My father owned a bakery." The words taste like ash. "On the east side." Recognition flickers across her features, followed quickly by something that might be sympathy. "Ah. You were caught in the fires." Caught in the fires. Such a tidy way to describe the night that tore my world apart. Such a clean phrase for chaos and screaming and the desperate, clawing panic of waking up in a healer's tent with empty arms and a body that would never be the same. "Yes." I take the key, its metal warm from her palm. "I was." Marta nods once, a sharp gesture that somehow conveys both understanding and a complete unwillingness to discuss it further. "Well then, welcome back to Sazirok. Try not to let it kill you this time." The stairs creak under my weight as I climb to the 3rd floor. Each step sends a dull ache through my left leg, a souvenir from that night, courtesy of a burning beam that pinned me while smoke filled my lungs and the world went dark around me. I still limp when I'm tired, though I've gotten good at hiding it. The hallway is narrow and dim, lit by a single oil lamp that casts dancing shadows on the peeling wallpaper. My room is at the very end, barely large enough for a bed, a small table, and a washstand. The single window looks out over the alley behind the building, where laundry lines stretch between tenements like drooping spider webs. I set my bag on the bed and sink down beside it, my legs suddenly unsteady. The room smells of old wood and other people's dreams, hopes and disappointments layered like paint over the years. It's nothing like the home I had before, with its whitewashed walls and the scent of rising bread drifting up from the bakery below. Home. The word feels foreign now, something I lost the right to claim 3 months ago. I close my eyes and immediately regret it. Behind my lids, the memories wait with patient hunger. The way my daughter's dark hair curled against her scalp. The impossible weight of her in my arms. So small, so perfect, so utterly mine despite everything about how she came to be. The soft sounds she made while nursing, tiny fingers wrapped around mine with startling strength. I loved her. God's help me. I loved her with a ferocity that terrified me. From the moment I first felt her move inside me, despite the violence of her conception, despite the shame and fear that followed me through every day of carrying her, none of that mattered once I held her. She was mine. She was innocent. She was everything. And then came the fire. My hands clench into fists in my lap, nails digging crescents into my palms. The physical pain is welcome, something real and immediate to focus on, instead of the endless, echoing emptiness where my heart used to be. The demons who set those fires were never caught. Of course they weren't. Who would bother investigating the destruction of human homes? Who would care that families were torn apart, that children were lost, that women like me were left with nothing but scars and the kind of grief that eats you from the inside out? I force my eyes open and stand, moving to the washstand with mechanical precision. The water in the basin is lukewarm and slightly cloudy, but it's enough to wash the dust of travel from my face and hands. In the cracked mirror above, I catch a glimpse of myself, pale green eyes that used to sparkle with laughter, now flat and haunted, honey-brown skin that's lost its warmth, black hair that I keep braided back severely because loose curls remind me too much of her. The scar along my collarbone shows above the neckline of my dress, a raised line of tissue that pulls slightly when I move. Another gift from that night, though hardly the worst one. The worst is invisible, the hollow space inside me where hope used to live. I unpack my few belongings with careful efficiency. A spare dress, undergarments, a small sewing kit that's seen better days. At the bottom of the bag, wrapped in soft cloth, are my good needles and a thimble that belonged to my grandmother. Tools of my new trade, though sewing feels like wearing someone else's clothes, necessary but never quite fitting right. Before, I helped my father in the bakery, kneading dough in the pre-dawn darkness, decorating pastries with delicate sugarwork, chatting with customers who became friends over years of shared morning rituals. My hands were always dusted with flour, my apron stained with fruit fillings and chocolate. The work was hard but joyful, full of creation and nourishment and the simple satisfaction of feeding people. But baking reminds me too much of being pregnant, of the way my growing belly pressed against the work counter, of planning which recipes I'd teach my daughter when she was old enough to stand on a stool beside me, of dreams that died in smoke and flame. Sewing is different, clean, precise, solitary. I can lose myself in the repetitive motions, in the way fabric becomes something useful under careful hands. There's no creation here, only mending, fixing what's broken, making it functional again. It suits me now. A knock at the door interrupts my unpacking. I open it to find a young woman about my age, her auburn hair escaping from a loose bun, and her dress marking her as another working woman struggling to make ends meet. "I'm Petra," she says, offering a tentative smile. "From 2 doors down. Marta said you're a seamstress." I nod, studying her face. She has kind eyes and calloused hands, the look of someone who understands that survival requires careful choices. I work at the textile mill, she continues. Been needing someone to mend some things, maybe take in a dress or two. Would you be interested? Work. The promise of routine, of hours filled with something other than memories. Yes, what do you need done? Relief flickers across her features. Nothing fancy, just practical mending mostly. I can pay fair wages. Not much, but honest. That's all I need. She glances past me into the sparse room, and something shifts in her expression. Not pity, exactly, but recognition. The look of someone who's also learned that life can change in an instant, that safety is an illusion we tell ourselves to sleep at night. I'll bring the work by tomorrow morning, she says. And if you need anything, directions to the market, recommendations for where to buy supplies, just ask. It's not much of a neighbourhood, but we look out for each other. After she leaves, I finish unpacking and arrange my sewing supplies on the small table. The familiar weight of the thimble on my finger, the whisper of thread through fabric, these things anchor me to the present, keep me from drifting too far into the darkness that's always waiting at the edges of my vision. Outside my window, Sazirok settles into evening. The sounds of the city drift up from the streets, conversations in multiple languages, the clatter of cartwheels, the occasional laugh that sounds almost foreign after months of silence. Life continues here, indifferent to loss, unmarked by the absence of one small life that mattered more than breathing. I pull out the first piece of mending, a simple tear in a work shirt, and begin the careful process of making it whole again. The needle moves in steady rhythm, in and out, creating something stronger than what was there before. It's not healing exactly, but it's survival. And for now, that's enough.
Chapter 5. Avenor. 2 years later. The morning sun beats down mercilessly as I navigate through Sazirok's crowded marketplace, Thessali's small hand firmly gripped in mine. At 2.5, she's become a force of nature, all boundless energy and fearless curiosity, wrapped in a package barely tall enough to reach my knee. Her thick black hair catches the light as she bounces beside me, those golden eyes of hers taking in everything with the wide-eyed wonder that never seems to fade. "Avi, look!" She tugs on my hand, pointing at a vendor selling colorful ribbons. "Pretty." They are pretty, I agree, adjusting my grip as she tries to dart toward the stall. "But we're not here for ribbons today, little one." She pouts for exactly 3 seconds before something else catches her attention, a street performer juggling what looks like small flames. Her mouth drops open in delight, and I can't help but smile. Everything is magic to her, every outing an adventure. It's impossible not to be charmed by her enthusiasm, even when it means constantly redirecting her from whatever shiny distraction has captured her interest. 2 years. 2 years since I found her in that ash-covered alley, barely clinging to life with her impossible elemental magic keeping her safe. She's grown into this vibrant, loving child who calls me Avi, because that's what Nala does, who climbs into my bed during thunderstorms, who insists on helping me with everything from polishing my sword to organizing my desk drawers. She's not mine by blood, but she might as well be. The bond between us happened fast, faster than I expected, if I'm being honest. One day I was a bachelor guard with nothing but duty and loyalty to Rovak, and the next I was learning how to braid hair and negotiating with a toddler over bedtime stories. She imprinted on me from that first moment, and I fell just as hard. Avi, hungry. She looks up at me with those devastating golden eyes, bottom lip pushed out in a practiced pout that she knows damn well works every time. "We'll get something after I finish at the leather workers," I promise, steering us toward the shop where I need to pick up new straps for my armor. "Can you be patient for a little longer?" "Yes," she declares with the confidence of someone who has no idea what patience actually means. The leather worker is efficient, and soon we're back on the street with my purchase tucked under my arm. Thessaly immediately begins campaigning for the sweet bread she spotted 3 stalls back, her small voice growing more insistent with each step. "Please, Avi. Please, please, please." All right. I laugh, unable to resist when she looks at me like I'm her entire world. But just a small piece. We're making our way toward the baker's stall when Thessaly suddenly stops dead in her tracks. I follow her gaze and freeze. There's a woman standing near the fabric vendor, her back to us as she examines a bolt of deep blue cloth. Even from behind, she's striking. Honey-brown skin that seems to glow in the harsh sunlight. Straight black hair braided with precision down her spine. She's small, but carries herself with a quiet strength that's immediately noticeable. When she turns slightly to speak with the vendor, I catch a glimpse of her profile and feel something shift in my chest. She's beautiful. Not the flashy, obvious beauty that turns heads in taverns, but something deeper. The kind of beauty that sneaks up on you and then refuses to let go. There's something almost ethereal about the way the light catches her features. Something that makes me want to keep looking even though I know I should probably focus on my business and move along. But then Thessaly makes the decision for both of us. "Pretty lady!" she shouts, breaking free from my grip and racing toward the woman before I can stop her. My heart lurches as I watch my fearless little girl barrel toward a complete stranger. Thessaly has never met someone she didn't immediately love, but not everyone appreciates being accosted by an enthusiastic toddler. The woman turns as Thessaly reaches her, and I see her face fully for the first time. Pale green eyes that seem to hold depths I can't fathom, delicate features marked by a quiet sadness that makes my chest tighten. There's a scar along her collarbone, partially hidden by the neckline of her simple dress, and something about the way she holds herself suggests she's acquainted with pain. She's also very clearly human, which means she's probably about to recoil in horror when she realizes Thessaly belongs to a demon. A child is innocent, but me? Most humans, besides Leora, don't trust me. "Hello there," the woman says softly, crouching down to Thessaly's level. Her voice is warm honey with just a hint of roughness, like she doesn't use it often for casual conversation. To my amazement, instead of the fear or disgust I expected, she simply waits as Thessaly launches into her typical introduction. "I, Tessie!" "That, Avi." She points back at me with the kind of pride that makes my throat feel tight. The woman's eyes flick up to me, and I see the exact moment she registers what I am. Her body goes rigid, those green eyes widening slightly as they take in my horns, my gray skin, the obvious markers of my demonic heritage. For a heartbeat, I think she's going to grab Thessaly and run, but then Thessaly does what she does best. She reaches out and takes the woman's hand with complete trust, babbling about the ribbons and the fire juggler, and how Avi promised her sweet bread if she was good. It's all mangled, and I'm not sure if the woman can even understand her. The woman's face undergoes a series of rapid changes. Shock, wariness, something that might be fear. But underneath it all, something softer. Something almost protective as she looks down at Thessaly's upturned face. "She's beautiful," the woman says quietly, and there's something in her voice that makes my chest ache. A wistfulness, a careful distance that speaks of old wounds. "You're a very lucky father." Father. The word hits me with unexpected force, and I realize I should correct her. Should explain that Thessaly isn't actually mine, that I found her and took her in. But something stops me. Maybe it's the way Thessaly is beaming up at both of us like we're her whole world. Maybe it's the careful way this woman is holding herself, like she's made of glass and one wrong word might shatter her. Or maybe it's because, in all the ways that matter, I am Thessaly's father. I'm the one who rocks her to sleep and teaches her new words and threatens to murder anyone who might hurt her. Blood doesn't make a family, love does. "Thank you," I say instead, moving closer but keeping my distance. I can see the tension in the woman's shoulders, the way she's fighting between natural caution and whatever spell Thessaly is weaving around her. She's everything to me. This is Thessaly, and I'm Avenor. The honesty in my voice seems to surprise her. Her green eyes meet mine directly for the first time, and I see her really looking at me now, not just seeing the horns and the gray skin, but actually seeing me. Whatever she finds there must not be entirely terrifying, because some of the rigid tension leaves her posture. She certainly seems to adore you, she observes, watching as Thessaly continues to chatter, now describing in great detail the Thalavern she saw yesterday in Rovak's garden. The feeling is mutual. I can't keep the warmth out of my voice when I look down at Thessaly. She's taught me more about life in 2 years than I learned in the previous 28. Something flickers across the woman's face at that. Pain, maybe, or recognition. Like she understands exactly what I mean, but from a different angle. 2 years, she repeats softly, almost to herself. She would have been just a baby when... She doesn't finish the sentence, but there's something there. Something significant about the timing that makes her expression grow distant. Thessaly, blissfully unaware of the undercurrents, has moved on to describing the domesticated Kilmar that lived near the estate gardens. She's still holding the woman's hand, and I notice that despite her obvious discomfort with my presence, she hasn't pulled away from Thessaly. If anything, she seems drawn to her, like she can't quite help herself. Thessaly babbles out a question, repeating it over and over again until the woman looks at me. I clear my throat, fighting a smile. She's asking your name. Anira, the woman, Anira, says after a moment's hesitation. Pretty, Thessaly declares. Avy, pretty. Heat rises in my cheeks, and I'm grateful my gray skin doesn't show a blush the way human skin would. Yes, I manage. It's a beautiful name. Anira's eyes dart up to mine again, and this time there's something almost vulnerable in her expression, like she's not used to compliments, or maybe not used to getting them from someone like me. The moment stretches between us, filled with the sounds of the marketplace and Thessaly's continued commentary on everything she can see. I find myself memorizing details, the way Anira's hair catches the light, the small scar on her collarbone, the careful way she holds herself like she's protecting something fragile inside. We should probably go, I say finally, reluctantly. Duty calls, and I can see that despite whatever spell Thessaly has cast, Anira is still struggling with my presence. The last thing I want is to make her uncomfortable. Come on, little one. Let's get that sweet bread. Thessaly's face falls dramatically. But Ani. I'm sure Anira has her own errands to attend to, I say gently, even as part of me wishes I could echo Thessaly's request. Anira smiles down at Thessaly, and for the first time since this encounter began, the expression reaches her eyes. Maybe I'll see you again sometime, sweetheart. Yes. Thessaly bounces on her toes. She starts babbling about the market and Avy and ribbons, going so fast that I miss chunks, and I'm pretty fluent in toddler speak at this point. I catch Anira's gaze again, and something passes between us. A question, maybe, or a possibility. Maybe I'll see you again, too, I say, meaning it more than I probably should. Her smile turns softer, more genuine. I'd like that. The words hang in the air between us, weighted with potential and the kind of careful hope that comes from unexpected connections. I know I should leave now, should take Thessaly and go about our business. But I find myself lingering, reluctant to break whatever fragile thing has formed in these few minutes. I hope so, Anira adds quietly, and the sincerity in her voice makes my chest tight with something I can't quite name. In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Would you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The immersive fantasy audiobook bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 6. Anira. The walk back to my boarding house feels endless, each step heavy with the weight of what just happened. My hands shake as I clutch the fabric I bought, a simple brown cotton that will serve Petra well for her winter dress. The normalcy of the purchase feels absurd after the encounter that's left my entire world tilted sideways. That child, Thessaly. Her thick black curls bounce in my memory, so similar to the ones I used to run my fingers through during those precious 6 months. The way she laughed, bright and fearless and full of pure joy, cuts through me like a blade between my ribs. When she took my hand with that complete, innocent trust, I nearly broke apart right there in the marketplace. She would be almost the same age now, my daughter, if she had lived, if the fire hadn't... I forced the thought away, focusing instead on the uneven cobblestones beneath my feet. The eastern quarter of Sazirok, where humans live, sprawls around me in all its cramped, weathered glory. Laundry hangs between buildings like colourful flags of surrender, and the air carries the perpetual smell of cooking grease and too many people living too close together. It's not much, but it's home. Or as close to home as anywhere can be when you've lost everything that mattered. The boarding house door sticks when I push it, the wood swollen from humidity despite the dry heat. Inside, the air hits me like a wall, stifling and thick with the smell of old cooking grease and unwashed bodies. The narrow staircase groans under my weight as I climb to the 3rd floor, my hand trailing along the banister, worn smooth by countless other lost souls seeking refuge in Marta Henley's establishment. My room is small but clean, with a single window that looks out over the alley where someone's always dumping kitchen scraps. I drop the fabric on my narrow bed and sink into the room's only chair, finally allowing myself to really think about what happened. The demon, Avenor. He wasn't what I expected. Not like the merchant who cornered me in that storage room over 3 years ago, breath reeking of amaranth and hands rough with entitlement. Not like the ones who set the fires that destroyed half the eastern quarter, laughing as they watched human homes burn. This one, Avenor, spoke softly to his daughter, looked at her like she was made of starlight and promises, protected her with a gentleness I didn't know demons possessed. When Thessaly broke free and ran to me, I saw panic flash across his features. Not anger that she'd disobeyed, but genuine fear that she might be hurt or rejected. The way he followed her, ready to intervene if I showed any sign of hostility, spoke of a protectiveness that seemed foreign to everything I knew about his kind. And when he looked at me, I pressed my fingers to my temples, trying to banish the memory of those dark eyes studying my face. There was something there, interest, maybe even attraction, but tempered with respect. He didn't leer or undress me with his gaze the way demons do. He looked at me like I was a person worth seeing. "Stop it," I whispered to the empty room. "Just stop. I can't afford to think this way. Can't let one unexpectedly decent encounter erase years of hard-learned lessons about what demons are and what they want. They're conquerors by nature, takers who see humans as lesser beings to be used and discarded. The fact that this one seems to love his daughter doesn't change the fundamental truth of what he is. But even as I tell myself this, I can't shake the image of Thessaly's golden eyes bright with laughter, or the way Avenor's voice went soft when he spoke about what she'd taught him. The child clearly adores him, clings to him with the complete trust that only comes from knowing, absolutely knowing, that you are safe and cherished. I push myself up from the chair and retrieve Petra's mending from the basket by the window. Work. I need work to occupy my hands and mind, to push away the dangerous thoughts creeping through my defences. The needle slides through fabric with practiced efficiency as I repair a torn seam in one of her work dresses. The repetitive motion soothes me, grounds me in the present moment. But my treacherous mind keeps drifting back to the marketplace, to the way Thessaly's small hand felt in mine, warm and trusting and alive, to the careful way Avenor spoke, like he was used to choosing his words with precision, to the moment when he said, "Maybe I'll see you again too," and something in my chest fluttered like a caged bird testing its wings. The hours pass in a blur of mending and dangerous thoughts. By the time darkness falls over Sazirok, I've finished everything Petra brought me and started on a project of my own. A simple shawl that will help ward off the chill when the seasons finally turn. My fingers move automatically while my mind churns, caught between the memory of loss and the unexpected possibility of something I'm too afraid to name. I prepare for bed mechanically, washing my face with water from the chipped basin, braiding my hair, changing into the worn nightgown that's seen me through countless restless nights. The narrow bed creaks as I settle under the thin blanket, closing my eyes and willing sleep to come quickly. But sleep, when it finally arrives, brings no peace. I'm running through smoke-filled streets, my arms empty, but my heart screaming with the knowledge that something precious is missing. The fire roars around me like a living thing, hungry and cruel, consuming everything in its path. Orange light flickers off broken glass and fallen timbers, and the air burns my lungs with each desperate breath. "My baby!" I'm screaming, but the words are swallowed by the crackling flames. "Where is my baby?" Someone grabs my arm. Rough hands, urgent voices telling me to move, to get to safety. But I fight them, clawing and screaming because I can't leave without her. Can't abandon my daughter to this. "She's gone," a voice says, and it might be a healer or a neighbour or the wind itself. "The fire took her. I'm sorry, but she's gone." "No!" The word tears from my throat like a battle cry. "She's not gone. She's here somewhere. I have to find her." But the smoke is getting thicker, the heat more intense, and my legs won't carry me anymore. I collapse to my knees on the ash-covered ground, my arms wrapped around my empty chest as the fire consumes everything I've ever loved. In the distance, barely audible over the roar of flames, I hear it. A baby's cry, high and thin and desperate. My daughter. I try to run toward the sound, but my body won't obey. The cry grows fainter, more distant, until it's swallowed entirely by the hungry fire. And I know, with the kind of bone-deep certainty that destroys souls, that I've failed her, that I couldn't save the one person who mattered most. The last thing I see before the smoke takes me is a flash of thick black curls disappearing into the flames. I wake gasping, my nightgown soaked with sweat, and my heart hammering against my ribs like it's trying to escape my chest. The dream clings to me with tendrils of smoke and grief, so vivid I can still taste ash on my tongue. My hand flies to the scar along my collarbone, the mark left by falling debris as I tried to reach her, and I press my fingers against it like a talisman. "You survived," I whisper to the darkness, my voice hoarse from dream screaming. "You survived, even if part of you didn't." But the words feel hollow, inadequate against the weight of loss that settles over me like a shroud. 3 years, and the dreams still come. 3 years, and I still wake some nights expecting to hear her cry from the next room. 3 years, and the sight of another child's laughter can still bring me to my knees. I sit up in bed, wrapping my arms around my knees and focusing on the familiar sounds of the boarding house settling around me. Mrs. Henley snores from the room below. The scratch of something, probably rats, in the walls. The distant sound of voices from the tavern down the street, where people are still drinking away their sorrows or celebrating their small victories. Normal sounds, human sounds. The sounds of a world that keeps turning even when yours has stopped. Tomorrow I'll get up and do my mending and try not to think about golden eyes and gentle voices. I'll remind myself that demons are dangerous, that getting close to one, even one who seems different, is a luxury I can't afford. I'll lock away the treacherous part of my heart that whispered maybe when he said he hoped to see me again. But tonight, In the darkness of my small room, I let myself remember what it felt like when Thessaly took my hand. The warmth of that small palm against mine. The absolute trust in those bright eyes. The echo of what I lost, reflected back in a child who clearly knows nothing but love. It's dangerous to feel this much. Dangerous to want things I can't have. But for just this moment, before dawn forces me back into the careful numbness that keeps me functional, I let myself ache. Let myself remember what it was to love someone more than my own life. Let myself wonder if maybe, just maybe, not all demons are monsters.
Chapter 7. Avnor. The third time I see her at the market, Anira's buying vegetables from old Henrik's stall. Her fingers trace over the zinther roots with the careful attention of someone who counts every lummy. When Thessaly spots her and breaks free from my hand, running straight to wrap herself around Anira's legs, I watch something soften in those pale green eyes. "Ani!" Thessaly squeals, her small arms tight around Anira's thighs. "Hello, little one." Anira's voice carries that same gentle warmth I remember from our first meeting. She crouches down to Thessaly's level, and my daughter immediately starts babbling about the black pitter bird we saw on our way to market. "Big bird. Flew fast. Did it now?" Anira's smile transforms her entire face, chasing away the shadows that seem to live there. I bet it was beautiful. Pretty. Like Ani. Heat crawls up my neck as Anira's eyes flick to mine, something unreadable passing across her features. She straightens slowly, and I notice how she keeps one hand resting on Thessaly's head. Protective, natural. "She's quite the charmer," Anira says, her tone carefully neutral. "Wonder where she gets it." The words slip out before I can stop them, and I curse myself for the obvious flirtation. Too much. Too fast. That's not how you win over a human who has every reason to distrust demons. But instead of pulling away, Anira's mouth quirks in what might be amusement. Humble too, I see. There's a spark there, quick and sharp. She's not just beautiful, she's clever. Quick enough to match me. Bold enough to tease back despite the wariness that never quite leaves her posture. "Avi, up!" Thessaly demands, raising her arms toward me. I scoop her up, settling her against my hip, and she immediately starts playing with one of my horns. A habit that used to annoy me, but now feels as natural as breathing. "We were just heading to the fabric merchant," I tell Anira, nodding toward the stall across the square. "Thessaly destroyed another dress yesterday. Apparently mud puddles are irresistible." "Splash!" Thessaly confirms with obvious pride. Anira's laugh is soft but genuine. At her age, they definitely are. She pauses, studying us with those observant eyes. You could probably save some coin by learning basic mending. It's not difficult. "Are you offering to teach me?" The question comes out more hopeful than I intended. Something flickers across her expression, interest warring with caution. "I suppose I could show you a few stitches, if you wanted." My heart pounds like I'm facing down a Zaphen squadron instead of a human woman offering sewing lessons. I'd like that, very much. We walk together toward the fabric stall, Thessaly chattering between us about everything that catches her attention. A flower vendor's display, a batla sleeping in the shade, the way the sun makes patterns on the cobblestones. Normal domestic things that feel extraordinary when shared with Anira. She buys thread and needles with the same careful consideration she gives everything, counting coins twice before handing them over. I want to offer to pay. Should offer, since demon culture demands I provide for any female under my protection. But something tells me she'd take it as an insult. Instead, I content myself with carrying her small parcels alongside my own. "The brown thread will work well with that fabric," she says, nodding toward the cotton I selected for Thessaly's new dress. "You have a good eye." I should. It's my living. There's pride in her voice, quiet but unmistakable. She's built something for herself here, carved out a space where she can survive and even thrive. The knowledge makes my respect for her deepen. We reach the fountain at the square's center, and Thessaly immediately starts squirming to get down. I set her on her feet, and she toddles toward the water, fascinated by the way it catches the light. "Stay where I can see you," I call after her. Anira watches my daughter with an expression I can't quite read. Longing, maybe, or remembering something painful. "She's lucky to have you," she says finally. "I'm the lucky one." The words come easier than they should. "She changed everything for me." "How so?" I consider how to explain without sounding like a complete fool. Before Thessaly, I thought I understood what mattered. Honor, duty, loyalty to the crown, all important things, but I trail off watching my daughter splash her hands in the fountain's edge. She taught me there are different kinds of strength. That sometimes the bravest thing you can do is love something more than yourself. Anira's quiet for a long moment. When she speaks, her voice is softer than before. That's a beautiful way to think about parenthood. "What about you? Do you want children someday?" The question slips out before I can stop it, and I immediately know I've made a mistake. Anira's entire body goes rigid, her face closing off like shutters slamming shut. "I should go," she says, already stepping back. "Petra's expecting these supplies." "Anira, wait!" But she's already walking away, her spine straight and her pace just shy of running. I curse myself for pushing too hard, for asking about wounds that are clearly still bleeding. The rest of the market trip passes in a haze of self-recrimination. Even Thessaly seems to sense my mood, staying closer than usual, and offering me the wilted Erison blossom she picked up near the fountain. "For Avi," she says solemnly. "Thank you, little one." I tuck the flower behind my ear, earning a delighted giggle that does nothing to ease the ache in my chest. By the time we return to the estate, I'm thoroughly disgusted with myself. 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. At this rate, I'll push Anira away completely before I have a chance to show her I'm not like other demons. The gardens behind Rovak's manor offer some escape from my brooding thoughts. Ancient trees provide shade from the afternoon heat, and the sound of water trickling through carefully designed channels creates a peaceful backdrop. I settle on a stone bench near the meditation pool, Thessaly playing contentedly at my feet with a collection of smooth pebbles. "You look like someone pissed in your amaranth." I don't turn around. Only one person would approach my brooding with such blunt observation. "Hello, Leora." She settles beside me on the bench, close enough that I catch the scent of the healing salve she's been working with. Her amber eyes study my face with the same intensity she brings to her research. "Let me guess. Beautiful human woman, stubborn demon, and a complete inability to communicate like functional adults." I grunt, which apparently serves as confirmation. I might have already told her about Anira. "What did you do?" "Asked the wrong question. Said the wrong thing." "Ah." Leora nods knowingly. "And now you're sitting here feeling sorry for yourself instead of figuring out how to fix it." "She walked away, Leora. Made it clear she wants nothing to do with me." "So?" "I disappeared for 2 years thinking that Rovak wouldn't want me. Sometimes we say or do things we don't mean when we're scared." I finally look at her, taking in the gentle amusement on her face. "This is different." "How?" "She's human. I'm a demon. The power imbalance alone is something you're aware of and clearly trying to navigate respectfully." Leora's voice sharpens. "Don't use that as an excuse to give up before you've really tried. And if I'm wrong, if she genuinely wants nothing to do with me, then you'll respect that and back off. But Avenor," she touches my arm, her expression serious. "I've seen how you look when you talk about her." How Thessaly lights up. Sometimes fate puts people in our path for a reason. I think about the way Anira crouched down to Thessaly's level, patient and kind despite her own obvious pain. The spark in her eyes when she teased me about being humble. The careful way she counts her coins, building a life one thread at a time. She's been hurt, I say quietly. I've seen it in the way she shies away from demons and even seems wary of me at times. Badly. And I'm exactly the wrong species to help her heal from whatever demons did to her. Maybe. Or maybe you're exactly the right demon to show her we're not all monsters. Leora stands, brushing dust from her skirts. Either way, you won't know if you don't try. And the Avenor I know doesn't let fear make his decisions for him. She walks away, leaving me alone with my thoughts and a toddler who's managed to stack 3 pebbles into a precarious tower. Look, Avi. Very impressive, little one. Thessaly beams at the praise, then immediately knocks her creation over and starts building again. Simple persistence in the face of failure. Maybe she's smarter than all of us. I watch her play, remembering the way her face lit up when she saw Anira. The immediate trust, the joy. Children see things adults miss, unencumbered by fear and prejudice, and the weight of the past hurts. Maybe Leora's right. Maybe I'm letting fear make my decisions. The question is, what am I going to do about it?
Chapter 8. Anira. The needle slips, pricking my finger for the 3rd time this morning. I curse under my breath and stick the wounded digit in my mouth, tasting copper and frustration. The seam I'm working on, a tear in one of Petra's work tunics, blurs as tears threaten to spill over. Stupid. So bloody stupid. I set the fabric aside and lean back in my chair, pressing the heels of my palms against my eyes. The cramped room feels smaller today, the walls pressing in like they're trying to squeeze the air from my lungs. Through the grimy window, the sounds of Sazirok filter up, merchants calling their wares, carriages clattering over cobblestones, the general hum of life continuing as if yesterday never happened. As if Avenor never looked at me with those navy blue eyes and asked about children. My hands shake as I pick up the tunic again. Work. Focus on work. That's what keeps me grounded, keeps the memories at bay. One stitch at a time, building something whole from broken pieces. It's a skill I've perfected over the past 2 years, not just with fabric, but with myself. The thread tangles, knotting into an impossible mess. I yank at it, harder than necessary, and watch as it pulls tight into something unsalvageable. Damn it! I should have known better. Should have seen the warning signs the moment that grey-skinned demon guard smiled at me in the market 3 weeks ago. The way his eyes crinkled at the corners when he laughed. How gentle his hands were when he lifted his daughter. The careful way he spoke, as if my words actually mattered to him. All of it designed to make me forget what demons really are. My throat tightens as the memory surfaces unbidden, strong hands pinning me down, hot breath reeking of amaranth against my neck, the sound of fabric tearing. Not my clothes, my very soul, ripped apart by claws that left scars deeper than the one across my collarbone. "You're nothing," he'd whispered afterward, straightening his merchant's coat while I bled on the bakery floor. "Remember that, human. You exist for our pleasure, nothing more." 3 months later, when my belly had swollen with proof of his violence, I'd tried to protect the life growing inside me anyway. Tried to love something born of hatred because it was still mine, still innocent. For 15 months I'd succeeded. My little girl had been everything bright and beautiful in my world, her laugh like tiny silver bells, her chubby hands always reaching for my face with absolute trust. Until the fire. Until I failed her completely. I thread the needle again, my movements mechanical. The familiar rhythm usually soothes me, but today it only emphasizes how alone I am in this stifling room. How foolish I was to think I could have something normal, something safe with any demon, even one who carries his daughter like she's made of spun glass. What about you? Do you want children someday? The innocent question had shook me to my core. Want children. I had a child. I lost her because I was weak, because I couldn't protect her, because when it mattered most, I was unconscious and useless while my baby. A sharp rap at the door cuts through my spiralling thoughts. I swipe at my eyes, annoyed that I let myself get pulled back into that dark place. Whoever it is can wait. I'm in no state to be pleasant company. The knocking comes again, more insistent this time. Anira, I know you're in there. Petra's voice carries through the thin wood, tinged with something that might be excitement. I sigh and set down my sewing, padding barefoot across the warped floorboards. The door sticks as always, requiring a hard yank before it opens to reveal my neighbour standing in the dim hallway. Petra holds a wrapped package against her chest, her weathered face split by a grin that immediately puts me on guard. After 2 years of living 2 doors down from each other, I recognise that expression. It's the same one she wore when she tried to set me up with the blacksmith's apprentice 6 months ago. What do you need? I ask, hoping my voice sounds steadier than I feel. It's not what I need. Her eyes sparkle with barely contained mischief. It's what someone needs from you. My stomach drops. Petra --. There was a demon guard at the mill today. She steps closer, lowering her voice even though we're alone in the hallway. Tall one, grey skin, silver hair. Handsome and, surprisingly, not demanding. He came with a request. Heat floods my cheeks before I can stop it. Only one demon fits that description, and the fact that he sought out Petra's workplace makes something flutter traitorously in my chest. What did he want? He asked for one seamstress specifically. By name. Petra's grin widens. You. The flutter transforms into full-blown panic. You didn't tell him where I live. Course not. I'm not stupid. She thrusts the package at me. But he left this. Said to tell you he was sorry. Sorry. The word sits strange in my mind. In all my years in Sazirok, I've never heard of a demon apologising to a human for anything. We're the ones expected to bend, to accommodate, to accept whatever scraps of consideration they deign to offer. I take the package with numb fingers, surprised by its weight. That's unusual. That's what I thought. Petra's expression softens, losing some of its earlier excitement. Look, I don't know what happened between you two, but that demon looked like a male who'd made a mistake he actually regrets. Just be careful, yeah? Whatever game he's playing. He's not playing a game. The words slip out before I can stop them, defensive and sharp. Petra raises an eyebrow, but doesn't comment on my sudden championing of a demon I claim to want nothing to do with. Instead, she pats my arm with maternal concern. Just be careful, she repeats, then disappears back down the hallway toward her own room. I close the door and lean against it, staring down at the package in my hands. The wrapping is simple brown paper tied with string, but there's something elegant about the way it's been folded. Precise, thoughtful. Like everything else about Avenor that confuses me. I carry it to my small table and set it down, circling it like it might bite. The logical part of my brain screams warnings. Accepting gifts from demons, especially ones who've shown interest in me, is a dangerous precedent. It implies obligation, debt, the kind of entanglement that leads to exactly the situation I barely escaped 2 years ago. But another part, a traitorous whisper I thought I'd silenced long ago, wonders what he chose. What a demon guard thinks would make up for accidentally reopening wounds he doesn't even know exist. Finally, curiosity wins. I untie the string with careful fingers and fold back the paper. A note rests on top, written on cream-coloured parchment that bears the subtle watermark of an estate. Rovak Valman. The paper alone is thick and heavy, and I have to assume that is who he works for, tucking that piece of information away. Anira, I crossed a line yesterday and I'm sorry. You owe me nothing, not conversation, not courtesy, and certainly not answers to questions I had no right to ask. I hope you can forgive a fool who spoke without thinking, I saw you admiring this at Henrik's stall. I thought perhaps you could use it for your work. With respect, Avenor, the handwriting is surprisingly elegant for a soldier, each letter formed with careful precision. But it's the words themselves that shake me. The acknowledgement of wrongdoing. The genuine regret that bleeds through formal phrases. I've never heard of a demon apologizing. Ever. My hands tremble as I lift the note aside, revealing what lies beneath. Nestled in a bed of soft cloth is the small silver thimble I'd been examining at Henrik's stall yesterday. The one I'd held for a long moment, admiring the delicate engravings around its edge, before reluctantly setting it back down. Too expensive, too frivolous for someone like me. But Avenor had been watching. He'd seen me touch it, seen the longing I thought I'd hidden, and remembered. Something cracks in me, not breaking exactly, but shifting, like ice beginning to thaw after a hard winter. The thimble fits perfectly on my finger, its weight familiar and comforting already. He'd been paying attention, not just to my words or my obvious discomfort around demons, but to the small things, the careful way I examined potential purchases, the precise stitches I'd pointed out on Thessaly's dress, the fact that I earn my living with needle and thread. I sink into my chair, holding my hand up to catch the light filtering through my window. The silver gleams softly, transforming something purely functional into something beautiful. When was the last time someone gave me something beautiful just because they thought I'd like it? The answer hurts to acknowledge. Never. Even before the attack, before the pregnancy, I'd been the baker's daughter who worked from dawn to dusk and counted every lummy twice. Pretty things were for other people, people who didn't have calloused hands and worry lines etched too deep for their age. But Avenor looked at me and saw someone worthy of silver and careful words and genuine apology. The walls I've built so carefully around my heart develop new cracks, letting in dangerous things like hope and possibility. Like the treacherous thought that maybe, just maybe, not all demons are cut from the same brutal cloth. I read his note again, searching for hidden meanings or manipulation, but find only sincerity that feels almost foreign. The formal language can't quite disguise the uncertainty beneath, the sense of a proud male genuinely afraid he's driven away something precious. My chest tightens with emotions I don't want to name. Gratitude, recognition. Something that might become forgiveness if I let it. Something that might become much more dangerous than that.
Chapter 9. Avenor. The morning sun beats down on my shoulders as I make my way across the estate grounds. Thessaly's weight a familiar comfort against my chest. She's been babbling non-stop since I collected her from Leora, her small hands tangled in my hair as she points at everything that catches her interest. "Avi, look!" She bounces excitedly as one of the iridescent Thalaveran flutters past, its 4 wings catching the light like jewels. I see it, little one. I adjust my grip on her, careful not to jostle her too much. She's wearing one of her newer dresses today. Pale blue fabric that Leora found in the market last week. It'll probably be mud-stained by evening, but that's just Thessaly. My house comes into view, a modest 2-bedroom structure tucked away from Rovak's main estate. One that I decided on building, with Rovak's insistence, after I brought Thessaly home. It's nothing grand, but it's mine. Private. A place where I can let my guard down and just be Thessaly's father instead of a demon guard with a reputation to maintain. The peaceful moment shatters when Tom comes barreling around the corner of the house, his round face flushed with excitement and barely contained gossip. The human cook moves faster than I've seen him move in months, his short legs pumping as he approaches. "Avenor!" He's breathing hard, one hand pressed to his chest. There's a visitor here for you." I stop walking, immediately on alert. Visitors don't come here for me. Ever. What kind of visitor? Tom's eyes light up with the kind of glee that usually means he's discovered some juicy piece of information to spread through the estate. A girl? Pretty one. Human. He lowers his voice conspiratorially, as if sharing state secrets. She asked for you specifically by name. My stomach does something complicated. There's only one human female who knows my name and would be looking for me. The last time I saw her, she was walking away from me in the market, with hurt written across every line of her body. Where is she? Back of the house, near the garden path. Tom practically vibrates with curiosity. She's been waiting maybe 10 minutes. Real polite-like, didn't want to intrude. That sounds like Anira. Always careful, always conscious of boundaries and propriety, even when she has every right to be here after I sent her that gift. Thanks, Tom. I start moving toward the back of the house, then pause. And Tom? This conversation never happened. He's too damn of a big gossip for me not to include that. His face falls slightly, but he nods. Course, private business and all. Exactly. I give him a look that sends him scurrying back toward the main house, probably already planning how to extract more details later through careful observation. As I round the corner, I spot her immediately. Anira stands near the edge of my small garden, her honey-brown skin glowing in the morning light. She's wearing a simple green dress that brings out the pale color of her eyes, her black hair braided neatly down her back. In her hands, she holds a small wrapped package. When she sees me, she raises one hand in a tentative wave, and something tight in my chest loosens. She came. After yesterday's disaster, after I stumbled blindly into whatever painful territory that question about children represented, she still came. Ani! Thessaly's delighted squeal cuts through my internal analysis. She bounces in my arms, reaching toward Anira with both hands. Ani! Ani! Anira's entire face transforms when she looks at Thessaly. The careful wariness melts away, replaced by genuine warmth that makes her even more beautiful than I remembered. She steps closer, and I catch that faint scent of meadow mint and something uniquely her. Hello, sweetheart. Anira's voice takes on the soft tone she always uses with Thessaly. You look very pretty today. Pretty dress. Thessaly tugs at the blue fabric, then points at Anira. Ani pretty? A soft laugh escapes Anira's lips, and the sound rattles me. When was the last time I heard her laugh? Really laugh, not the polite chuckle she offers in the market when I say something mildly amusing. I clear my throat, suddenly aware that I've been staring. What are you doing here? The question comes out more blunt than I intended, and Anira's expression shifts slightly. Not back to wariness, exactly, but to something more careful. She holds up the package in her hands. I came to thank you for the gift. Her pale green eyes meet mine directly. And for the note. I might have told one of the shop owners that I had to deliver here when I saw the name of the estate on your note so I could find you. Hope you don't mind. The relief that floods through me is probably visible on my face. You didn't need to come all this way just for that. I wanted to. She takes another step closer, and Thessaly practically vibrates with excitement at having her favorite market friend within reaching distance. The thimble is beautiful, and your note. She pauses, seeming to search for the right words. You didn't know that topic was sensitive for me. It's not your fault. There's pain hidden beneath her composed expression, old wounds that my careless question managed to tear open. I want to ask what happened, want to understand what put that haunted look in her eyes, but I've learned my lesson about pressing where I'm not welcome. I won't bring it up again, I promise quietly. I know you won't. She offers me a small smile, and it feels like forgiveness. You're too observant to make the same mistake twice. The breeze picks up suddenly, stirring the leaves in my garden and lifting strands of Anira's hair around her face. It's stronger than it should be for such a calm day, carrying with it the kind of purposeful energy that makes the hair on my arms stand up. Thessaly giggles and claps her hands together as the wind swirls around us, and I feel the familiar tingle that means her magic is responding to her emotions. When she's particularly happy or excited, the elements seem to mirror her mood. Gentle breezes when she's content, protective barriers when she's frightened. "That's quite a wind," Anira comments, brushing her hair back from her face. "Came out of nowhere." "That would be Thessaly." I adjust my grip on my daughter, who's still giggling at the dancing leaves around us. She has elemental magic. It reacts to how she's feeling. Anira's eyes widen slightly. "Really? That's remarkable. She's so young. The magic manifested early. Probably helped her." I trail off, not wanting to get into the darker details of how I found Thessaly. She can't control it yet, but it's usually harmless. Pleasant, even. Just keeps her safe from the elements. Cool or dry, mostly. Sometimes it extends to me. I smirk. Sometimes it does not, and she laughs as I get rained on. As if on cue, the wind gentles to a warm caress that carries the scent of arison blossoms from somewhere across the estate. Thessaly reaches out toward Anira again, making soft cooing sounds. "She likes you," I observe, though it's hardly news. Thessaly has been drawn to Anira since that first day in the market. The feeling is mutual. Anira's expression softens again as she looks at my daughter. She's special. There's something in the way she says it, a wistfulness that speaks to deep longing. Combined with her reaction yesterday, it paints a picture I'm not sure I want to fully examine. Not yet. Anira seems to remember the package in her hands, lifting it slightly. "I brought you something. Both of you, actually." She holds it out, and I shift Thessaly to one arm so I can accept the gift. It's wrapped in the same simple brown paper I used for the thimble, but I can feel fabric beneath my fingers. "You didn't need to—" "I wanted to," she repeats firmly. "Open it." I unwrap the package carefully, conscious of Thessaly's fascination with the rustling paper. Inside is a small dress, clearly handmade, in a rich purple fabric that will complement Thessaly's dark skin beautifully. The stitching is exquisite, tiny, precise seams that speak to hours of careful work. But it's the practical details that really catch my attention. Reinforced knees, sturdy buttons that won't easily tear off, a hemline that can be let down as she grows. This isn't just a pretty dress. It's designed for a child who plays hard and gets dirty. "You remembered what I said about the mud," I say quietly, running my thumb over the reinforced fabric. "I remember everything you tell me." The admission slips out before she can stop it, and color rises in her cheeks. "I mean, it seemed practical. For an active child." Thessaly reaches for the dress with grabby hands. "Mine." "Yes, sweetheart. Annie made this just for you." I look up at Anira, struck by the thoughtfulness of the gift. She barely knows us, yet she spent hours creating something specifically tailored to Thessaly's needs. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. It's nothing. But her pleased smile suggests it's anything but nothing to her. The wind picks up again, swirling around us in gentle spirals as Thessaly expresses her delight. Anira laughs as her hair dances around her face, the sound bright and unguarded. "I should probably get going," she says reluctantly, smoothing down her dress. "I don't want to keep you from your day." "Will I see you at the market this week?" The question comes out more hopeful than I intended. Her smile grows warmer. "Yes, I'll see you then."
Chapter 10. Anira. The market buzzes with its usual chaos as I weave between stalls, my basket swinging at my side. 3 days have passed since I visited Avanor's home, and I find myself scanning the crowd with an anticipation that would have horrified me months ago. Looking for a demon, eager to see one. The thought still catches me off guard sometimes. How completely my perspective has shifted. Avanor isn't like the others. He's careful with his words, gentle with Thessaly, And when he looks at me, there's no calculation in his gaze, no sense that he's measuring my worth or vulnerability. I pause at Maren's vegetable stall, selecting some zinthra and drilk for tonight's stew. The familiar rhythm of haggling over prices grounds me, but my attention keeps drifting toward the section where I usually encounter Avenor and Thessaly. "You seem distracted today," Maren observes, wrapping my purchases in brown paper. "Waiting for someone?" Heat creeps up my neck. "Just enjoying the morning air." Her knowing smile suggests she's not buying my deflection, but she doesn't press. I pay for the vegetables and continue my circuit through the market, telling myself I'm not specifically looking for a tall demon with silver hair and navy eyes. The scent of fresh bread draws me toward the bakery stalls, where goddess hearts glisten with Nyman bean syrup in the morning sun. I'm considering whether to treat myself when a shadow falls across my path. Well, well. What do we have here? The voice is rough, carrying the distinctive accent of demons from Ikoth's outer districts. I look up to find a demon blocking my way, shorter than Avenor but broader, with dark red skin and impressive curved horns. His black eyes rake over me with an appraisal that makes my skin crawl. "Excuse me." I step to the side, but he mirrors my movement, keeping himself directly in front of me. "No need to rush off, little human." His smile reveals sharp teeth. "Haven't seen you around this part of the market before." "I shop here regularly." I keep my voice polite but firm, the way Petra taught me. "Don't provoke, but don't show weakness either." "Do you now?" He takes a step closer, forcing me to back up against the bakery stall. The wooden counter presses against my spine, cutting off my retreat. "And what kind of work keeps a pretty thing like you in coin?" The question sends ice through my veins. There's only one reason a demon merchant would ask about my income while cornering me against a stall. I glance around, looking for escape routes, but the morning crowd has thinned in this section of the market. "I work with textiles." I try to edge sideways, but he moves with me, his bulk blocking my path. "Textiles." He draws the word out, tasting it. "Honest work, I'm sure. But I bet I could offer you something more profitable, less tedious than stitching all day." My stomach turns. "I'm not interested." "You haven't even heard my offer yet." His grin widens and he leans closer. The stench of amaranth on his breath makes me gag. "I've got a room above my shop. Clean sheets, good food. You could earn more in a week than you make in a month with your needlework." "No." The word comes out sharper than I intended, but terror is starting to override caution. "I need to go." I try to duck under his arm, but he slams his palm against the bakery stall, trapping me completely. His other hand reaches toward my face, and I flinch back as far as the counter allows. "Don't be so hasty. A human woman with your looks. You're wasting yourself on honest labour." His fingers graze my cheek, and I jerk away from his touch. "I take good care of my girls. Feed them well, keep them safe. Is there a problem here?" The voice cuts through the demon's proposition like a blade through silk. Low, controlled, and carrying an edge that makes the merchant's hand freeze mid-gesture. I've never been so relieved to hear anyone speak in my entire life. Avenor stands behind the merchant, Thessaly cradled against his chest. My sweet little market friend takes one look at the scene, and her face scrunches into the fiercest scowl her young features can manage. Even the elements seem to respond to her distress. The air around us grows still and heavy, charged with the kind of tension that precedes a storm. The merchant straightens slowly, his confident demeanour wavering as he takes in Avenor's appearance. The height difference is immediately apparent. Avenor towers over him by at least a foot. But it's more than physical presence. There's something in Avenor's posture, the way he holds himself, that screams danger. "Just having a friendly conversation with the lady." The merchant's voice has lost its oily smoothness, replaced by something more cautious. Didn't look friendly from where I was standing. Avenor's tone remains perfectly level, which somehow makes it more threatening than if he'd shouted. Looked like she was trying to leave. Market's a public place. Can't stop a man from talking. Avenor takes a step closer, and the merchant actually retreats half a pace. Thessaly's glare intensifies, her little hands clenched into fists against Avenor's chest. "You're right," Avenor says quietly. "Can't stop you from talking. But I can certainly encourage you to talk somewhere else." The merchant's gaze flicks between Avenor's face and the way he's standing, balanced on the balls of his feet, ready to move. Professional, military. This isn't just some random demon. This is someone trained to fight, trained to kill. "Look, I don't want any trouble." "Good." Avenor's smile is all teeth and no warmth. "Because I really don't want to have a problem with you either." The words are spoken so softly I almost miss them, but the threat underneath is unmistakable. The merchant goes pale, his dark skin taking on an ashen undertone. "Right. Well, plenty of other places to conduct business." He backs away another step, then another. "Good day to you both." He turns and disappears into the crowd, with remarkable speed for someone his size, leaving me pressed against the bakery stall with my heart hammering against my ribs. The oppressive stillness in the air lifts as Thessaly relaxes, and a gentle breeze resumes its wandering through the market stalls. She reaches toward me with both arms, making soft, worried sounds. "Are you all right?" Avenor's voice has shed its dangerous edge, returning to the familiar warmth I've come to associate with safety. I nod, though my hands are still shaking. "Thank you." I couldn't get away from him. Bastard. The word comes out flat and cold. Some demons think human women are automatically available for their entertainment. He steps closer, close enough that I can see the anger still simmering in his navy eyes. It's not directed at me, it's protective fury on my behalf, and the realization sends warmth spreading through my chest. "He's gone now," I say softly, though part of me is still listening for the merchant's return. "He won't be back." There's absolute certainty in Avenor's voice. "Word will spread that you're under my protection. No one will bother you again." "Your protection?" The phrase sends a complicated flutter through my stomach. His expression grows uncertain, almost vulnerable. "If you want it, I know you're independent, capable of taking care of yourself. But in the market, having a demon's backing can prevent situations like this one." Thessaly reaches for me again, and this time I take her small hand in mine. Her skin is warm, and she squeezes my fingers with surprising strength for someone so small. "Annie's safe," she declares solemnly, as if stating a fundamental law of the universe. "That's right, little one." Avenor's smile transforms his entire face, chasing away the last traces of that cold fury. Annie is safe. The weight of what just happened settles over me, not just the merchant's harassment, but Avenor's intervention. The way he handled the situation without violence, using nothing but presence and reputation to send a larger demon fleeing. The casual mention of protection, as if I'm someone worth protecting, as if I matter to him. "Come on," Avenor says, shifting Thessaly to his other arm. "Let me walk with you while you finish your shopping." I fall into step beside him, my basket feeling lighter somehow, despite the weight of the vegetables I've already purchased. The familiar rhythm of market navigation returns, dodging cartwheels, sidestepping haggling customers, breathing in the mingled scents of spices and fresh bread. But everything feels different now, more vivid. The way vendors nod respectfully to Avenor as we pass, the careful distance other demons maintain, the curious glances directed our way. I'm walking through the same market I've frequented for months, but under his protection, it might as well be an entirely different world. "What else do you need?" he asks, his voice carefully neutral. There's something cautious in his tone that wasn't there before, a deliberate restraint that reminds me of our last conversation. The way I shut down when he asked about children. The way I fled without explanation, leaving him standing there looking confused and hurt. "Some thread?" I say, steering us toward the textile stall where I usually buy supplies. "Petra's given me 3 more mending jobs this week. Business is good then?" "Good enough." I pause at a display of colourful spools, running my fingers over the different textures. Though I suspect half the neighbourhood tears their clothing on purpose, just to have an excuse to bring it to me. "Can't blame them. You do excellent work." The compliment sends warmth through my chest, but there's still that careful distance in his voice, as if he's measuring every word before he speaks it, afraid of saying something wrong. Thessaly babbles something unintelligible and points at a bolt of bright blue fabric, her golden eyes wide with delight. The merchant, a middle-aged human woman with calloused hands, smiles at her enthusiasm. "She has good taste," the woman says. "That's silk from the eastern provinces. Feel how smooth it is." I reach out to touch the fabric, and Thessaly immediately grabs my hand, guiding it to the silk. Her small fingers are warm against mine, and she makes a satisfied sound when I stroke the material. "Pretty like Annie," she announces solemnly. Heat floods my cheeks. "You're very sweet, Thessaly." "She's not wrong," Avenor says quietly, then immediately looks away as if the words escaped without his permission. I select the thread I need, hyper-aware of how he stands just close enough to deter any unwanted attention, but not so close as to make me uncomfortable. Everything about his posture screams consideration for my space, my independence, my obvious skittishness around the topic of anything beyond friendship. It's driving me absolutely mad. "Avenor," I say as we leave the textile stall behind, moving toward the section where I can usually find decent fruit. "Yes. You don't have to be so careful with me." He stops walking so abruptly that I take 3 more steps before realizing he's no longer beside me. When I turn back, he's staring at me with something between confusion and hope flickering across his features. "What do you mean?" Thessaly watches us both with the intense focus that children reserve for conversations they sense are important, even if they don't understand the words. "You're treating me like I'm made of glass. Like one wrong word might send me running again." I step closer to him, lowering my voice so our conversation doesn't become entertainment for the entire market. "I know I reacted badly the other day, but you had every right to react however you needed to." His words come out firm, definitive. I pushed too hard, asked questions that weren't my business. They weren't not your business either. The distinction hangs between us, loaded with implications. His navy eyes search my face as if trying to decode exactly what I mean, what I'm offering. "Anira." My name sounds different when he says it. Careful, like he's holding something precious. I don't want to assume anything. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. You're not. The truth of it surprises me. 3 months ago, the idea of standing this close to any demon would have sent me into a panic. Now, with Avenor's familiar scent, something clean and masculine with a hint of the ocean air that clings to everyone from Ikoth, surrounding me, I feel safer than I have in years. "You haven't made me uncomfortable since the day we met." Thessaly chooses that moment to reach for a low-hanging cluster of fruit from a nearby vendor's display, nearly overbalancing in Avenor's arms. He adjusts his grip on her automatically, the motion so practiced it's clear they've done this dance many times before. "Easy, little one. Let's ask before we take." "Please?" Thessaly turns enormous golden eyes on the fruit vendor, an elderly human man who melts immediately under her charm. "Of course, sweetheart. Take whichever one you want." She selects a small, perfectly ripe piece and immediately offers it to me. "Annie, try?" I accept the fruit, biting into its sweet flesh while she watches expectantly. Delicious. "Thank you, Thessaly." Her delighted giggle draws smiles from several nearby shoppers, and I catch Avenor watching me with an expression I can't quite read. There's warmth there, yes, but something deeper. Something that makes my stomach flutter with nervous energy. What? I ask, wiping juice from my chin. Nothing. It's just... He trails off, then seems to steel himself for something. She's never taken to anyone the way she's taken to you. From that first day in the market, it was like she recognized you. Children are good judges of character. They are. His gaze holds mine, steady and intent. Which makes me think she sees something in you that maybe I should trust too. The words hang between us, heavy with meaning. Around us, the market continues its bustling rhythm. Vendors calling out prices, customers debating purchases, children laughing as they weave between stalls. But it all feels distant, muffled, as if the three of us exist in our own small bubble of possibility. Anira, he says, his voice barely above a whisper. Yes. I enjoyed seeing you the other day. Outside of the market. He takes a breath, gathering courage. And I was thinking, maybe we could do it again. Something shifts in my chest. Hope, relief, a carefully banked warmth that makes my pulse quicken. You want me to come by the estate? Maybe. He gestures vaguely at the market around us, at the public nature of our every interaction. Maybe we find something to do, just the two of us. The words sound bold and uncertain as they leave his mouth. There's something vulnerable in his expression, as if he's afraid of what I might say. But standing here with him, watching the way he cradles Thessaly with such gentle strength, I find myself wanting something more too. Wanting this. You mean like... I pause, as if afraid to voice what I'm thinking. Like a proper conversation, without crowds, without having to watch what we say. He meets my gaze directly, letting me see the sincerity in his eyes. I'd like to get to know you better, Anira. Thessaly claps her hands together, apparently sensing the importance of the moment, even if she doesn't understand the specifics. A gentle breeze stirs around us, carrying the scent of spices and sea air, and I wonder if her elemental magic is responding to the emotion in the air. I'd like that too, I say, my voice rough with something that might be relief. More than you know. Good. A smile tugs at his lips, and I'm surprised by how natural it looks. How right this all feels, despite every reason I have to be cautious. Then it's settled. His answering smile transforms his entire face, chasing away the careful restraint that's been shadowing his features all morning. This is the Avenor I glimpsed that first day. Warm, genuine, unguarded. The demon who apologized with gifts and parchment notes, who stands between strangers and danger without hesitation. The demon I'm falling for, whether I'm ready for it or not.
Chapter 11. Avenor. I find myself standing outside Rovak's office door, Thessaly's cheerful babbling echoing from the kitchen where Akira is undoubtedly spoiling her with treats. The sound brings a smile to my face. She's settled into life here so completely. It's hard to remember a time before her small presence filled these halls with laughter. But now I need to have a conversation I've been dreading and anticipating in equal measure. I knock twice on the heavy oak door, waiting for Rovak's gruff permission before entering. His office is exactly what you'd expect from a demon who built his fortune through sheer determination and calculated intimidation. Dark leather furniture, shelves lined with ledgers and trade agreements, and a massive desk that serves as both workspace and barrier between him and anyone foolish enough to waste his time. Rovak himself sits behind that imposing desk, his obsidian horns catching the light from the window as he reviews what appears to be shipping manifests. Even seated, his presence fills the room, all controlled power and barely leashed intensity. His pitch-black eyes flick up to meet mine, red veins pulsing faintly as he takes in my expression. "You look like you're about to ask me for something," he observes, setting down his quill with deliberate precision. something you think I might refuse. Trust him to cut straight to the heart of it. After years of working together, of watching each other's backs through trade negotiations that could turn deadly without warning, he can read me like one of his precious contracts. I need a favor. I step fully into the room, closing the door behind me. Tomorrow night. His eyebrows rise slightly, the only indication of surprise on his granite features. Let me guess. You need us to watch Thessaly. Just for the evening. A few hours at most. I cross to the chair opposite his desk, but don't sit, too restless to settle. Leora loves having her around anyway. True enough. Rovak leans back in his chair, the leather creaking under his weight. A slow smile spreads across his face, the kind that usually precedes him saying something that will irritate me beyond measure. This wouldn't have anything to do with a certain pretty human girl Tom mentioned visiting the estate, would it? Heat crawls up my neck and I shoot him a withering look. I specifically told that gossiping bastard to keep his mouth shut. You know better than that. Tell Tom not to spread news, and he'll have it halfway across Sarzarok before sunset. Rovak's grin widens, revealing the sharp points of his tusks. Besides, he was impressed. Said she looked you right in the eye without flinching. Called her spirited. I can picture Tom's assessment perfectly. The old groundskeeper has opinions about everyone who enters this estate, and his approval isn't easily won. The fact that he liked Anira enough to gossip about her with Rovak speaks volumes. Her name is Anira. The admission feels strangely formal, like I'm introducing something precious to hostile territory. And yes, I'm taking her out tomorrow night. About damn time! Rovak's expression shifts to something that might be pride, if demons were capable of such straightforward emotions. I was starting to think you'd sworn off women entirely. I don't recall asking for your commentary on my personal life. Too bad. You're getting it anyway. He reaches for a crystal decanter on his desk, pouring himself a measure of amaranth despite the early hour. Of course we'll watch Thessaly. Leora will probably insist on making her one of those ridiculous blanket forts in the sitting room. Relief floods through me, though I try not to let it show on my face. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. I have conditions. My eyes narrow. I should have known this would come with strings attached. What kind of conditions? When do Leora and I get to meet this Anira properly? He takes a sip of his drink, savoring both the alcohol and my obvious discomfort. Can't have you courting someone we know nothing about. I'm not letting you anywhere near her. The words come out sharper than I intended, protective instincts flaring. You'll terrify her just by existing. I'm wounded. Rovak presses a hand to his chest in mock hurt, though his grin never wavers. Truly devastated by your lack of faith in my social skills. You don't have social skills. You have intimidation tactics disguised as conversation. Fair point. He shrugs, unbothered by the accusation. But I seem to recall a certain someone sticking his damn nose into my relationship with Leora. Repeatedly. What was it you said? Stop being a stubborn bastard and tell her how you feel. The memory makes me grimace. Those were dark months, watching Rovak pine for Leora, while convincing himself he could never have her, while she pined right back and assumed he only tolerated her presence. Their mutual stupidity had been painful to witness. That was different. How? You were being an idiot. And you're not? Rovak leans forward, his expression growing more serious despite the teasing edge to his voice. You've been alone since I've known you, Avenor. Never shown interest in anyone. Never brought anyone home. Then this woman appears and suddenly you're asking for babysitting services and actually smiling. If that doesn't warrant investigation, I don't know what does. His words hit closer to the truth than I'm comfortable acknowledging. Anira has changed something fundamental in me, awakened desires I'd buried so deep I'd forgotten they existed. The thought of her smile, of the way she softened when Thessaly reached for her, sends warmth spreading through my chest. But the idea of subjecting her to Rovak's particular brand of protective interrogation makes my skin crawl. She's not ready for the full force of your personality, I say carefully. She's been through enough without you looming over her like an approaching storm. Something flickers in Rovak's eyes, understanding, perhaps, or recognition of a fellow survivor. He's always been able to spot the walking wounded, maybe because he knows the signs so well himself. Fair enough, he concedes, but I get to meet her eventually. As your best friend, it's my right. I can't help the snort that escapes me. Best friend? That's presumptuous. Oh, really? He arches one eyebrow, the gesture somehow managing to convey both amusement and challenge. Then who would you say holds that honored position? The answer comes without hesitation, backed by years of shared conversations and quiet understanding. Leora. Rovak's mouth drops open, genuine shock replacing his cocky grin. Leora? She's the one who listened when I worried about Thessaly's nightmares. She's the one who helped me figure out how to braid her hair properly. She's the one who told me to apologize to Anira when I messed things up. I head toward the door, enjoying his obvious indignation. We both know it's not true, and he's been there every step of the way, too. But I love to play with him. You just growl and drink amaranth. I do not just... He starts to protest, but I'm already reaching for the door handle. Thanks for watching Thessaly tomorrow, I call over my shoulder. Try not to traumatize her with any of your bedtime stories about disemboweling trade rivals. Avenor! His voice follows me into the hallway, rich with outraged dignity. Get back here, you silver-haired bastard! I am absolutely your best friend! I close the door firmly behind me, cutting off what promises to be a lengthy defense of his friendship credentials. His muffled protests continue through the heavy wood, growing more creative in their profanity as I walk away. The sound of Thessaly's laughter drifts from the kitchen, bright and musical in the afternoon air. I find myself smiling as I head toward her, anticipation building in my chest. Tomorrow night I'll have Anira to myself. No market crowds, no watchful eyes, no need to measure every word before speaking. Just the two of us, and whatever possibilities that might bring. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 12. Avenor. I've never been nervous, not once in my entire life. Not when I faced down 3 armed smugglers in a Bilganith alley with nothing but a dagger and stubborn pride. Not when Rovak first dragged me before the estate's trade council to explain why I'd broken protocol to stop a weapons deal. Not even when I found Thessaly in that burned-out alley, tiny and helpless and depending on me to keep her alive. But standing here at the edge of the market square, waiting for Anira, My hands won't stop fidgeting with the leather ties on my jacket. My pulse hammers against my throat like it's trying to escape, and I've checked the position of the sun at least 6 times in the past 10 minutes. This is ridiculous. I'm a demon guard trained in combat and intimidation, not some green boy meeting his first crush. Yet here I am, smoothing down my hair for the 3rd time, and wondering if I should have worn something other than black. The market bustles around me with its usual late afternoon energy. Vendors call out their wares while customers haggle over prices, the air thick with the scent of roasted meat and spices. A merchant demon hauls a cart of Zinthra past me, the wheels creaking against the cobblestones, but I barely register the familiar sounds. All my attention focuses on the crowd, searching for a flash of honey-brown skin and those pale green eyes that haunted my thoughts all day. Then I see her. Anira emerges from between 2 fruit stalls, and the sight of her stops my breath completely. She's wearing a deep blue dress that brings out the green in her eyes, the fabric flowing around her small frame like water. Her black hair falls loose around her shoulders instead of braided, catching the dying sunlight with threads of amber. She moves with that careful grace I've come to recognize, always aware of her surroundings, always ready to fade into the background if needed. But tonight, she's not fading. Tonight, she's walking straight toward me with purpose in her stride. "You look beautiful," I tell her when she reaches me, the words escaping before I can second-guess them. Color blooms across her cheeks, but she doesn't look away. "Thank you. You clean up pretty well yourself." Her gaze travels over me, taking in my black leather jacket, the silver buckles at my wrists, the way I've actually bothered to comb my hair properly, instead of just running my fingers through it. The appreciation in her eyes sends heat coursing through my veins. "I was worried you might change your mind," she admits, her voice softer now that we're close enough to speak without the whole market listening. "Not a chance." The admission comes out rougher than I intended, weighted with more honesty than either of us expected. "I've been thinking about this all day." She bites her lower lip, a gesture that draws my attention to her mouth and makes my pulse kick up another notch. "So what did you want to do?" I have to admit, I don't know much about this sort of thing. The vulnerability in her confession makes something protective flare in my chest. Of course she doesn't. When would she have had the chance? From what little she's shared, her life has been work and survival, with precious little room for romance or courtship. A slow smile spreads across my face, the kind that usually makes opponents in negotiations start sweating. But with Anira, it's pure anticipation rather than intimidation. "I have plans for you." Her eyebrows rise, wariness flickering in her expression. "What kind of plans?" "The kind that involve getting you away from all these prying eyes?" I gesture toward the market crowd, where I've already spotted at least 3 vendors watching our interaction with obvious interest. "Come on." I start walking, leading her toward the merchant district where the shops sell everything from weapons to household goods. She falls into step beside me, close enough that I catch the scent of meadowmint clinging to her hair. "Where are we going?" she asks, curiosity replacing the wariness in her tone. "You'll see." The supply shop I have in mind sits tucked between a blacksmith and a fabric merchant, its wooden sign carved with symbols indicating general goods. I've done business with the owner, a gruff human named Hagen, enough times that he owed me a favor I'd called in yesterday with very specific instructions. The bell above the door chimes as we enter, the interior dim after the bright afternoon sun. Shelves line the walls, packed with everything from cooking supplies to travel gear. But Hagen himself emerges from the back room before we can properly look around. "Avenor." He nods to me, then his gaze shifts to Anira with open curiosity. "And this must be the lady you mentioned." "Anira! Meet Hagen! Hagen! Anira!" I keep the introduction brief, not wanting to linger in explanations. "Is everything ready?" "Course it is." Hagen disappears behind his counter and emerges with a wicker basket, its contents hidden beneath a checkered cloth. Everything you asked for, plus a few extras I thought you might appreciate. He hands me the basket with a knowing grin that makes me want to punch him. Instead, I pass him the small pouch of lummy we'd agreed on and steer Anira back toward the door. "What's in there?" she asks once we're outside again, eyeing the basket with open suspicion. "Food, blankets, a few other things." I shift the basket to one arm, enjoying the way her curiosity wars with her natural caution. "Trust me. I'm starting to think you enjoy being mysterious. Only with you." The admission slips out before I can stop it, carrying more weight than a simple flirtation should bear. Something shifts in the air between us, a tension that has nothing to do with fear and everything to do with the growing connection neither of us can ignore. Anira's step falters slightly, her eyes searching my face. "Avenor, come on." I start walking again before she can finish whatever she was going to say, before this moment can become something too heavy for either of us to carry. We're not there yet. I lead her through the winding streets of Sarzirok, away from the busy merchant quarter and toward the city's outskirts. The buildings grow smaller and more scattered as we walk, residential areas giving way to open ground dotted with scraggly trees and wild grass. The sun hangs low on the horizon now, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. Soon the evening's magic will wake, those floating lights that appear each night to guide travelers and lovers alike. "Are we leaving the city?" Anira asks, glancing back toward the distant rooftops. "Just the edges of it." I guide her along a narrow path that winds upward, toward the cliffs that overlook the valley below. "There's a place I want to show you." The path is steep enough that we have to concentrate on our footing, conversation giving way to focused climbing. But I'm hyper-aware of her presence beside me, the way she moves with quiet efficiency, never complaining about the exertion, her attention split between the treacherous ground and the changing landscape around us. Finally, the path levels out, bringing us to a natural shelf of rock that juts out from the cliff face. The view stretches for miles, rolling hills dotted with farms, the river winding silver through the valley, and Sarzirok itself sprawling in the distance like a jewel scattered across the earth. But it's not the view that makes this place special. As the last of the daylight fades, tiny points of light begin to appear in the air around us. They start as barely visible sparks, then grow brighter and more numerous, floating without support or flame. Magic made manifest, beautiful and inexplicable. Anira's gasp is soft but audible in the growing quiet. What are they? No one knows exactly, I admit, setting the basket down on a flat section of rock. They appear every night at sunset, all along these cliffs. Some say they're the spirits of ancient magic. Others think they're just beautiful for the sake of being beautiful. The lights drift closer, curious and harmless, casting everything in a warm, golden glow. One brushes past Anira's shoulder, and she reaches up instinctively, her fingers passing through it like warm air. "They're incredible," she breathes, wonder replacing every trace of wariness in her expression. And suddenly, I understand why I brought her here. Not just for the privacy, though that matters too. But because I wanted to see exactly this. Anira with her guard down, her face soft with amazement, surrounded by magic and beauty and possibility. I wanted to give her something perfect. I pull out a thick woolen blanket from the basket and spread it across the stone, the fabric settling into the natural contours of the rock. The floating lights drift around us like curious spirits, casting everything in that warm, ethereal glow that makes the ordinary world feel touched by magic. "Come on," I gesture to the blanket, settling myself on one edge, "unless you prefer standing for dinner." Anira laughs, the sound bright and genuine. I suppose sitting would be more civilized. She settles beside me, close enough that I catch the scent of meadow mint in her hair again, but far enough that we're not touching. Yet. The careful distance she maintains tells me she's still feeling her way through this, still deciding how much trust to offer. I unpack the basket with deliberate care, revealing Hagen's handiwork, his payment for running his big mouth. Fresh bread, still warm, a selection of cheeses and cured meats, a bottle of wine that cost me more lummy than I'll admit to anyone. And at the bottom, wrapped in soft cloth, the honeyed pastries from her favorite baker. "You remembered," she says softly, her fingers brushing over the pastries with something like reverence. Hard to forget something that made you smile like that. The admission comes easier now, with the floating lights around us, and the city spread below like a promise of possibilities. I may have asked Hagen to make a special trip to that bakery this afternoon. You... She looks up at me, those pale green eyes wide with surprise. You went to extra trouble. For me. Yeah, well... I tear off a piece of bread, suddenly needing something to do with my hands. Don't let it go to your head. But she's already smiling, and the warmth in her expression makes my chest tight in ways I'm not used to feeling. This woman, this careful, guarded human who flinches from most demons, is looking at me like I've given her something precious. Tell me about this bakery, I say, partly to distract myself from the way her smile affects me, partly because I genuinely want to know. You seem to know your way around good pastries. Her expression softens with memory, and she breaks off a small piece of the honeyed treat. My father owned a bakery. Before we moved here. She pauses, something flickering across her face too quickly for me to identify. I spent most of my childhood covered in flour, learning to knead dough and time the ovens. What kind of bakery? I pour wine into 2 small cups, Hagen included, offering her one. Everything, really. She accepts the cup, her fingers brushing mine briefly, a contact that sends heat shooting up my arm. Bread, of course, but also celebration cakes, sweet rolls, meat pies for the lunch crowd. Father had this way of making even the simplest loaf taste like something special. The way she talks about it, there's love in her voice, but also loss, carefully contained behind walls I'm only beginning to glimpse. You must miss it, I observe, settling back against the rock face. I do. She takes a sip of wine, her eyes distant. There's something about baking that's peaceful, predictable. Flour and water and heat always behave the same way if you know what you're doing. It was the one place where I felt like I could control the outcome. The careful way she phrases that last part tells me there's a story there. Something about her life where control was taken away, where predictability became a luxury she couldn't afford. But I don't push. Not tonight. What about you? She asks, turning the attention back to me. How did you end up working for Rovak? That's not exactly a typical career path. I laugh, remembering those early days. No, it definitely wasn't part of any grand plan. I tear off another piece of bread, using the motion to organize my thoughts. I was working the docks in Bilgonith, mostly cargo inspection and security. Boring as hell, but it paid well enough. Bilgonith, she repeats. That's on the other side of the island. Yeah, about as far from Sarzirok as you can get without swimming. I take a long drink of wine, feeling the alcohol warm my blood. Anyway, there was this smuggling operation running weapons through the port. Nothing too sophisticated, but they were bribing the right people and staying under the radar. Anira leans forward slightly, interest sparking in her eyes. What kind of weapons? The kind that could level city blocks if you knew how to use them properly. My voice turns grim at the memory. Banned magical artifacts, mostly. The sort of thing that makes even demons nervous when it shows up in the wrong hands. So what did you do? What any sensible person would do. I grin at her. I broke up their entire operation in one night, arrested half their crew, and ended up with a reputation for being either very brave or very stupid. She laughs, the sound carrying across the cliff. Which was it? Definitely stupid. I was barely 25, cocky as hell, and absolutely convinced I could handle anything. I shake my head at my younger self's arrogance. Turned out I was right, but only because I got lucky. Could have easily ended up dead in that warehouse. But you didn't. No, I didn't. And word got back to Rovak about this idiot dock guard who'd single-handedly dismantled a weapons ring that had been operating for months. I can still remember the day Rovak showed up at the port office, all 7 feet of intimidating demon authority. He offered me a job on the spot. Just like that? Just like that. Said he needed people who could think on their feet and weren't afraid to take risks when it mattered. I pause, remembering that conversation. Also said he was tired of guards who needed their hands held through every decision. Anira grins. I can't imagine you needing your hand held for anything. Not my strong suit, no. The floating lights drift closer, one of them hovering just above Anira's shoulder like it's drawn to her warmth. Anyway, I took the job, moved to Sarzirok, and discovered that working for Rovak was different than I'd expected. Different how? He's not like other demon nobles. He doesn't treat his people like possessions or tools to be used up and discarded. I think about Leora, about the way Rovak looks at her and Nala. And he's got this human woman, Leora, and her daughter Nala, 4 years old, endless energy, completely fearless. The warmth that creeps into my voice when I mention them is impossible to hide. These people have become family to me in ways I never expected. You care about them, Anira observes, and there's something careful in her tone. Not judgment exactly, but evaluation. Yeah, I do. I meet her eyes directly, letting her see the truth of it. She's been through a lot, but she's got this quiet strength that humbles me sometimes. And Nala, she's this bright little spark who sees good in everyone, even grumpy demon guards who try to act tough. Anira's expression softens. She sounds wonderful. She is. And she loves having Thessaly as her best friend. They're practically sisters at this point. I can't help but smile thinking about the two of them together. Something flickers across Anira's face. Pain, maybe, or longing. But it's gone so quickly I might have imagined it. You're good with children, she says finally. Apparently. Though I think it's more that they're good with me. I lean back, studying her face in the golden light, but I can see her walls starting to move back up, and I know I need to course correct. I didn't mean to go in this direction. It's just that Thessaly is my whole life. Anira... The weather's changing, she says abruptly, pointing toward the horizon. I follow her gaze and see the storm clouds building in the distance, dark masses rolling in from the west. The floating lights around us begin to dim slightly, responding to the shift in atmospheric pressure. Yeah, I agree reluctantly, recognizing the dismissal for what it is. We should probably head back before it hits. But neither of us moves immediately. The storm is still miles away, giving us at least another hour before the rain reaches us. Yet the moment has shifted. The easy intimacy we'd been building fractured by whatever memories my question triggered. I start packing up the remains of our meal, moving slowly to give her time to compose herself. The bread goes back in the basket, followed by the cheese and the half-empty bottle of wine. My hands work automatically while my mind races, trying to figure out how to salvage this. Avenor. Her voice is quiet, threaded with something that might be regret. Yeah? Thank you. For tonight. For all of this. She gestures toward the blanket, the basket, the magical lights floating around us. It's been perfect. The past tense in her words sends a trickle of panic through me. She's already ending this in her mind, already pulling back behind those walls that keep her safe and alone. It doesn't have to be over, I tell her, meeting her eyes directly. The storm's still far enough away. No. She stands, brushing invisible crumbs from her dress. It's better if we go now. But she doesn't move toward the path. Instead, she stands there looking down at me, conflict written across every line of her face, like she wants to stay just as much as she needs to leave. The storm clouds continue their slow advance across the sky, and I know our time is running out whether we're ready for it or not.
Chapter 13. Anira. The first fat raindrops hit my cheek as I stand there, frozen between wanting to stay and needing to flee. The storm I'd pointed out as an excuse moves faster than either of us anticipated, rolling across the valley like a dark tide. Damn. Avenor scrambles to his feet, shoving the last of our things into the basket. That's moving way too fast. Thunder rumbles in the distance, and the magical lights around us begin to fade, retreating from the approaching weather. What had been a gentle evening breeze turns sharp and cold, cutting through the thin fabric of my dress. We need to get you home. He's already shaking out the blanket, folding it with quick, efficient movements. Now. Another gust of wind whips across the cliff, carrying the scent of rain and ozone. I wrap my arms around myself, suddenly aware of how exposed we are up here, how far from shelter. I can make it back on my own, I start to say, but Avenor's already beside me, one hand on my elbow to steady me against the wind. You don't know a thing about me if you think I'll let that happen. His voice carries that edge of authority I've glimpsed before, the demon guard used to making decisions and having them followed. You'll be soaked through before you're halfway down the path. The sky opens up as if responding to his words, rain falling in earnest now. Not the gentle shower I'd expected, but a proper downpour that soaks through my hair within seconds. I gasp at the shock of cold water against my skin, my dress already beginning to cling uncomfortably. Hold still. Avenor sets the basket down and extends his hands, navy blue eyes narrowing in concentration. The air around us shimmers, and suddenly the rain stops. Not the storm itself. I can still see it falling in sheets just beyond an invisible barrier that curves over us like a protective dome. The magical shield ripples slightly where the water hits it, casting strange patterns of light across Avenor's face. How are you doing that? I breathe, reaching up to touch the barrier. My fingers pass through it easily, coming back wet, but the space where we stand remains perfectly dry. I've got a bit of magic. He picks up the basket again, his free hand finding the small of my back to guide me toward the path. Not particularly complicated, but it takes concentration to maintain while moving, so try not to distract me on the way down. The trail back to the city proves treacherous in the rain. What had been merely steep on the way up becomes slippery and dangerous now. Loose stones turn to hazards under our feet. The magical barrier moves with us, but I can see the strain in Avenor's face as he maintains it, while navigating the treacherous footing. This is too much, I tell him, as we reach a particularly narrow section where the path winds between jagged rocks. Just let it drop. I can handle getting wet. No. The word comes out sharp, final. You're not built for this kind of cold, and that dress won't keep you warm once it's soaked through. His matter-of-fact concern sends warmth spiralling through my chest, a feeling I'm not used to and don't quite know how to process. When was the last time someone worried about my comfort? My safety? The thought is both wonderful and terrifying. We make it to the bottom of the cliff, just as the storm reaches its full fury. Rain hammers against Avenor's magical shield, the sound like pebbles thrown against glass. Lightning illuminates the landscape in stark, brilliant flashes, followed by thunder that I feel in my bones. The streets of Sazerok are already flooding, water rushing down the cobblestones in impromptu rivers. Other people dart between buildings, seeking shelter wherever they can find it. but we move through the chaos in our bubble of dry calm. This way. Avenor guides me into the narrow alleyways that wind between the older buildings, his hand warm and steady against my back. The alleys are barely wide enough for 2 people, forcing us closer together. His shoulder brushes mine with every step, and I'm hyper-aware of his presence beside me, the heat radiating from his body, the way he adjusts his pace to match mine, the protective curve of his arm around my waist when we have to navigate around a particularly deep puddle. The magical barrier compresses around us in the tight space, bringing us even closer. I can smell the rain-washed air mixing with something distinctly him, leather and steel and something darker, more primal, something that makes my pulse quicken and my skin feel too sensitive. Are you warm enough? His voice rumbles low near my ear, and I suppress a shiver that has nothing to do with the cold. Yes. The word comes out breathier than I intended. Your magic is impressive. A smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. You should see what I can do when I'm really trying to show off. The easy confidence in his voice, the way his eyes crinkle slightly when he grins. It's almost unfair how attractive he is. The rain has darkened his silver hair, making it look almost black in the stormlight, and droplets cling to his eyelashes despite the magical barrier. His jacket fits him perfectly, emphasizing the lean strength of his frame and the confident way he moves through the chaos around us. I've spent so long focused on survival, on just getting through each day, that I'd forgotten what it felt like to simply want someone. To look at a man and feel that flutter of attraction, that warmth that spreads from your chest outward until it reaches your fingertips. Careful, he murmurs, his hand tightening on my waist as I stumble slightly on the wet stones. Almost there. The contact sends heat shooting through me, and I find myself leaning into his touch instead of pulling away. When was the last time I let someone this close? When did I stop flinching every time a man reached for me? We turn another corner, emerging onto the slightly wider street where my boarding house sits. The familiar sight of its weathered brick facade and crooked shutters should be comforting, but instead I feel a sharp pang of disappointment. The evening is ending, this perfect magical night dissolving back into ordinary reality. That one? Avenor nods toward my building, and I realise I've stopped walking. Yes. I force my feet to move again, carrying me toward the narrow steps that lead to the front door. We stop at the base of the steps, still sheltered under his protective dome. The rain continues to fall around us, turning the night into a symphony of water and wind and distant thunder. Street lamps flicker through the downpour, casting wavering pools of light that make everything look dreamlike. Thank you, I tell him, suddenly aware that words feel inadequate for what I'm trying to express. For dinner, for the view, for keeping me dry. For all of it. Thank you for coming with me. His free hand reaches up, fingers brushing a strand of wet hair away from my face. I wasn't sure you would. The gentle touch makes my breath catch. Standing this close, I can see the flecks of silver in his navy eyes, the sharp line of his jaw, the way his lips curve in that half-smile that's become so familiar. I wasn't sure either, I admit. I don't usually. This isn't something I do. What isn't? This. Trust. Letting someone... I struggle for the right words, aware that I'm revealing more than I intended. Letting someone take care of me. Something shifts in his expression, a softness that transforms his features from merely handsome to something that makes my chest tight with unnamed longing. Why not? The question is gentle, curious rather than demanding. Because the last time I trusted someone, I lost everything. Because caring about people means they can hurt you in ways that never heal. Because I had someone to take care of once, and I failed her so completely that... The words crowd up in my throat, desperate to be spoken. The truth about the baby I lost, about the fire that took everything, about the way I've spent the last 2 years searching for a child who might not even be alive, about how being around Thessaly both soothes and tortures me, how every time I see her golden eyes, I think of another little girl with features I can barely remember. Anira? Avenor's voice brings me back to the present, concern creasing his brow. I swallow hard, forcing the confession back down. Not tonight, not when everything has been so perfect. I've learned to rely on myself. It's safer that way. He studies my face for a long moment, and I have the unsettling feeling that he sees more than I want him to. But he doesn't push, doesn't demand explanations I'm not ready to give. I understand, he says simply, and somehow I believe he does. Lightning flashes overhead, illuminating his face in stark detail. The aristocratic cheekbones, the pointed ears that twitch slightly when he's thinking, the silver hair that looks almost white in the electric light. He's beautiful in the way demons often are, sharp and dangerous and utterly compelling. But it's not just his looks that draw me. It's the way he listened tonight without judging, the way he remembered small details about what I liked, the careful attention he paid to my comfort. It's the gentleness in his hands and the genuine warmth in his eyes when he talks about the people he cares about. It's the way he makes me feel like I might be worth taking care of. I should go in, I say, though I make no move toward the steps. You should, he agrees, but his hand is still cupping my cheek, thumb brushing across my skin with feather-light pressure. The magical barrier shimmers around us, and I can see the effort it's taking for him to maintain it. But he doesn't seem in any hurry to let me go, and I find myself leaning into his touch despite every rational thought screaming that this is dangerous territory. Anira. My name sounds different in his voice, rougher somehow, weighted with something I don't dare name. He leans closer, and for a moment I think he's going to kiss me. My heart hammers against my ribs, and I tilt my face up toward his, lips parting slightly in anticipation. Instead, his lips brush against my forehead, soft and warm and achingly gentle. The kiss is chaste, protective rather than passionate, but it sends electricity shooting through every nerve in my body. I'll see you soon, he murmurs against my skin, the words a promise and a question rolled into one. Then he's stepping back, the magical barrier dissolving as he releases his hold on the spell. Rain immediately soaks through my hair and dress, but I barely notice the cold. I'm too focused on the warmth lingering where his lips touched my skin, on the way my entire world seems to have shifted in the space of a single perfect evening. Soon, I whisper back, then turn and run up the steps before I can change my mind about leaving. The dream comes in many variations. This time, I'm in the bakery, kneading dough in the early morning light. My hands work the warm, yielding mass while she sleeps in her basket nearby, making those soft little sounds that newborns make. The scent of rising bread fills the air, mixing with the sweetness of her skin and the faint lavender oil I rub into her hair each night. Everything is perfect, safe, normal. Then I smell the smoke. It starts as just a whisper in the air, so faint I almost miss it. But smoke has a way of announcing itself, creeping into your lungs and making your throat tighten with the first taste of danger. I look up from my work, flour still dusting my hands, and see the orange glow flickering through the window. No, I whisper, but the word dissolves into ash on my tongue. The fire spreads faster than thought, faster than fear. One moment the street outside is quiet in the pre-dawn darkness, and the next it's alive with screaming and the sound of windows exploding from the heat. I can hear the demons laughing somewhere in the chaos, their voices carrying over the crackling flames like they're enjoying a particularly entertaining show. I run to her basket, my baby girl with her perfect golden eyes and skin like warm honey. She's awake now, fussing at the sudden commotion, tiny fists waving in the air. When I lift her, She settles immediately against my chest, trusting me completely to keep her safe. "I've got you," I tell her, pressing my lips to the soft crown of her head. "Mama's got you." But the fire is everywhere now, eating through the wooden walls like a living thing. The door is already blocked, flames licking around the frame in hungry tongues. The stairs to the upper floors groan and collapse in a shower of sparks. There's nowhere to go, nowhere to run. I clutch her tighter, backing toward the rear of the bakery where the ovens stand cold and dark. My bare feet slip on flour scattered across the floor, and I nearly fall, catching myself against the wooden counter. She starts to cry then, a thin wail that cuts through the roar of flames and makes my chest constrict with terror. "Shh, baby girl, shh." My voice cracks as I try to soothe her, but how do you comfort someone when you can't even breathe? The smoke is getting thicker, burning my lungs with each desperate gasp. "Everything's going to be okay." The lie tastes like ashes. A beam crashes down behind us, sending up a shower of sparks and cutting off our last escape route. The heat is unbearable now, pressing against my back like a living thing. I can feel it singing the ends of my hair, can smell the acrid stench of my nightgown beginning to smoulder. She's screaming now, the sound high and desperate and so heartbreakingly helpless. I press her face against my shoulder, trying to shield her from the smoke, but there's nowhere to hide from it. It fills the room like water, drowning us both in its suffocating embrace. "Please," I sob to no one, to the empty air, to any god who might be listening. "Please don't let her suffer." The ceiling above us groans, a warning sound that sends ice through my veins, despite the terrible heat. I look up and see the wooden beams sagging, cracks spreading across the plaster like spider webs. It's going to fall. In seconds, maybe less, it's all going to come crashing down. I dive toward the corner, trying to put my body between her and the inevitable collapse. If I can just shield her, if I can take the impact myself, maybe. The world explodes into pain and darkness as something massive slams into the back of my skull. My vision goes white, then black, and I feel myself falling forward. The last thing I hear is her crying, that piercing wail that cuts through consciousness like a blade. Then nothing. I wake sobbing, my nightgown soaked with sweat despite the cool air drifting through my small window. My hands clutch at my chest, searching for the weight of her small body, for the reassurance of her heartbeat against mine. But there's nothing. Just the hollow ache that's lived beneath my ribs for 2.5 years. "She's not here," I whisper to the empty room, the words a ritual I perform every time the dream comes. "She's not here, and neither is the fire." But my body doesn't believe me. My heart hammers against my ribs like it's trying to escape, and I can still taste smoke on my tongue. The phantom scent of burning wood clings to my hair, mixing with the salt of tears I don't remember shedding. I sit up in bed, pulling my knees to my chest and wrapping my arms around them. The small room feels impossibly large in the darkness, every shadow hiding threats my rational mind knows aren't there. The boarding house is quiet, except for the soft snores coming from Mrs. Henley's room below, and the distant patter of rain against the windows. Rain. Like tonight, when Avenor kept me dry beneath his magical barrier. When he touched my face with such gentleness that I forgot for just a moment that caring about someone means risking everything. The thought of him sends a fresh wave of tears down my cheeks, though I can't say exactly why. Maybe it's because for the first time in 2 years, I allowed myself to imagine a future that didn't revolve around searching for her. Maybe it's because when he kissed my forehead, I felt something I thought had died in that fire. Hope. I've spent so long focused on survival, on the careful routine of working and searching, and trying not to think too much about what comes next. But tonight changed something. Sitting beside him on that cliff, watching his face light up when he talked about the people he loved, I glimpsed what my life could become if I let it. The realization terrifies me. All this time I've told myself that finding her is the only thing that matters, that nothing else can happen, nothing else can begin, until I know what became of my baby girl. It's been my anchor, the one solid thing in a world that became liquid the moment I woke up in that healer's tent and learned she was gone. But tonight, when Avenor talked about children and his daughter, I knew it was something I wanted. Not someday, not in some distant future when I've made peace with my loss. Right now, with him. The want hits me hard, so sudden and fierce that I had to leave before it overwhelmed me completely. Because wanting something new feels like betraying her memory, like admitting that I've given up hope of ever holding her again. I press my face against my knees, breathing in the familiar scent of the lavender soap I used to wash my hair. It's the same soap I used to rub into her scalp, the same scent that clung to my hands when I touched her soft skin. For 2 years, it's been a comfort and a torment, a way of keeping her close even when everything else about her has started to fade. But now it just smells like the past. My body shakes with fresh sobs as the truth I've been avoiding finally surfaces. I don't remember her face anymore. Not really. I know she had golden eyes and warm brown skin. Know she had a tiny birthmark shaped like a crescent moon just behind her left ear. But when I try to picture her, all I see are fragments, a curve of cheek, a flash of those bright eyes, the way her fingers curled around mine when she nursed. The details blur together, becoming less specific with each passing day. Sometimes I catch myself substituting Thessaly's features, using the memory of another child's smile to fill in the gaps where my daughter's face used to be. It feels like the worst kind of betrayal, but I can't seem to stop myself from doing it. What kind of mother forgets her own child's face? The question sits in my chest like a weight, making it hard to breathe. I've always told myself that the love remains even when the memory fades, that what matters is the feeling she left behind, rather than the specifics of her features. But lying here in the dark, I'm not sure I believe that anymore. Maybe the real reason I was so drawn to Thessaly wasn't because she reminded me of my lost daughter. Maybe it's because she showed me what I actually want. Not the ghost of what I've lost, but the possibility of what I could still have. The thought makes me feel sick and hopeful in equal measure. Because if that's true, if I'm ready to want something beyond my grief, then what does that say about the promises I made in that hospital tent? What does it say about the way I've spent the last 2 years searching every face, chasing every rumour, refusing to accept that she might really be gone? Fresh tears spill down my cheeks as I finally acknowledge what I've been too afraid to admit. I'm tired. Bone deep, soul deep tired of carrying this pain everywhere I go. Tired of measuring every decision against the possibility that she might still be out there somewhere, waiting for me to find her. Tired of living in the space between hope and acceptance, unable to fully inhabit either one. For the first time since the fire, I let myself imagine what it would feel like to stop searching. To wake up in the morning and think about something other than where I haven't looked yet, who I haven't asked. To plan for tomorrow instead of trying to undo yesterday. To let myself want Avenor without feeling like I'm abandoning her. The image that surfaces in my mind, me in his arms, his hands gentle on my skin, a future stretching ahead of us that doesn't revolve around loss, makes me cry harder. Because it's beautiful and terrible and completely impossible. Because even thinking about it feels like stepping off a cliff with no idea what waits at the bottom. Because part of me, the part that's been holding vigil for 2.5 years, whispers that good mothers don't give up. That love means never stopping, never accepting, never moving forward until you have answers. But another part of me, the part that felt so right sitting beside Avenor tonight, argues back. Maybe love also means knowing when to let go. Maybe it means allowing yourself to build something new instead of spending your whole life trying to resurrect what's already gone. I don't know which voice to trust. I don't know how to tell the difference between giving up and moving on, between honouring her memory and letting it consume me. All I know is that the dream is fading now, taking with it the phantom smell of smoke and the echo of her cries. What remains is the taste of possibility, sweet and terrifying as first love.
Chapter 14. Avenir. The Festival of the Seven transforms Sazerac into something I barely recognize. Banners in deep crimson and midnight blue hang from every building, each one bearing the symbols of our gods: Axaris's crossed swords, Zydra's shattered crown, Oltic's mountain peak. The air thrums with energy, magic sparking from vendor stalls and street performers who juggle flames that never burn their hands. Avi! Look! Thessaly bounces in my arms, her small finger pointing at a group of musicians whose instruments glow with enchanted light. Pretty music. Very pretty, little one. I adjust my hold on her, making sure she has a good view over the crowd. At 2.5, she's getting heavy, but I wouldn't dream of putting her down in this chaos. Rovac walks beside me, Nala perched on his massive shoulders like she's claimed the best seat in the house. The little girl chatters non-stop, her 4-year-old vocabulary working overtime to describe everything she sees. Look, Tessie! The man has fire that doesn't burn. Nala's voice carries that note of wonder that only children manage. Do you think he's magic like Papa? Magic! Thessaly claps her hands together, nearly smacking me in the face with her enthusiasm. AV magic, too. That's right. I shift her weight again, catching Lyora's amused smile. Everyone in our family has a little magic. Leora threads her arm through Rovac's free hand, and I notice how naturally he adjusts his stride to match hers. Even in a crowd this size, even with the noise and chaos of the festival, his attention never strays far from her. 2 years of being together, and he still looks at her like she's the most fascinating thing in any room. The flower vendor has Arison blossoms. Leora points to a stall draped in vibrant petals. Nala, would you like some for your hair? Yes, and Tessie too. Nala's legs kick excitedly against Rovac's chest. We can match! Match! Thessaly echoes, though I doubt she understands what they're talking about. She just likes agreeing with her favorite big sister. We make our way through the crowd, stopping at various stalls and watching street performers. Thessaly squeals with delight when a fire breather sends a column of flame shooting into the darkening sky, and Nala provides running commentary on everything from the food vendors to the way the magical lights dance between the buildings. Papa, can we have goddess hearts? Nala tugs on Rovac's hair to get his attention. Please. They smell good. Rovac glances at Leora, who nods with a smile. 1 each, he rumbles. And you have to eat actual dinner later. We will! Both girls chorus, though I suspect their definition of dinner and ours might differ significantly after they're full of fried dough and sugar. The festival grounds spread out before us in a maze of stalls, performers, and temporary stages where various acts entertain the crowd. Demons of all kinds mingle together. The towering Volvath like Rovac, sleek Gilak with their jewel-toned skin, and everything in between. Humans move among them freely, some wearing the collars that mark them as bonded, others clearly here as guests or workers. It's one of the few times of year when the rigid social structure of Sazerac relaxes, when everyone comes together to honor the Seven. I've always loved this festival, the way it transforms our harsh city into something almost magical. Avi, down! Thessaly starts wiggling in my arms, and I follow her gaze to see what's caught her attention. My breath stops. Anira stands near a jewelry vendor examining a pair of silver earrings that catch the magical light. She's wearing a dress I haven't seen before. Deep green fabric that brings out her eyes and hugs her curves in ways that make my mouth go dry. Her hair is loose tonight, falling in waves past her shoulders, and when she turns to speak to the vendor, I catch sight of the delicate line of her neck. Damn, she's beautiful. Down, Avi. Thessaly's demands become more insistent, and I realize I've been staring like an idiot. In a minute, little one. I try to get closer without losing sight of Anira in the crowd. Let me just... Anira turns at that moment, scanning the festival grounds with those pale green eyes. When she spots me, her whole face lights up with a smile that knocks the breath out of me. She raises her hand in a small wave, and I feel my chest tighten with something that's becoming uncomfortably familiar. Ani! Thessaly's shriek cuts through the festival noise like a blade. Before I can react, she's squirming out of my arms with the determination of a child who knows exactly what she wants. I manage to catch her before she hits the ground, but she's already pointing frantically toward Anira. Tessie want Ani! She looks up at me with those golden eyes that could convince me to do just about anything. Please, Avi. God's kid. I laugh despite myself, adjusting my grip on her. You've got excellent taste, I'll give you that. Anira has already started moving toward us, weaving through the crowd with graceful efficiency. When she reaches us, Thessaly practically launches herself from my arms into hers, wrapping her small arms around Anira's neck with fierce affection. Ani! You here! Thessaly pulls back to cup Anira's face in her tiny hands, her expression serious. I missed you. I missed you too, sweet girl. Anira's voice carries that soft warmth I've come to crave, and the way she holds Thessaly, like she's something precious, makes my chest ache in the best possible way. You look beautiful tonight. Rovi got flowers. Thessaly points to the arison blossom tucked behind her ear, which is already starting to wilt from her enthusiastic movements. And goddess hearts. I'm not so sure Anira understands the jumbled mess of syllables that those two words come out as, but she smiles all the same. That sounds wonderful. Anira catches my eye over Thessaly's head, and I see something there that wasn't present during our picnic. A softness, a kind of contentment that makes her even more stunning than usual. I should probably introduce you to the rest of my family, I say, nodding toward where Rovak and Leora wait with Nala, before Thessaly decides to give you a complete tour of the festival herself. Anira laughs, the sound bright and genuine. I'd like that. I guide her over to where Rovak stands, noting how his dark eyes assess her with the careful attention he gives anyone new in our orbit. Leora, on the other hand, looks delighted, her amber hazel eyes already warm with welcome. Anira, this is Rovak and Leora. I keep my hand on the small of Anira's back, a possessive gesture I don't bother to analyze. And I've told you a lot about this monster, I add, ruffling Nala's hair where she still perches on Rovak's shoulders. Nala, it's wonderful to meet you both. Anira's voice carries just the right amount of respect when she addresses Rovak, but her smile for Leora is genuine and warm. Avanor's told me so much about you. All good things, I hope. Leora steps forward, and I catch the slight widening of Anira's eyes as she takes in the casual way Leora touches Rovak's arm, the complete lack of deference in her posture. Nothing but. Anira's response is diplomatic, but I can see her curiosity. Here's a human woman who clearly holds an equal place in this household, who stands beside one of the most powerful demons in Sarzarok, like she belongs there. Ani! Nala finally notices the new addition to our group, bouncing excitedly on Rovak's shoulders. You came to the festival! Are you gonna come get goddess hearts with us? If you'll have me, Anira says, and the genuine affection in her voice when she talks to the girls never fails to catch me off guard. Actually, Leora interjects, glancing between Anira and me with a knowing smile, I was thinking Rovak and I could take the girls for goddess hearts, and maybe some of the other treats. Give you two a chance to enjoy the festival together. Rovak raises an eyebrow but doesn't argue, which tells me Leora probably discussed this with him beforehand. The woman has a talent for orchestrating situations that benefit everyone involved. Would you like that? I ask Anira, though I'm already hoping she'll say yes. The thought of having her to myself in this magical setting, away from the careful boundaries we've maintained during our market meetings, makes my pulse quicken. I'd love to. Her smile is answer enough, but the way she says it, soft and genuine and maybe a little breathless, makes me want to kiss her right here in front of half of Sarzirok. Tessie stay with Annie? Thessaly looks between us with the calculating expression she gets when she's trying to figure out how to get what she wants. Tessie comes with Nala and gets goddess hearts, Leora says firmly, reaching for the little girl. But you'll see Annie again very soon. Thessaly considers this for a moment, then nods solemnly. She leans over to give Anira a kiss on the cheek before allowing Leora to take her. Be good for Leora, I tell her, though we all know she'll be an angel for anyone who isn't me. Always good, Avi. Thessaly grins at me with chocolate-stained teeth from whatever she convinced someone to give her earlier. As they disappear into the crowd, Rovak's massive frame making him easy to track even in the festival chaos, I turn my full attention to Anira. The green dress clings to her curves in all the right places, the fabric shimmering slightly in the magical light. Her hair catches the glow from nearby lanterns. When she smiles up at me, I forget how to breathe properly. She's remarkable, Anira says, watching the group until they're out of sight. Leora, the way she belongs there, doesn't she? With Rovak? I hear the question she's not asking, the careful way she's probing to understand the dynamics she just witnessed. She's the center of everything for him, has been for years. But she's human. She's his mate. I shrug, though I understand her confusion. Rovak doesn't give a damn about what anyone else thinks about that arrangement. Never has. We start walking deeper into the festival, weaving between stalls selling everything from enchanted trinkets to traditional demon weapons. The crowd presses around us, but I keep my hand on Anira's elbow, guiding her through the chaos. How did they meet? She asks, genuine curiosity in her voice. She was brought to his estate when she was 16. Sold into service like a lot of humans who need protection or are running from something. I pause at a vendor selling beverages, studying the options. He was supposed to be her master, but Rovak's never been good at maintaining that kind of distance. The vendor, a Gilak demon with skin like polished emeralds, greets me with professional courtesy. What can I get you tonight? To Amaranth Neat. I place a few lummi on the counter, then glance at Anira. Unless you prefer something else. I've never tried Amaranth, she admits. Is it strong? Stronger than anything humans usually drink, I warn her. But it's traditional for the festival. Then I'll try it. She accepts the purple liquid with curiosity, holding it up to examine the way it catches the light. When did you know? About Rovak and Leora? I take a sip of my drink, feeling the familiar burn slide down my throat. That they were perfect for each other. Pretty much from the beginning. Took them longer to figure it out themselves. We walk past a group of musicians whose instruments glow with enchanted light, their melody weaving through the festival noise like magic itself. Anira moves beside me with unconscious grace, and I find myself watching the way the colored lights play across her skin, the way her dress moves with each step. You care about them a great deal, she observes, taking a careful sip of her amaranth and grimacing slightly at the burn. They're my family. The words come easier than they used to. Rovak has been my closest friend for years. Leora. She made us better. All of us. Anira nods thoughtfully, her attention focused on my face in a way that makes me want to tell her everything. About how Rovak gave me purpose and a home. About how watching him with Leora taught me what real love looked like. About how holding Thessaly that first night made me understand why people fight so hard to protect what matters. She's beautiful, Anira says softly, and the way she looks at Rovak, like he hung the stars just for her. He probably would if she asked. I laugh, remembering some of the ridiculous things Rovak has done over the years to make Leora smile. The man's completely gone for her. Has been since the day she walked into his life and refused to be intimidated by him. We pause near a fountain where magical lights dance across the water in patterns that shift and change with the music. Anira leans against the stone edge, her amaranth forgotten in her hands as she watches the display. "It must be nice," she says quietly, "having that kind of certainty. Knowing you belong somewhere." The wistfulness in her voice makes my chest tight. I want to tell her that she could belong with us, that I've already started imagining what it would look like to have her at our dinner table, in my bed, holding Thessaly while I watch them both with the same possessive satisfaction Rovak gets from looking at his girls. Instead, I move closer, close enough to smell the subtle scent of her skin beneath the festival spices and magic that fill the air. "You look beautiful tonight," I tell her, because it's easier than admitting how much I want to give her that sense of belonging she's searching for. She glances up at me, color rising in her cheeks. "Thank you." The green dress brings out the gold flecks in her pale eyes, and her hair falls in soft waves that catch every light around us. But it's more than just her physical beauty that draws me. It's the way she smiled when she saw Thessaly, the careful attention she paid to meeting my family, the genuine warmth that radiates from her despite whatever pain she carries. "I'm glad you came tonight," I add, letting my fingers brush against hers where they rest on the fountain's edge. Her breath catches at the contact, and when she looks up at me, I see something in her expression that makes my pulse quicken. Want, maybe, or a possibility. Something that looks like the beginning of trust.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human, happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 15. Avenir. The music shifts around us, a haunting melody that seems to weave itself into the very air we breathe. The musicians have moved to something slower, more intimate, and couples begin to pair off near the fountain. I watch the way the magical lights dance across Anira's face, highlighting the delicate curve of her jaw, the way her lips part slightly as she takes in the scene around us. "Dance with me." The words leave my mouth before I can stop them, rough and more demanding than I intended. She looks up at me with those pale green eyes, and I catch the flash of uncertainty that crosses her features. I don't really dance. Neither do I. It's not entirely true. Years of formal training in combat include learning to move with grace and rhythm, but I want to put her at ease. We'll figure it out together. Her fingers tighten around her cup of amaranth, and I can see her weighing the decision. The careful walls she keeps around herself, the way she always seems to be calculating risks and exits. But then the music swells, something achingly beautiful that pulls at emotions I didn't know I was carrying, and her expression softens. Just be patient with me. I take the cup from her hand, setting it on the fountain's edge before offering her my palm. Always. When she places her hand in mine, the contact sends electricity straight through my chest. Her fingers are smaller than mine, rougher from years of work, but they fit against my skin like they were designed for exactly this moment. I lead her toward the makeshift dance area, past couples who move together with the practiced ease of longtime partners. "I don't know the steps," she says again, and I can hear the nervousness threading through her voice. There are no steps. I turn to face her, placing my free hand on the small of her back. Through the thin fabric of her dress, I can feel the warmth of her skin, the slight tension in her muscles. Just feel the music. The melody wraps around us, slow and hypnotic, and I start to move. Nothing fancy, just a gentle sway that lets her find her rhythm. At first, she's stiff in my arms, concentrating too hard on not stepping on my feet. But gradually, as the music continues, she begins to relax. See? I murmur against her ear, and I feel the shiver that runs through her at the contact. You're a natural. Her laugh is breathless, surprised. I think you're just a good teacher. I spin her slowly, watching the way her dress flares around her legs, the way her hair catches the light as she turns. When she comes back to me, her cheeks are flushed, her eyes bright with something that looks like joy. The careful guard she always maintains has slipped, just enough to let me see the woman underneath. Warm, alive, magnificent. Avenor. My name on her lips sounds different here, in this magical space between music and moonlight. Less careful, more intimate. I pull her closer until there's barely any space between us, until I can feel the rise and fall of her breathing, the way her pulse flutters at the base of her throat. The music has shifted again, something deeper and more primal that seems to echo the rhythm of my heartbeat. You're beautiful, I tell her, because keeping it inside feels impossible. So beautiful it makes my chest ache. Her breath catches, and when she looks up at me, I see my own hunger reflected in her eyes. Want, raw and honest and completely undeniable. The careful distance we've maintained over weeks of market meetings, the polite boundaries we've constructed, all of it crumbles in the space of a heartbeat. My hand slides up her back, tangling in the soft waves of her hair. She doesn't pull away. Instead, she moves closer until her body is pressed against mine and I can feel every curve, every breath, every tremor that runs through her. The music surrounds us, but I've stopped paying attention to anything except the woman in my arms. The way she fits against me like she was made for this, like some cosmic force designed her specifically to drive me completely out of my mind. Her scent, something clean and warm with hints of whatever soap she uses, fills my lungs with every breath. This is insane, she whispers, but her hands are fisted in my shirt, holding me close instead of pushing me away. Completely. I lean down until my forehead rests against hers, until our breaths mingle in the small space between us. I don't care. The need building in me is unlike anything I've ever experienced. Not just desire, though that's certainly there, hot and demanding and growing stronger with every second she stays in my arms, but something deeper, more fundamental. Like she's the missing piece I never knew I was searching for. Around us, the festival continues its magical chaos, but it might as well be happening on another world. All that exists is Anira, the way she moves against me, the soft sound she makes when I tighten my hold on her, the way her eyes flutter closed when I brush my thumb across her cheek. The tension between us builds until it's almost unbearable, until every nerve in my body is screaming for more, until I can't tell where the music ends and my pulse begins, until the need to kiss her, to claim her, to show her exactly how much I want her becomes the only thought in my head. Come with me. The words come out rougher than I intended, but I can't find the control to soften them. Please. I don't wait for her answer. Instead, I take her hand and lead her away from the dancing couples, away from the bright lights and noise of the main festival. She follows without protest, her fingers tight around mine as we weave through the crowd toward a quieter section of the grounds. I find what I'm looking for near the edge of the festival area, a small grove of trees where the magical lights don't quite reach, where the shadows provide blessed privacy from the chaos around us. The music is still audible, but softer here, more distant. When I turn to face her, Anira is watching me with eyes that seem to hold starlight. Her chest rises and falls rapidly, and I can see the pulse beating frantically at the base of her throat. She looks nervous, excited, beautiful enough to stop my heart. Anira. Her name comes out like a prayer, like a promise I'm not sure I know how to keep. Then I'm moving, closing the distance between us with 2 quick steps. My hands frame her face, thumbs tracing the delicate line of her cheekbones, and for just a moment we're both perfectly still. Breathing the same air, sharing the same space, balanced on the edge of something that will change everything. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Come home with me. The words leave my mouth before I can think them through, rough with want and desperation. Please, Anira. Come home with me. I expect her to hesitate, to rebuild those careful walls, to give me a dozen reasons why it's not a good idea. Instead, she looks up at me with eyes that hold fire and starlight and something that looks like certainty. I was hoping you'd ask.
Chapter 16. Anira. The walk to Avanor's home passes in a blur of stolen kisses and wandering hands. He leads me through the estate grounds, past Rovak's imposing manor house with its towering spires and elaborate stonework. The contrast between the grandeur of the main residence and the modest 2-story cottage, tucked away among the trees, is striking. This smaller house feels intimate, private, like a secret hidden in the shadows. My heart hammers against my ribs as we approach his front door. What am I doing? 3 months ago, I would have laughed at anyone who suggested I'd willingly follow a demon home, that I'd crave the touch of those grey hands, ache for the sound of that rough voice whispering my name. But Avanor isn't like the demons from my nightmares. He's gentle with Thessaly, patient with my walls, protective without being possessive. When he looks at me, I don't see the predatory hunger that made me flee the city in terror. I see something warmer, deeper, something that makes my chest tight with emotions I'm not ready to name. Second thoughts? His voice carries a note of uncertainty that surprises me. For all his confidence, all that casual dominance that seems to come so naturally to him, he's nervous too. No. The word comes out stronger than I feel. No second thoughts. He fumbles with the door latch, and I realise his hands are trembling slightly. The knowledge that I affect him this much, that the unshakable guard is as wound up as I am, sends heat spiralling through my belly. The moment we're inside, he turns and cups my face in his palms. The kiss that follows is different from the ones at the festival, hungrier, more desperate, like he's been holding himself back and finally doesn't have to anymore. I melt into him, my hands fisting in his shirt as he backs me against the closed door.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these 2 characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
He follows me over, his rhythm faltering as he buries himself deep, and comes with a groan that seems to come from his very soul. For long moments we cling to each other, breathing hard and shaking from the aftermath. When he finally pulls back to look at me, his expression is soft, vulnerable in a way I've never seen before. He brushes a strand of hair from my face with gentle fingers, and the tenderness in the gesture makes my chest ache. "Anira," he says quietly, and something in his tone makes my heart start to race for entirely different reasons. I think I'm falling for you." I wasn't prepared for him to say that. My breath catches, my heart stopping for one terrible moment before starting up again in an erratic rhythm that makes me dizzy. Falling for me. The confession I've been both craving and dreading, wrapped up in 6 simple words that change everything. Because I'm falling too, have been falling since that first day at the market when Thessaly reached for me with such trust, when Avenor looked at me like I was something worth protecting. But falling means letting go of the careful control I've maintained since the fire. It means admitting that my future might not look the way I planned, that the life I've been trying to rebuild might need to include space for a demon and his daughter. It means trusting someone with the broken pieces of my heart when I'm not sure I know how to trust anymore. I start to speak, but the words stick in my throat. How do I explain the war raging inside me? How do I tell him that I want this, want him, but I'm terrified of what that means? "You don't have to say anything," he says quickly, misreading my silence. I needed you to know." He settles beside me, pulling me against his chest with careful arms. His breathing gradually evens out, the tension leaving his body as exhaustion takes over. Within minutes, he's asleep, his hold on me loose and trusting. I lie awake in the darkness, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat against my ear. Every part of my body is still humming from what we shared, still craving the warmth of his touch. But my mind is spinning, caught between want and fear, between the future I planned and the one that's unfolding before me. I think of Thessaly, the way she lights up when she sees me, the trust in her small hands when she reaches for comfort. I think of the nights I've spent imagining what it would feel like to have a family again, to belong somewhere, to someone. But I also think of the flames, the smoke, the moment I woke up and realised my daughter was gone. The way hope died a little more each day until accepting loss seemed easier than fighting for impossible dreams. How can I trust this happiness when everything I've loved has been taken away? When I'm sure Avenor is deeply asleep, I carefully extract myself from his arms. He murmurs something unintelligible, but doesn't wake, his face peaceful in the dim light, filtering through the windows. I dress quickly, my hands shaking as I fumble with the ties of my dress. Every movement feels like betrayal, but I can't make myself stop. The walls are closing in, the weight of his confession pressing down on me until I can barely breathe. I need space. I need time to think, to figure out how to reconcile the woman I was with the woman I'm becoming. I need to remember how to trust myself before I can trust someone else with my heart. The door opens silently under my careful touch. I pause on the threshold, looking back at Avenor's sleeping form one last time. Even in sleep, he looks strong, capable, like someone who could protect the things he loves, like someone worth falling for. The thought makes my chest tight with longing and terror in equal measure. I slip out into the night, pulling the door closed behind me with the softest click. The cool air hits my flushed skin like a slap, and I wrap my arms around myself as I hurry toward the estate gates. I don't look back.
Chapter 17. Avenor. I wake to cold sheets and empty space where warmth should be. For a moment I lie there in the grey pre-dawn light, my hand reaching across the mattress for a body that isn't there. The linens still smell like her, and that faint scent of soap and something uniquely Anira that makes my chest tighten with want. But the impression her head left on the pillow beside mine has gone cold. Anira! My voice cracks slightly as I call her name, though I already know she won't answer. I sit up, scanning the room for any sign she might have just stepped away. Her dress is gone from the floor where I dropped it last night. The careful way I'd untied those laces, the soft sound she made when the fabric pulled at her feet. Damn, had I imagined the way she responded to my touch? The way she said my name when she came apart beneath me? Had I imagined the connection I felt when I was buried inside her? When she looked at me like I was the only thing in the world that mattered? The memory of her face when I told her I was falling for her flashes through my mind. The way her eyes went wide, the sharp intake of breath, the moment of silence that stretched between us like a chasm. I thought it was surprise, maybe even reciprocation. But apparently I was wrong. Apparently I'm an idiot. Rage builds inside of me, hot and bitter. I told her I was falling for her. Damn, I already have fallen. And she ran. Just like that. No explanation, no goodbye. Nothing but empty sheets and the lingering scent of what we shared. I shove myself out of bed, my movements sharp with anger as I pull on close. The cottage feels too small suddenly, the walls pressing in like they're trying to suffocate me. I need to get out. Need to move before I do something stupid like punch a hole through the wall. And then I remember Thessaly. She'll be asking for Anira, expecting to see her today like we planned. How do I explain to a 2-year-old that the woman she's growing attached to just disappeared without a word? I stride across the estate grounds toward the main house, my boots crunching against the frost-covered grass. The morning air is sharp in my lungs, but it doesn't cool the fire burning in my veins. If anything, it fans the flames higher. The kitchen windows are already glowing with warm light when I reach the manor. I can hear voices inside. Leora's soft laughter, Nala's excited chatter, and underneath it all, Thessaly's distinctive giggle. The sound should comfort me, but instead it makes the hollow ache in my chest worse. I push through the kitchen door without knocking, my jaw tight enough to crack teeth. Avie! Thessaly scrambles down from her chair at the breakfast table, her little arms reaching for me with the same trust she's shown since the day I found her. Those golden eyes are bright with happiness, and it takes everything I have to force my expression into something that won't frighten her. Morning, little one. I scoop her up, pressing a kiss to the top of her head as she settles against my chest. The familiar weight of her calms something savage in me, but not enough. Not nearly enough. Where Annie? She asks, peering over my shoulder toward the door, like she expects Anira to walk through at any moment. She played today? My throat goes tight. Not today, sweetheart. Leora looks up from where she's helping Nala with her breakfast, those amber eyes too knowing for my comfort. She takes one look at my face, and I see understanding dawn in her expression. The careful way she doesn't ask questions, the slight tightening around her eyes that means she's putting pieces together. Maybe tomorrow, I tell Thessaly, though the words taste like ash in my mouth. We'll see her soon. But will we? I have no idea where Anira lives. No way to contact her except through the market, where she clearly doesn't want to see me. For all I know, she's already planning to leave the city again, to disappear back into whatever life she had before. I complicated it with my feelings. The thought makes my grip on Thessaly tighten enough that she squirms in protest. Too tight, Avie, she mumbles against my neck, and I force myself to relax. Sorry, little one. Why don't you go play with Nala while I talk to Leora? Thessaly considers this for a moment, then nods and lets me set her down. She toddles over to where Nala is building something elaborate out of bread crusts, immediately absorbed in whatever game they've invented. Leora doesn't say anything, just pours me a cup of coffee and slides it across the table. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken questions I'm not ready to answer. Days pass like this. Silent, hollow. My chest feels carved out, like someone reached inside and scooped out everything vital, leaving only the mechanical motions of breathing and moving and pretending I'm fine. I don't go to the market. I tell myself it's because I have duties here, responsibilities to Rovak and the estate that can't wait. But the truth is, I can't face the possibility of seeing her there, of having to watch her pretend we never happened. Or worse, having to face the reality that she's not there at all, that she's already moved on like our night together meant nothing. Thessaly asks for Ani every day. Each time the question cuts a little deeper, and each time I give her the same hollow promise. Soon, little one. We'll see her soon. I'm starting to hate the sound of my own voice. Rovak notices, of course. He doesn't say anything directly, but I catch him watching me with those sharp red eyes, taking in the way I snap at servants who don't deserve it, the way I throw myself into training exercises until my body screams for mercy. He knows something's wrong, but he respects my privacy enough not to pry. Leora, on the other hand, has no such reservations. She corners me on the 4th day, when I'm in the armory cleaning weapons that don't need cleaning. I've been avoiding her, avoiding everyone except Thessaly. But Leora has a way of finding you when she's decided you need talking to. All right, she says, settling onto the bench across from me without invitation. What happened? I don't look up from the sword I'm polishing. Nothing happened. Nonsense. The vulgarity sounds strange in her soft voice, but there's steel underneath the silk. You look like someone carved out your heart with a dull blade, and Thessaly keeps asking for Anira. So I'll ask again, what happened? My hand's still on the blade. For a moment I consider lying, brushing her off with some excuse about work or duty. But Leora has a way of seeing through pretense, and I'm too tired to maintain the facade. I thought we had something, I say finally, my voice rough with disuse. I thought she felt the same way I do. And I was wrong. I set the sword aside, finally meeting her eyes. I told her I was falling for her, and she ran. Literally. I woke up, and she was gone. No word, no explanation. Just gone. Leora's expression softens, but there's no pity in it. Just understanding, which somehow makes it worse. Maybe she's scared, she says quietly. I bark out a laugh, but there's no humor in it. Scared of what? Me. What I might do to her. The words taste bitter. I would never hurt her, Leora. Never. I know that. She leans forward, her voice gentle but firm. But maybe she doesn't. Not entirely. Think about it, Avenor. What do you actually know about her past? About why she was so wary of demons when you first met? I realize with sudden, sickening clarity how little Anira has actually told me about herself. She mentioned her father's bakery, the way she had to leave when things got bad. But she never said what made things bad, never explained the shadows that sometimes cross her face when she thinks no one's looking. There's something she's not telling you, Leora continues. Something that makes this, whatever's growing between you, terrifying for her. The question is, do you care enough to fight for it? Of course I care. The words come out harsher than I intended, sharp with frustration and longing and anger all tangled together. But what am I supposed to do? Hunt her down? Force her to listen to me? That's exactly the kind of stuff that would prove her right to run. No, Leora says simply, but you could try showing her that you're not going anywhere. That whatever she's running from, she doesn't have to face it alone. I stare at her, my mind racing. You're talking about grand gestures. Romantic crap. I'm talking about commitment. About proving that your feelings aren't just words. She stands, smoothing her skirts with careful hands. If you love her, and don't try to deny it, I can see it written all over your face, then you need to make that known. Not just to her, but to yourself. Love. The word hits me like a punch to the gut, knocking the breath from my lungs. Is that what this is? This consuming need to protect her, to make her smile, to build something lasting with her and Thessaly? This ache that's been eating me alive since she walked out? I am in love with her. I don't know what to do, I admit, the words scraping my throat raw. Leora's smile is small but warm. Yes, you do. You just need to stop being afraid of it. She leaves me alone with my thoughts and the growing certainty that she's right. I do know what to do. I've known since the moment I realized Anira was gone. I just haven't had the balls to admit it to myself. I need to find her. Not to force anything, not to demand explanations or declarations, but to show her that whatever's scaring her, whatever's making her run, she doesn't have to face it alone, even if it means risking everything on a woman who might never be ready to trust me with her heart.
Chapter 18. Anira. The door to my room sticks when I try to close it, the warped wood catching on the frame with a grinding protest that matches the rawness in my chest. I lean my weight against it until it finally surrenders, sealing me into the cramped space that smells of old cooking grease and the lingering dampness that never quite leaves these walls. 3 days. 3 days since I ran from Avenor's cottage like a coward, since I left him sleeping in sheets that still held the warmth of what we'd shared. The memory of his skin against mine, the way he whispered my name like a prayer. It all feels like something I dreamed, too perfect to have been real. But the ache between my thighs tells a different story. The tenderness there is a constant reminder of how he touched me, how he made me feel alive in ways I'd forgotten were possible. How stupid I was to think I could have that without paying the price. I sink onto the narrow bed, the mattress creaking under my weight. The room feels smaller today, the walls pressing in like they're trying to suffocate me. The single window looks out onto the alley behind the boarding house, where scraggly weeds push through cracks in the cobblestones and refuse piles against the buildings like forgotten shame. I think I'm falling for you. His words echo in my mind, soft and rough with sleep and satisfaction. The way he looked at me when he said it, like I was something precious, something worth cherishing. I'd wanted so desperately to say it back, to tell him that I'd already fallen, that somewhere between his gentle teasing at the market and the way he held Thessaly like she was made of spun glass, I'd lost myself completely. But I couldn't. Because loving him means risking everything, and I've already lost everything once. A knock at my door makes me flinch. Anira? You in there, honey? Petra's voice carries that worried edge it's held for days now, ever since I stopped showing up for work, stopped answering when she called through the door with questions about mending jobs or invitations to share a meal. I've become a ghost in my own life, haunting this tiny room while the world moves on without me. I'm fine, I call back, though my voice sounds hollow even to my own ears. No, you're not. The door handle rattles as she tries it, but I turned the lock hours ago. Days ago, maybe. Time has become fluid, meaningless. Come on, let me in. I brought bread from the bakery down on Merchant's Row. The kind with the seeds you like. My stomach clenches at the mention of food. I can't remember the last time I ate anything substantial. But the thought of opening that door, of facing Petra's concerned questions and knowing eyes, makes my chest tighten with panic. I just need some time, I manage. Silence stretches on the other side of the door. Then, this is about that demon, isn't it? The one with the little girl. My breath catches. I've been so careful not to mention Avenor, not to give Petra any details about where I've been spending my market days. But she's not stupid, and my sudden disappearance after weeks of regular absences probably paints a clear enough picture. It's not. I start, then stop. What's the point in lying? Just leave me alone, Petra. Please. Her sigh carries through the thin wood. All right, but I'm leaving the bread by your door. And Anira, whatever happened, whatever's got you locked up in there like a prisoner, it's not worth wasting away over. Her footsteps fade down the hall, and I'm alone again with the silence and the memories that won't stop coming. The smell hits me first, always. Smoke and burning wood and something else. Something that makes my throat close and my hands shake. I can see the flames dancing behind my eyelids, orange and red and hungry as they devoured everything I'd tried to build. The sound of my baby's cries cuts through the memory like a blade, high and terrified, and so achingly clear that for a moment I'm convinced she's in the room with me. I press my hands over my ears, but it doesn't help. The sound lives inside my head now, carved into my soul like a brand. I was unconscious when they pulled me from the rubble, unconscious when the flames finally died and the search parties went through what was left. When I woke in that healer's tent, bandaged and broken, and all I could think of was her. Where's my baby? Where is she? But there was nothing. No trace, no body, no answers. Just the gentle insistence from the healers and the other survivors that she was gone, taken by slavers or worse, that I needed to grieve and move on, find a way to rebuild what the fire had stolen. I tried. God, how I tried. But every child's laugh, every glimpse of dark hair or golden eyes, every mother holding her baby close, it all tore the wound open fresh. So I left, ran from the city and the memories and the hope that was killing me by inches. Coming back was supposed to bring closure. I was supposed to accept what I'd lost and find a way to live with it. Instead, I found Avenor and Thessaly, and for a few precious weeks, I let myself pretend I could have happiness again. Stupid, so stupid. The tears come without warning, hot and bitter as they track down my cheeks. I curl onto my side, pulling my knees to my chest like I can make myself small enough to disappear. The grief feels fresh as the day I woke in that tent, raw and devastating and endless. But underneath it, threading through the pain like golden wire, is something else. Something that makes this hurt worse, because it gives me a glimpse of what I'm throwing away. The way Avenor's eyes soften when he looks at me. The careful attention he pays to my words, like everything I say matters. The gentle strength in his hands when he touches me, like I'm something fragile and precious that he's afraid of breaking. The way Thessaly grins when she sees me, how she reaches for me with complete trust and calls me Annie in that sweet, lilting voice. How right it felt to watch Avenor with her, to see the love and protectiveness in every gesture. How easy it was to imagine myself as part of that picture, part of their small, fierce family. But I'm not brave enough. The admission tears through me like claws. I'm not brave enough to risk loving them and losing them. I'm not strong enough to open my heart again just to have it shattered when something inevitably goes wrong. Because things always go wrong. Fire comes in the night, and the people you love disappear, and you wake up broken in ways that never quite heal. More knocking, sharper this time. Anira, open this door right now. Petra's voice has lost its worried softness, replaced by the kind of steel that means she's done being patient. I know that tone. She used it with the mill supervisor when he tried to dock our pay for supplies we never received. She used it with the landlord when he threatened to raise the rent. It's the voice she saves for battles she intends to win. I know you're hurting, she continues, and there's something gentler underneath the authority now. I can hear you crying through these thin walls, but starving yourself isn't going to fix whatever's broken, and it sure as hell isn't going to bring back whatever you think you've lost. Whatever you think you've lost. If only she knew. If only anyone knew the weight I carry, the hole in me where my daughter's laughter used to live. Just go away, I whisper, but my voice cracks on the words. No. The single syllable is flat, final. I've watched you these past months, honey. Watched you try so hard to just exist, to get through each day without falling apart. And you were doing it. You were healing, bit by bit. Then something changed a few weeks ago. You started smiling again, started looking forward to something, and now you're right back where you were when you first moved in. Maybe worse. I close my eyes, but it doesn't stop the images that flash behind my lids. Avenor's hands in my hair, the sound of Thessaly's giggle, the way the sunlight caught in Avenor's silver hair when he looked down at me with such tenderness it made my chest ache. Whatever happened, Petra says, her voice softer now. Whatever scared you enough to lock yourself away like this, maybe it's worth fighting for. Fighting for. As if it were that simple. As if I could just decide to be brave and make it so. As if the terror that lives in my bones could be reasoned away or overcome by wanting something badly enough. But even as I curl tighter into myself, even as the tears keep falling and the memories keep cutting, part of me, some small, stubborn part that I thought the fire had killed, whispers that maybe Petra's right. Maybe some things are worth the risk of breaking again.
Chapter 19. Avener. The morning air tastes like ash and regret as I pace the length of Rovak's study, my boots wearing a path in the imported rug. 3 days of silence. 3 days of showing up at the market like a lovesick fool, scanning every face for honey-brown skin and pale green eyes that never appear. "You're going to wear a hole in that thing?" Leora observes from the doorway. Thessaly balanced on her hip. My little girl, because that's what she is now, mine in every way that matters, reaches for me with grabbing hands. "Avi!" Her voice is bright morning sunshine, cutting through the mess of my head. I take her from Leora, and she immediately curls against me, small fingers tugging at my hair. "She's been asking for you all morning," Leora says, settling into one of the leather chairs. "And I suspect she's not the only one missing someone." The words hit their mark. I've been restless as a caged batlaz, snapping at the other guards and brooding in corners like some tragic hero from a human fairy tale. Pathetic doesn't begin to cover it. What am I supposed to do? The question comes out rougher than I intend. Leora won't stop prodding me, and I'm at my wit's end without seeing Anira. Chase after her like some desperate fool? Yes. Leora's answer is immediate, firm. If you want her, then you fight for her. You don't let her run and hide without at least trying to understand why. Thessaly babbles something unintelligible, patting my cheek with sticky fingers. Her golden eyes study my face with that uncanny intelligence all children seem to possess. "Ani?" she asks, and damn if that doesn't twist the knife deeper. "I don't know, little one," I murmur, kissing the top of her dark head. I don't know where Ani went, but I could find out. I know what building Anira lives in. I know the woman who works with Anira. Probably knows more about her than anyone else in this damned city. The thought of going to that cramped boarding house, of potentially scaring a building full of humans just to track down one woman who clearly doesn't want to see me, it sits wrong in my gut. But the alternative is worse. The alternative is giving up, and I've never been good at that. So I decide to go with pissing off only one human that doesn't seem to fear me. "Watch Thessaly," I tell Leora, already heading for the door. "I've got something to handle." The walk to the textile mill passes in a blur of crowded streets and suspicious stares. Humans give me a wide berth, mothers pulling their children closer when they spot my horns and gray skin. It should bother me more than it does, but right now I've got bigger problems than their prejudice. The mill sits squat and ugly between a tannery and a shop, selling questionable meat pies, its windows grimy with years of accumulated soot. The sound of looms and spinning wheels creates a steady rhythm that vibrates through the walls. I push through the front door, ducking slightly to fit through the human-sized frame. The noise stops. Every head in the place turns to stare at me, faces ranging from curious to terrified. A few of the younger workers scramble backward, knocking over stools in their haste to put distance between us. "Easy," I say, keeping my voice low and non-threatening. "Just looking for someone." A middle-aged woman with graying hair and suspicious eyes steps forward. She's got the look of someone who's dealt with enough things in her life that a demon in her workplace barely registers as noteworthy. "This is a human establishment," she says, chin lifted in defiance. "You got business here? State it quick and get out." "I'm looking for Petra," I say. "She works here, yeah? Friends with Anira Valen?" The woman's expression shifts, suspicion sharpening to something more pointed. "What you want with Petra? Or Anira, for that matter?" Before I can answer, another voice cuts through the tension. It's all right, May. I know him. Petra emerges from behind one of the larger looms, wiping her hands on a stained apron. She's smaller than I remembered, barely reaching my chest, but there's steel in her spine as she approaches. "You're Avener," she says. It's not a question. "The guard with the little girl." "That's right." I keep my hands visible, non-threatening. The last thing I need is to spook her. "I need to talk to you." "About Anira?" Petra's eyes narrow. "What about her?" She's not been at the market. Haven't seen her in days." The words taste like admitting weakness, but I push through. "Something happened between us, and now she won't see me. I just need to talk to her." "And what makes you think I'd help you with that?" Petra crosses her arms, studying me like I'm a particularly interesting bug. "Far as I know, you could be the reason she's been locked in her room for 3 days, not eating, barely sleeping." My jaw works as I digest that. Anira's been suffering, and it's my fault. The knowledge settles on me heavily, mixing guilt with determination into something that tastes like copper and resolve. "Because I care about her," I say simply. "And if she's hurting, then I need to make it right." Petra snorts. "Care about her? You're a demon. She's human. You really expect me to believe?" "I'm in love with her." The words hang in the air between us, raw and honest and more vulnerable than I've ever allowed myself to be. The mill has gone quiet again, every ear straining to catch this unprecedented conversation. Petra's expression shifts, something softer creeping into her eyes. "Love?" she repeats, like she's testing the word. "That's a strong claim, demon." "It's the truth." I run a hand through my hair, frustrated by my own helplessness. "Look, I know how this looks. I know what you all think of my kind. But Anira, she's different. She makes me want to be different, and if I've done something to hurt her, then I need to fix it." Silence stretches between us, broken only by the distant sound of machinery and muffled conversations. Petra chews her lower lip, clearly weighing options I can't see. "She's been through a lot," she says finally. "More than you know. If you're just playing games, if this is some kind of conquest, it's not." The denial comes out sharper than I intend, edged with the kind of violence that makes humans step back. But Petra doesn't flinch. "I would never hurt her. Not intentionally." Another long moment of consideration. Then Petra sighs, untying her apron with quick, efficient movements. "All right," she says. "But I want something in return." Of course she does. Nothing in this city comes free, especially not when demons are involved. "Name your price." Petra glances around the mill, taking in the worn equipment and tired faces of her co-workers. There's talk of cutting wages again. Winter's coming, and we can barely afford what we need now. You help with that. Maybe convince your lord friend to invest in some new equipment, create more work, and I'll take you to her. It's not an unreasonable request. Rovak's always looking for ways to improve the city's infrastructure, and a more efficient textile mill would benefit everyone. Still, the delay chafes against my need to see Anira, to understand what went wrong between us. "Deal," I say, "but we go now." "The business arrangements can wait." Petra nods, then raises her voice to address the room. "May, I'm taking the rest of the day. Personal business." The older woman's eyes flick between us, clearly disapproving, but smart enough not to argue. "Fine. But you better be back tomorrow, or it's coming out of your pay." "Understood." We leave the mill together, Petra setting a brisk pace through the narrow streets. She doesn't speak, and I'm grateful for the silence. My mind is too busy racing through possibilities, through everything I might say to Anira when I see her. The boarding house is worse than I remember when I'm not so focused on staring at Anira. The building leans like a drunk against its neighbors, paint peeling from its shutters like diseased skin. The smell hits me as soon as Petra opens the front door. Unwashed bodies, old food, desperation made manifest. "Third floor," Petra says, starting up a staircase that creaks ominously under our combined weight. Into the hall. Each step feels like an eternity. My heart pounds against my ribs, and I have to resist the urge to take the stairs 3 at a time. When we finally reach the 3rd floor, Petra stops in front of a door that looks identical to all the others. She raises her hand to knock, then pauses. "You hurt her again, demon, and I'll find a way to make you pay." Understood? Understood. The knock is sharp, authoritative. "Anira." It's Petra. "Open up." Silence. Then, muffled through the thin wood, "I told you. I'm fine. Just leave me alone." "No, you're not fine. And I'm not leaving." Petra's voice carries the kind of maternal authority that brooks no argument. "Open this door right now, or I'm getting Marta to unlock it." More silence. Then the sound of reluctant footsteps and the scrape of a lock being turned. The door opens just wide enough for Anira to peer out, and the sight of her nearly undoes me. She's pale, hollow-eyed, like she hasn't slept or eaten properly in days. Her beautiful hair hangs limp around her face, and there are dark circles under those pale green eyes that used to look at me with such warmth. "Petra," I said, "I don't want—" She stops mid-sentence when she sees me, her face going even paler. "No?" "Yes," Petra says firmly, pushing the door open wider despite Anira's resistance. "This is for your own good, honey. You need to talk to him." "I don't need to do anything." But there's no real fight in Anira's voice, just bone-deep exhaustion. Petra steps past her into the tiny room, and I follow, having to duck to avoid hitting my head on the low ceiling. The space is smaller than my closet back at the estate, barely big enough for a narrow bed and a single chair. It smells like misery and unwashed sheets. "I'll be downstairs," Petra announces, already heading for the door. "You two work this out like adults." "Petra, don't you dare!" But the door clicks shut, leaving us alone in the suffocating silence. Anira stands with her back to me, shoulders rigid with tension. She's wearing the same dress she had on 3 days ago, wrinkled now and stained with what might be tears. The sight of her like this, broken, defeated, makes something violent rise in me. "Anira!" Her name comes out softer than I intend. "I've missed you." She flinches like I've struck her, but doesn't turn around. "You shouldn't be here." "Where else would I be?" I take a careful step closer, hyper-aware of every breath, every tiny movement. "You left without a word. I woke up alone, and you were just gone." I know. The words are barely a whisper. "I'm sorry." "Sorry." The word tastes bitter. "That's it? You disappear for 3 days, and all I get is sorry?" Finally, she turns to face me, and the pain in her eyes nearly brings me to my knees. "What do you want me to say, Avener? That I'm brave? That I'm strong enough for this?" She gestures between us, her hands shaking. "Because I'm not! I'm a coward, and I run when things get too real, too frightening. Then let's slow down." I keep my voice gentle, even though every instinct screams at me to reach for her, to pull her against me and never let go. "We don't have to rush anything. I just want to talk to you, to understand what's going on." She laughs, but there's no humor in it. "You want to understand? You really want to know why I can't handle this?" "Yes." For a moment, I think she's going to shut down again, retreat behind those walls she's built around herself. But then something shifts in her expression, resignation replacing the fear. "I've been hurt before," she says quietly, "by a demon, and I don't know how to handle feeling this way about someone like—" She stops, shaking her head. "About you." The admission hits me like a blade between the ribs. Someone hurt her. Some bastard demon laid hands on her, damaged her, and now she's paying the price for his cruelty. The rage that rises in me is immediate and consuming, but I force it down. This isn't about my anger. It's about her pain. I understand, I say carefully. Trust doesn't come easy when you've been betrayed, and it's hard to face a future you never planned for. I get that. Do you? Her eyes search my face, looking for lies, for false promises. Because it's not just about trust, Avenor. It's about everything. The way you make me feel, the way I look at you, and think maybe, just maybe, I could have something good again. And that terrifies me more than anything. The words slice through me, leaving me raw and aching. She's not just running from me. She's running from hope itself, from the possibility that life might offer her something beautiful instead of just pain. I never expected any of this either, I admit. Never thought I'd meet someone like you. Never expected to raise a little girl alone, but when I found Thessaly... Wait! Anira's entire body goes rigid, her eyes sharpening with sudden focus. What do you mean you found her?
Chapter 20. Anira. The words hang in the air between us, and I feel something cold settle in my stomach. Found her. He found Thessaly. What do you mean you found her? The question comes out sharper than I intend, but my heart is suddenly racing, pieces of a puzzle I never dared hope to solve clicking into place. Avenor's brow furrows, confusion replacing the careful gentleness he's been showing me. I mean exactly that. 2.5 years ago, I found her in an alley. She was just there, alone, in a burned section on the east side. The world tilts sideways. The burned section, the east side, where I lived when... The fire, I whisper, my legs suddenly unsteady. I sink onto the edge of my narrow bed, the mattress creaking under my weight. There was a fire. He tilts his head, those navy eyes sharpening with something I can't quite read. Yes, I assumed as much. The words feel like glass in my throat, cutting me as they come out. I was there. His brows pinch together. What are you saying? I'm saying I lived there. I was there when the fires started. And so was my daughter. My hands shake as I press them against my knees, trying to anchor myself to something solid. She was just a baby. 6 months old. Avenor goes very still, the kind of stillness that reminds me he's a predator, built for violence. But his voice, when it comes, is carefully controlled. Tell me what happened. The demons came at night. The memories flood back, sharp-edged and brutal. They'd been doing it for weeks, raids on the human quarter, setting fires, taking what they wanted. I tried to get her out, tried to run, but the smoke was so thick and I couldn't see. Something fell, hit my head. My fingers drift to the scar along my collarbone, the one that never quite faded. When I woke up in the healer's tent, she was gone. Gone how? His voice is rough now, like gravel. Everyone said she must have died in the fire, or that the demons took her. The words taste like ash and old grief. The healers, the other survivors, they all said the same thing. No way a baby could have survived that inferno. No way to know for sure what happened to her. Avenor's breathing has gone shallow, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. What did she look like? Dark hair, golden eyes, with a birthmark shaped like a crescent moon just behind her left ear. The description comes out in a rush, desperate now. Darker skin than mine, like her father's. She was so beautiful, so perfect, and My voice breaks, years of suppressed grief threatening to spill over. I've been here for 2 years, Avenor. I couldn't leave, couldn't walk away, even though everyone said I was torturing myself. Because what if she was still alive? What if someone found her, took care of her? Even if I constantly thought to myself she couldn't be, I couldn't hope, I still couldn't leave either. The silence stretches between us, heavy with implications neither of us wants to voice. But I can see it in his face, the same terrible hope and fear that's clawing at my chest. And now I think you have. Thessaly, I whisper. She has golden eyes, dark hair. She's the right age, isn't she? Avenor's jaw works soundlessly for a moment. Yes. Does she have a birthmark? The word barely comes out. Behind her left ear. I shake my head, almost coming apart. I thought she hadn't made it despite all my hopes. That fire should have killed her, but my mind whirls and he realises it at the same time. Her magic. His voice is low, heavy. She can block out any physical threat, something that is innate to her. Like the wind. He nods. Like the times you've seen. I should have pieced that together. That a little girl with golden eyes and dark hair and magic could be the same one I was looking for. I swallow hard, afraid to voice the hope that's been growing deep in me. Because now that I think it through, I see my daughter. The one I lost, the one I've been searching for. The words hang between us like a blade. Avenor stares at me, his expression cycling through shock, denial, and something that might be devastation. When he finally speaks, his voice is barely controlled. You think Thessaly is your daughter? I think she might be. My heart hammers against my ribs, hope and terror warring inside me. The timing, the location, her appearance, it all fits. And I just knew she was out there. No. The word cuts through my explanation like a blade. Avenor surges to his feet, his entire demeanour shifting in an instant. Gone is the gentle, patient man who's been trying to win me back. In his place stands something harder, more dangerous. No, you don't get to do this. Avenor. She's mine. His voice is low, deadly. I found her. I saved her. I've raised her for 2.5 years, been the only parent she's ever known. You don't get to waltz in here with some theory and try to take her away from me. The venom in his words hits me like a slap. I'm not trying to take her away. I'm trying to understand. Understand what? He turns on me, and for the first time since I've known him, I see the demon everyone else fears. All sharp edges and barely controlled violence. That you think you have some claim to her? Some right to disrupt her life because of what you think might have happened? If she's my daughter? She's not. The denial comes out flat, absolute. I don't care what you think you've figured out. I don't care about timelines or appearances or convenient theories. Thessaly is mine. She belongs with me, with Leora and Rovak and Nala. That's her family. That's her home. But what if I'm right? The question tears out of me, desperate and raw. What if she is my child, and she's been alive all this time? What if I've been grieving a daughter who was safe and loved, just out of reach? Something flickers in his eyes. Pain, maybe, or recognition of what this means to me. But it's gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by cold determination. Then you should be grateful, he says quietly. Grateful that she survived. Grateful that she found a good home. And grateful enough to leave well enough alone. Leave well enough alone? I stand now too, fury replacing the hope that had been growing in my chest. You're talking about my daughter. I'm talking about mine. His voice drops to a growl, and I can see his hands trembling with the effort to stay in control. The little girl who calls me Avi, who won't sleep unless I'm nearby, who trusts me to keep her safe. You want to rip that away from her, confuse her with stories about mothers she doesn't remember. She deserves to know the truth. She deserves stability. He takes a step closer, and I have to force myself not to back down. She deserves a parent who won't disappear when things get difficult, who won't run away in the middle of the night because they're too scared to face their feelings. The words hit their mark, cutting deep. That's not fair, isn't it? His smile is sharp, cruel. You couldn't handle a relationship with me, Anira. Couldn't handle the possibility of caring about someone again. What makes you think you can handle being a mother? What makes you think you won't run the first time things get hard? Because she's my daughter. The words tear out of me, raw and desperate. Because I've been looking for her for 2.5 years. Because every day I've wondered if she was alive, if she was safe, if she needed me. Well, now you know. His voice is cold, final. She's alive. She's safe. And she doesn't need you. She has everything she needs. The cruelty of it steals my breath. I stare at him, this man I thought I was falling in love with, and see a stranger. Someone who would use my deepest fears against me, who would twist my pain into a weapon. Get out. The words come out quiet, but they carry all the hurt and fury I can't quite contain. Gladly. He moves toward the door, then pauses, looking back at me with something that might be regret. This conversation never happened. You don't know anything about how I found Thessaly, and you sure as hell don't get to insert yourself into her life based on some wild theory. And if I'm right, I ask quietly, if she really is my daughter. His jaw works for a moment, and I see the struggle in his eyes. But when he speaks, his voice is steady, implacable. Then she's still mine, and I'll protect her from anyone who tries to disrupt her life, even you. The door slams behind him, rattling the thin walls of my tiny room. I sink back onto the bed, my legs suddenly unable to support me. The silence he leaves behind is deafening, filled with all the words we didn't say and all the hope he just crushed beneath his boots. But underneath the pain, underneath the shock of his cruelty, something else burns. Determination. Because no matter what he says, no matter how he threatens me, I can't unknow what I now suspect. Thessaly might be my daughter. The child I thought I'd lost might have been alive all this time, loved and cared for by the man I thought I could trust with my heart. And if that's true, then I have to find a way to prove it.
Chapter 21. Avenor. I storm across the estate grounds with no destination in mind, my boots hitting the dark stone path with enough force to send sparks flying. The night air does nothing to cool the rage burning through me, the territorial fury that's clawing at my insides like a caged beast. Mine! Thessaly is mine! The words echo in my head over and over, but they can't drown out the other voice, the one that sounds too much like Anira, asking what if she's right. What if the little girl I found, broken and alone in that burned-out alley, belongs to someone else? Avenor! The voice cuts through my spiral, low and commanding. I turn to see Rovak standing in the shadows of the main house, his massive frame outlined against the warm glow spilling from the windows. Even in the darkness, those black eyes with their red veins seem to see straight through me. What's wrong? The question is simple, direct. Classic Rovak, but there's concern there too, the kind he only shows to the people he considers family. It makes something twist painfully in my chest. Nothing. The lie tastes like ash in my mouth. Rovak's expression doesn't change, but one dark eyebrow arches slightly. Try again. I drag a hand through my hair, the silver strands catching on my fingers. The motion does nothing to calm the storm raging inside me. The desperate need to hit something, to fight something, to make this whole nightmare go away. Anira thinks Thessaly is her daughter. The words come out flat, brutal, like ripping off a bandage all at once. Rovak goes very still, the kind of stillness that means his mind is working, processing, calculating. I think I'm going to need the full story. So I tell him. I tell him about the fire, about Anira's lost child, about the timing and the location, and the way it all lines up too perfectly to be coincidence. I tell him about the hope in her voice, the desperate certainty that she'd found what she'd been looking for all these years. And I tell him about the rage that consumed me, the territorial fury that made me say things I can't take back. When I finish, Rovak is quiet for a long moment. Then he steps closer, close enough that I can see the concern etched in his harsh features. "We all love Thessaly," he says quietly. "She's family. Has been since the moment you brought her home. Nothing changes that." The words should be comforting, but they're not. Because underneath the reassurance, I can hear what he's not saying. The question he's too careful to ask outright. "But," I prompt. "But what about your feelings for Anira?" The question hits hard in a place I have refused to acknowledge. I turn away from him, staring out at the dark gardens where Thessaly and Nala play during the day, where I've watched my little girl chase Thalavern and laugh at Nala's stories about whatever make-believe fight she has just won against the attack on her home. "It doesn't matter." The words scrape out of my throat like broken glass. "Nothing will come between me and my girl. Nothing. Even if it feels like you're ripping out a part of your soul." I whip around to face him, fury sparking in me. "How did you—" "Because I can see it." His voice is gentle, understanding in a way that makes me want to hit something. "The way you look when you say her name. The way you've been different these past few weeks. Lighter, happier, like you'd found something you didn't know you were missing. Well, now I know what I found." The bitterness in my voice surprises even me. A woman who wants to take away the most important thing in my life. Rovak studies me for a moment, his expression thoughtful. "Is that really what you think she wants?" "What else could she want?" The question comes out sharper than I intend. "She thinks Thessaly is hers. She'll want to take her away, want to be part of her life?" Rovak interrupts quietly. "Want to know that her daughter is safe and loved? Want to understand what happened to the child she's been grieving for 2.5 years? I stare at him, something cold settling in my stomach. "Whose side are you on?" "Thessaly's." The answer comes without hesitation. Always Thessaly's. But that doesn't mean I can't understand what this woman is going through. What it would feel like to lose a child and then discover they might be alive. The understanding in his voice makes me want to snarl, to lash out at him the way I did with Anira. Because understanding means doubt. And doubt means the possibility that I'm wrong. That I'm the one causing pain instead of preventing it. She could be lying. The words sound desperate even to my own ears. Making it up to... To what? Rovak's voice is patient, but there's steel underneath. Get close to you. She was already doing that. Get money? She doesn't know we have any. Get access to our home? She could have asked. He pauses, letting the logic sink in. Or maybe she's telling the truth, and you're so terrified of losing Thessaly that you're not thinking clearly. The accusation hits home because it's true. I am terrified. Terrified of losing the little girl who calls me Avi, who won't sleep unless I'm nearby, who trusts me to keep her safe. Terrified of going back to the empty life I had before I found her. I can't lose her. The admission tears out of me, raw and desperate. I can't. She's everything to me, Rovak. Everything. I know. His voice is gentle, understanding, and no one's going to take her away from you. But running from this, pretending it isn't happening, that's not protecting her. That's protecting yourself. The words sting because they're true. But truth doesn't make them easier to accept. I can't see Anira. The statement comes out flat, final. I won't go to the market. Won't risk giving her any opportunity to... To what? Talk to you? Try to work something out that's best for everyone? To take my daughter away from me? Rovak is quiet for a long moment, studying my face in the moonlight. When he speaks, his voice is careful, measured. She's not going anywhere, Avenor. Thessaly belongs here, with us. That's her home, her family. But hiding from this isn't going to make it go away. Watch me! I turn to go, but his voice stops me. Leora ran too, you know. When she was scared of facing difficult truths, when she thought she knew how I'd react and didn't hear me out. He pauses, letting the parallel sink in. It didn't work for her either. I don't answer, can't answer, because the comparison cuts too close to the bone, and I'm not ready to examine what it means. Instead, I head toward the house, toward the safety of familiar walls and the sound of my daughter's laughter, toward the life I've built that no one, not even Anira, is going to take away from me. The next few days pass in a haze of deliberate routine. I stay on the estate, help Rovak with trade negotiations, play with Thessaly and Nala in the gardens. I try to pretend that my chest doesn't feel hollow, that I don't catch myself listening for footsteps that never come. I try to pretend that I'm not dying inside. Leora finds me on the third day, sitting in the library while Thessaly naps upstairs. She doesn't say anything at first, just settles into the chair across from me with a cup of meadowmint tea, and that knowing look she gets when she's decided to meddle in someone's life. You look like trash. Thank you. That's exactly what I needed to hear today. She smiles, but there's sympathy in her amber eyes. Rovak told me what happened. Of course he did. I lean back in my chair, suddenly exhausted. And I understand why you're scared. Her voice is gentle, the same tone she uses with Nala when she's had a nightmare. I understand what it feels like to think you might lose everything that matters to you. Do you? The question comes out sharper than I intend, but I'm too raw to care about politeness. More than you know. She sets down her tea, her expression growing serious. When Sharn attacked me, when I ran away from Rovak, I was convinced that everything I cared about was gone, that I'd lost my chance at happiness, at a family, at a life worth living. The mention of Xarn makes something dark roil inside me, the demon who hurt her, who Rovak eventually killed. The reason she ran in the first place. Leora is practically a sister to me, and I don't know if I'll ever get over letting something like that happen to her. This is different. Is it? She leans forward, her gaze intense. You're both running from something that scares you. Both convinced that facing the truth will destroy what you have instead of possibly making it stronger. Thessaly is my daughter. The words come out fierce, protective. I've raised her, loved her. She doesn't even remember. I know. Leora's voice is soft, understanding, and no one's going to change that. But Avenor, what if Anira is telling the truth? What if Thessaly really is her biological daughter? Then she's still mine. The answer comes without hesitation. Biology doesn't make a parent. Love does. Sacrifice does. Being there when it matters does. You're right. The agreement surprises me. But what if it doesn't have to be a choice? What if there's a way for Thessaly to have both of you in her life? I stare at her, something cold and sharp twisting in my chest. You think I should share her? I think you should consider what's best for her. Leora's voice is patient, but there's steel underneath. Not what's easiest for you, or what protects your feelings. What's actually best for Thessaly? The words hit like a slap, because deep down, underneath all the fear and rage and territorial fury, I know she's right. I know that Thessaly deserves the truth, deserves to understand where she came from and who she is. But knowing doesn't make it easier to accept. I can't lose her. You won't. Leora reaches across the space between us, her small hand covering mine. You're her Avi. You're the one who found her, who saved her, who's been there for every scraped knee and bad dream. Nothing can change that. But But hiding from this isn't protecting her. It's protecting yourself. And eventually, she's going to figure that out. The truth of it settles in my stomach like a weight. Because Lior is right. Thessaly is smart, perceptive. Eventually, she'll start asking questions about where she came from, why she doesn't look like me, why her magic is different from mine. And when that day comes, I'll have to decide whether to tell her the truth or let her believe a lie. I can't see Anira. The admission tears out of me. I can't look at her and not see someone trying to take away everything I love, even if that's not what she wants. Especially then, I pull my hand away, running it through my hair. Because if she's not trying to take Thessaly away, if she just wants to be part of her life, then I'm the villain in this story. I'm the one keeping a mother from her child. Leora is quiet for a moment, studying my face. When she speaks, her voice is gentle. You're not a villain, Avenor. You're a father protecting his daughter. But sometimes protecting someone means facing hard truths instead of running from them. I don't answer, can't answer, because the truth is sitting there between us, ugly and unavoidable. I'm not just protecting Thessaly. I'm protecting myself from the possibility that loving her might not be enough to keep her. That biology and blood might matter more than the 2.5 years I've spent being her world. And I'm protecting myself from the woman who's managed to crawl under my skin and make me want things I thought I'd given up on. The woman who makes me feel like maybe I could be more than just a guard, more than just a protector. The woman who might have the power to destroy everything I've built.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 22. Anira. The knowledge sits in my chest like a shard of glass, cutting deeper with every breath. 3 days have passed since I stood in that alley and told Avenor the truth, that Thessaly is likely my daughter, the child I lost in the fire that nearly killed me. 3 days since he looked at me with such raw fury that I barely recognized the man who'd kissed me under the festival lights. 3 days since my world tilted on its axis, and everything I thought I knew came crashing down. I pace the small confines of my home, my bare feet wearing a path in the rough wooden floor. The space feels smaller now, suffocating, like the walls are pressing in on me with each passing hour. Every corner holds memories of the life I was starting to build, the dress I'd been sewing for a customer, the half-finished embroidery that was going to be a gift for Thessaly, the meadowmint tea that Avenor had mentioned loving. All of it feels like artifacts from someone else's life now. The betrayal burns almost as much as the grief. Not just that he won't let me see her, my daughter, but that he looked at me like I was some kind of threat. Like everything between us had been a lie, a manipulation designed to get close to the child he's claimed as his own. Maybe it was. Some bitter part of me whispers. Maybe every smile, every gentle touch, every moment when I thought I saw something real in those navy eyes. Maybe it was all just him protecting what he thinks is his. But that doesn't feel right either. The way he'd held me during the storm, the careful way he'd learned my preferences, the soft wonder in his voice when he said he thought he was falling for me. That had been real. I'm sure of it. Which makes this hurt so much worse. I sink into the chair by my small window, staring out at the narrow street beyond. A few humans hurry past, heads down, shoulders hunched against the persistent drizzle that's been falling since dawn, The grey sky matches my mood perfectly. Heavy, oppressive, with no sign of clearing. Thessaly. My baby girl with her golden eyes and infectious laughter. The child I've been searching for, mourning for 2.5 years. She's been alive this whole time with a different name, safe and loved and cared for by the man I thought I could trust with my heart. The irony would be laughable if it didn't feel like it was killing me. I close my eyes, but that only makes the memories sharper. Thessaly's small hand in mine as we walked through the festival. The way she'd looked at me with such trust, such easy affection. How natural it had felt, how right, like puzzle pieces clicking into place. She called him Avi, the devotion in her voice when she said it, the absolute security of a child who knows she's loved unconditionally. And I could see it in his face too. The fierce protectiveness, the gentle patience, the way his entire world seemed to revolve around her happiness. He loves her. Really, truly loves her in a way that goes bone deep. And that makes him dangerous, because love like that doesn't let go easily. Love like that fights dirty when threatened. But she's my daughter, my blood, my flesh, the child I carried and birthed and nearly died protecting. The child I've never stopped looking for, never stopped hoping I'd find alive and whole. I won't let him keep her from me. I can't. The decision crystallizes, hard and unbreakable. Whatever it costs, whatever I have to do, I need to see her again. I need to hold my daughter and tell her who I am, and somehow, impossibly, figure out how to build a bridge across this chasm that's opened between her life and mine. Even if it means facing Avanor's fury again. Even if it means risking what's left of my already shattered heart. The walk to Rovak's estate feels endless. My legs shake with each step, whether from nerves or determination, I can't tell. The rain has stopped, but the air still carries that heavy dampness that settles into your bones and refuses to leave. I've never been to the main house before. Avanor always met me at the gates or in the gardens. Now, as the sprawling stone structure comes into view, I'm struck by its imposing presence. This isn't just wealth, it's power. The kind of power that could crush someone like me without a second thought. But Thessaly is in there. My daughter is in there. I force my feet to keep moving. The front door is massive, carved dark wood with iron fittings that speak of both beauty and strength. I raise my hand to knock, then pause, my knuckles hovering inches from the surface. What am I going to say? What words could possibly explain the desperation clawing at my chest, the need to see my child that's driving me to show up uninvited at the home of one of the most powerful demons in Sazirach? Before I can lose my nerve, I rap my knuckles against the wood 3 times. The sound echoes hollowly, and I have to resist the urge to turn and run. Footsteps approach from the other side, lighter than I expected. When the door swings open, it's not Avanor or the man, Tom, who greets me. It's Leora, her hazel eyes sweeping over me in a way that, even with her smile, I can see she has her guard up. Anira. Leora's voice carries a warmth that surprises me, but there's something guarded in her expression, a careful neutrality that tells me she knows exactly why I'm here. I was wondering when you'd come. My throat feels dry as sand. I need to see. Walk with me. She steps outside, pulling the door closed behind her with a soft click. Her dark curls catch the dim light filtering through the clouds, and I notice the way she moves, graceful but purposeful, like someone who's learned to navigate dangerous waters. The gardens are lovely this time of day. It's not really a request, and I find myself falling into step beside her as she leads me away from the imposing entrance. The gravel path crunches under our feet, the only sound between us for several long moments. I steal glances at her profile, trying to read the thoughts behind those expressive amber hazel eyes. She's smaller than I remember from the festival, more delicate looking without the colourful lights and music to distract from her quiet intensity. But there's steel beneath that gentle exterior. I can see it in the set of her shoulders. the way she holds herself like she's ready for whatever comes next. "You look terrible," she says finally, and there's no judgment in it, just observation. "When's the last time you slept?" Actually slept, not just laid there staring at the ceiling. The accuracy of her guess makes me squirm. "I came to see Thessaly." "I know." Leora guides us down a side path, lined with flowering bushes I don't recognise. Their blooms a deep purple that seems almost black in the grey light. But she's not here right now. She and Nala are with Rovak at the docks, something about teaching her to identify different types of cargo ships. Disappointment crashes over me so hard I have to stop walking. My hands clench into fists at my sides as I fight the urge to demand she tell me exactly where they went, when they'll be back, how I can find them. "That's probably for the best," Leora continues, her tone carefully neutral. Gives us a chance to talk without little ears listening in. There's nothing to talk about. The words come out sharper than I intended. She's my daughter. I have a right to see her. Leora turns to face me fully, and I'm struck by the depth of understanding in her eyes. It's not pity. I would have bristled at pity, but recognition. Like she knows exactly what kind of pain I'm carrying. "You do," she agrees quietly, "but rights and reality don't always align neatly, do they?" The simple acknowledgement of the impossible situation deflates some of my anger. I sink onto a stone bench tucked between two flowering bushes, suddenly exhausted. I don't know what to do. "Tell me about the fire." Leora settles beside me, close enough that I can smell the faint scent of soap and something floral clinging to her skin. The real story, not whatever sanitized version you've been telling yourself. I flinch. "What does that have to do with anything?" "Everything." Her voice is gentle but implacable. "Because right now, you're so focused on the fact that Thessaly is your blood that you're not seeing what's actually in front of you. What's in front of me is a demon who's stolen my child and won't let me near her." "What's in front of you," Leora says with quiet firmness, "is a man who found a dying baby in an alley and has spent 2.5 years loving her with everything he has. A man who's terrified that if he lets you close, you'll take away the most important thing in his world." The words hit like physical blows, each one landing with devastating accuracy. She was never his to begin with. Wasn't she? Leora's amber eyes hold mine steadily. When he found her, she was alone. Abandoned. He could have taken her to the human quarter, left her with one of the relief organizations. Instead, he brought her home. He held her through her nightmares, taught her to walk, watched her take her first steps. He's the one who's been there for every fever, every scraped knee, every moment of her life that you missed. I didn't miss them by choice. My voice cracks on the words. I was unconscious, injured. When I woke up, she was gone, and everyone told me. I have to stop, breathe, force the words past the knot in my throat. They told me she was probably dead. I know. Leora's hand finds mine, warm and steady. And I can't imagine what that was like for you. The not knowing, the grief, the guilt. But Thessaly doesn't know any of that. To her, Avenor isn't the demon who stole her from her mother. He's just Avi, the man who makes her favourite breakfast, who reads her stories, who taught her to braid her hair. Tears burn behind my eyes. She's my daughter. She is. And she always will be. Leora's grip on my hand tightens. But she's also his. Not by blood, maybe, but by choice, by love, by 2.5 years of sleepless nights and patient care and fierce protection. I want to argue, to rail against the unfairness of it all, but the fight is draining out of me, leaving behind something raw and aching. So what am I supposed to do? Just walk away? Pretend I never found her? Is that what you want? No. The word comes out broken, barely a whisper. But I don't know how to do this. How to be in her life without destroying everything she knows. Leora is quiet for a long moment, her gaze drifting to the grey sky above us. When she speaks again, her voice carries a weight that tells me she's speaking from experience. 4 years ago, I thought my life was over. I'd been hurt, broken in ways I didn't think I could heal from. And then Rovak. She pauses, a soft smile playing at the edges of her mouth. He didn't try to fix me. He didn't demand I be anything other than what I was. He just waited, gave me space to figure out who I wanted to become. That's different, is it? Leora turns back to me, her eyes bright with something I can't quite name. You fell in love with her, didn't you? Before you even knew who she was. At the festival, in the market, I watched you with her, the way you lit up when she smiled, how gentle you were with her questions. You weren't trying to claim her then. You were just loving her. The memory hits like a physical pain. Thessaly's small hand in mine as we walked between the festival booths. The way she'd looked at me with such trust, such easy affection. How right it had felt, how natural. She called me Annie, I whisper. Just like that, like she'd been waiting for me her whole life. Maybe she was. Leora's voice is soft now, understanding. But Avanor's been waiting too. Waiting for someone to see past the horns and the reputation to the man underneath. Someone who could love not just him, but the child who means everything to him. He hates me now. He's terrified. The correction is gentle but firm. There's a difference. He spent 2 years loving Thessaly and then falling for you, and now he's convinced it was all some elaborate manipulation to get close to her, or make him pay penance for what was done to you. It wasn't. I know that, and deep down so does he. But fear makes people do stupid things, makes them push away the very thing they want most because it feels safer than risking everything. I think about the look in Avanor's eyes 3 days ago, the fury, yes, but underneath it something that looked almost like devastation. Like I'd confirmed his worst fears about himself, about us, about everything he'd dared to hope for. You're both hurting, Leora continues, her voice gentle but relentless. Both of you love Thessaly so much, you're willing to tear yourselves apart to protect her. But you're losing each other in the process, and neither of you actually want that. The truth of it settles in my chest like a stone. I close my eyes, trying to imagine a world where Thessaly grows up knowing I exist, but being afraid to love me because it might hurt Avanor. Or worse, a world where she's caught in the middle of our anger and pain, forced to choose between the mother who gave her life and the father who gave her everything else. I don't know how to fix this. Start with not trying to take her away from him. Leora's words are quiet, but they land with the force of a revelation. That's what he's afraid of, you know. That you'll demand she come live with you, cut him out of her life completely. That's why he's fighting so hard. I open my eyes, staring at the grey clouds overhead. I just want to be part of her life. And Avanor? I swallow hard. I didn't want to give him up either. I shouldn't have left like that. Then tell him that. Not in anger, not as a demand, but as a truth. Tell him you don't want to take her away. You want to find a way to love her together. The idea terrifies me almost as much as losing her does. Sharing my daughter with the man who's raised her, finding a way to build something new from the wreckage of secrets and fear and misunderstanding. But looking at Leora's earnest face, seeing the quiet strength that's carried her through her own impossible situation, I think maybe it's not as hopeless as it feels. He won't want to see me. He will. There's certainty in her voice that I wish I could share. Because despite everything, he loves you. And more importantly, he loves her enough to try.
Chapter 23. Avanor. The sound of steel meeting steel echoes through the training yard, but my heart isn't in it. Haven't been able to focus on anything properly for days now. Every swing of my blade feels mechanical, empty, like I'm going through the motions of being alive without actually living. Again! Rovak's voice cuts through the morning air, sharp with authority. I adjust my grip on the practice sword, muscles protesting the repetitive movement. Sweat drips down my forehead despite the cool morning air. But it's not from exertion. It's from the restless energy that's been eating me alive since Anira walked out of my bed 3 days ago. 3 days of replaying every moment, every word, every touch. Trying to figure out where I went wrong, what I said that made her run. The way she looked at me when I told her I was falling for her. Like I just handed her a death sentence instead of my heart. Your form is bad, Avener. Rovak's massive frame blocks the sun as he steps closer, his black eyes unreadable. You're distracted. I lower the sword, chest heaving more from frustration than fatigue. I'm fine. You're not. The bluntness in his tone makes me bristle, but I know better than to argue when he uses that voice. And it's affecting your work. The accusation stings because it's true. Yesterday I missed 3 obvious security risks during our weekly perimeter check. Last night I fell asleep on watch and only woke when Leora shook my shoulder at dawn. I'm falling apart and everyone can see it. I said I'm fine. Rovak's expression doesn't change, but something shifts in those obsidian eyes. Go get ready. We're riding into the city. I don't need... That wasn't a request. His voice drops to that low rumble that makes lesser demons scatter. Estate business. Be ready in 20 minutes. He turns and walks away before I can object further, his massive shoulders rigid with authority. I want to tell him to get off, that I can handle my own problems, but the truth is I can't. Haven't been handling anything well lately. The ride into Sarzirok passes in tense silence. Our equus, sleek black creatures with silver manes that shimmer in the filtered sunlight, move with their usual fluid grace along the cobblestone roads. Mine seems to sense my mood, ears twitching with agitation as we navigate through the bustling streets. Rovak sits his mount like he was born to it, spine straight, one hand loose on the reins. Everything about him radiates control, composure, the kind of unshakable confidence I used to pride myself on having. Now, I feel like I'm barely holding myself together. You know, Rovak says, his voice carrying easily over the clip of hooves on stone. Leora mentioned you haven't been eating. I keep my eyes fixed straight ahead, watching a group of human children dart between market stalls. I eat. She said you picked at your food yesterday and left half of it untouched. Since when do you discuss my eating habits with your woman? There's a long pause, and when I glance over, Rovak's watching me with that steady, unblinking stare that makes most people confess their deepest secrets. Since you started moping around my house like someone killed your favorite Tuscram. The comparison would be funny if it wasn't so accurate. I'm not moping. You're right. Moping implies you're at least trying to hide your misery. Rovak guides his equus around a slower-moving cart loaded with grain sacks. What you're doing is more like... wallowing. Heat flares in my chest, part anger, part shame. Get off, Rovak. There he is. There's something almost pleased in his tone, like he's been waiting for me to show some sign of life. The Avenor I know doesn't just lie down and take whatever fate hands him. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? He pulls his equus to a stop at a crossroads, forcing me to halt beside him. The familiar sounds of the city wash over us. Vendors calling their wares, carriage wheels on cobblestone, the distant sound of the harbor bells. You found something worth fighting for. Something that made you want to be more than just my guard. More than just Thessaly's guardian. And then you let fear convince you it was too good to be true. The words hit closer to home than I want to admit. She left Rovak. Walked out while I was sleeping like what happened between us meant nothing. And now she's trying to rip my daughter away from me. Did it mean nothing to her? The question catches me off guard. I think about the way Anira had touched me that night. Gentle, reverent, like she was memorizing every inch of my skin. The soft sounds she'd made when I kissed her throat, the way she'd whispered my name like a prayer. No, I admit quietly, I don't think it did. Then why did she run? It's the question that's been eating at me for 3 days, the one I can't find an answer to no matter how many times I replay that night. I don't know. Maybe because telling someone you're falling for them is terrifying as hell, especially when you've been hurt before. I look at him sharply. What do you know about her being hurt? I know she has scars. Rovak's voice is matter-of-fact, but there's an undercurrent of something darker, the kind that don't show on the surface. And I know that people who've been broken once tend to run when things get too real. The insight catches me off guard. Rovak isn't usually one for emotional analysis, but then again, he would know something about broken people learning to trust again. I've watched him with Leora, seen the careful way he handles her fears, the patience he shows when her past tries to drag her under. So, what am I supposed to do? Chase after her? Demand she explain herself? I'm suggesting you stop feeling sorry for yourself long enough to figure out what you actually want. The bluntness stings, but there's truth in it. I want her back. Then do something about it. Before I can ask what he means, Rovak urges his equus forward, leading us down a narrow street that I suddenly realize isn't heading toward any of our usual business districts. My brow furrows as I recognize the route. We're heading toward the cliffs, the same ones where I took Anira for our first real date. Where are we going? Estate business, Rovak replies, but there's something in his tone that makes my suspicions spike, and I realize that's all he's been telling me. What kind of estate business requires us to visit the cliffs? The important kind. His non-answer only makes me more wary, but I follow him anyway. The streets grow quieter as we leave the main commercial district behind, the buildings giving way to the wild beauty of Sarzarok's coastline. The scent of salt air fills my nostrils, bringing with it a flood of memories from that night with Anira. Her laugh carried on the wind, the way the moonlight had turned her skin to silver, the taste of her lips when I finally kissed her. My chest tightens with fresh pain. Rovak. Look ahead! His voice is quiet now, almost gentle, and when I follow his gaze, my breath catches in my throat. There, sitting on the same stone outcropping where I'd spread our picnic blanket weeks ago, is a familiar figure with straight black hair braided down her back. Anira. She's facing the ocean, her small frame silhouetted against the gray sky. Even from this distance, I can see the tension in her shoulders, the way she holds herself like she's ready to bolt at the first sign of trouble. She's not here by accident. This isn't some chance encounter. The pieces click into place with devastating clarity. You set this up. Leora set this up, Rovak corrects, bringing his equus to a halt. I just agreed to get you here. Fury and something dangerously close to hope war inside of me. You had no right. I had every right. Rovak's voice is firm but not unkind. You're my guard, my friend, and you've been useless for 3 days. Thessaly keeps asking why Avi is sad and Leora's tired of watching you waste away like some lovesick fool. I'm not... You are. He dismounts his equus in one fluid motion, his boots hitting the ground with a solid thud. And so is she, from what I hear. So you're going to get off your mount, walk over there, and have the conversation you should have had 3 days ago. My hands tighten on the reins, every instinct screaming at me to turn around and ride back to the estate, to the safety of my anger and wounded pride. But Anira shifts slightly on her perch, and even that small movement sends heat racing through my blood. I miss her. God has helped me. Miss everything about her. Her laugh, Her wit, the way she looked at Thessaly like the child hung the moon, the way she looked at me like I was more than just a demon with a reputation for violence. What if she doesn't want to talk? Then you'll know where you stand. Rovak's expression softened slightly. But if you don't try, you'll spend the rest of your life wondering what might have been. The truth of it settles in my bones like lead. I've been telling myself that her leaving was proof she didn't care, that I'd been a fool to think someone like her could want someone like me. But sitting here, looking at her small form against the vastness of the ocean, I realize I've been just as much of a coward as she has. She left me, Rovak. And you let her go without a fight. His words are brutal but accurate. That's not the Avenor I know. The man I know doesn't give up on something important just because it gets complicated. Heat flares in my chest again, but this time it's not anger. It's determination. The same fierce protectiveness that drives me to guard Thessaly, to serve Rovak's household with unwavering loyalty. Anira is mine, whether she wants to admit it or not, and I've been a fool to let fear and pride keep me from claiming what belongs to me. I swing down from my akwu, my boots hitting the rocky ground with more force than necessary. The sound seems unnaturally loud in the coastal quiet, and I see Anira's shoulders tense at the noise. Go, Rovak says quietly. And Avenor? Don't mess this up.
Chapter 24. Anira. The sound of crashing waves is loud, drowning out the distant chatter of merchants and the clatter of carriage wheels. My heart hammers against my ribs, each beat echoing as I hear Avenor dismount. The conversation we need to have weighs between us like a storm cloud ready to burst as he approaches me. From the corner of my eye, I see him come up next to me. The view stretches endlessly before us, dark water meeting darker sky, the horizon lost in haze. He settles onto a stone, his grey skin pale in the filtered sunlight, and ripping my gaze from the horizon. I take a seat beside him, careful to leave space between us. The silence stretches until I can't bear it anymore. I don't want to rip her away from you. The words tumble out before I can stop them, and Avenor's entire body goes rigid. His navy eyes fix on the horizon, jaw clenched so tight I can see the muscle jumping beneath his skin. I know you think that's what I want, I continue, my voice barely audible over the wind. But it's not. His pointed ears twitch, the only sign he's listening. You're her father, Avenor. You found her when she needed someone most. You've loved her, cared for her, given her a home. My throat constricts around each word. I would never try to take that away. Finally, he turns to look at me, and the raw vulnerability in his expression nearly undoes me. Then what do you want? The question hangs between us, sharp as a blade. I wrap my arms around my knees, suddenly cold despite the warmth of the afternoon sun. She's my daughter too. He stiffens again, those silver eyebrows drawing together in a scowl that transforms his elegant features into something fierce. Before he can speak, before he can retreat behind that wall of protective anger, I forge ahead. I fell in love with you both before I ever realised who she was. The confession rips from somewhere deep in my chest, raw and desperate. Avenor's eyes widen, his lips parting slightly in surprise. We were getting close, I rush on, my words tumbling over each other. You and me. The way you watched me at the market, the way you made me laugh. How gentle you were with Thessaly, how patient. I was falling for both of you before I understood what it meant. His expression shifts, confusion replacing anger. Anira. I know I ran. My voice cracks. I know I left you that night because I was terrified of feeling too much, of wanting something I thought I could never have. But the truth is... I take a shaky breath. The truth is, we have feelings for each other. Real feelings. And we both want to love Thessaly. Avenor's hand moves toward mine, then stops, hovering in the space between us. You can't just... I love you. The words escape like a held breath, and suddenly the world goes quiet, except for the distant crash of waves. Even the wind seems to pause, waiting. Avenor stares at me, his navy eyes searching my face as if looking for deception. What did you say? I love you, I repeat, stronger this time. I love the way you make Thessaly giggle when you tickle her feet. I love how you notice when I'm looking at something in the market and remember it weeks later. I love your stupid jokes and the way your ears twitch when you're annoyed. My voice breaks again. I love that you saved my daughter when I couldn't. And I don't want to only have to love one of you at a time. I want to love you both. Something crumbles in his expression, that careful mask he wears slipping away to reveal the man underneath. His hand finally closes the distance, fingers threading through mine with desperate tenderness. I love you too, he whispers. Gods, Anira, I've been falling for you since that first day at the market when Thessaly wouldn't stop staring at you. I thought... He swallows hard. I thought you were going to try to take her from me. I couldn't lose her. I can't lose either of you. Tears blur my vision as I squeeze his hand. You won't. We want the same things, don't we? To love our daughter together. Our daughter, he repeats, testing the words. A smile tugs at the corner of his mouth, the first real one I've seen from him in days. I'm tired of letting the past rule me, I say, scooting closer until our knees touch. I'm tired of running every time something good happens. I don't want to run any more, Avenor. Not from you, not from this. His free hand comes up to cup my cheek, thumb brushing away a tear I didn't realise had fallen. You mean it? You want to try this? All of it? The hope in his voice breaks something loose in my chest. I want to wake up next to you and watch Thessaly grow up and argue about whose turn it is to change her when she gets into the mud. I lean into his touch. I want all of it. Something shifts in Avenor's expression, a realization dawning that transforms his whole face. The tension that's been coiled in his shoulders for days finally releases, and he looks at me like he's seeing something miraculous. I can have both my girls, he murmurs, wonder colouring his voice. If you want us. His answer is a kiss, fierce and desperate, his arms coming around me to pull me against his chest. I can taste the salt air on his lips, feel the rapid beat of his heart beneath my palms. When we break apart, both breathless, he rests his forehead against mine. I want everything with you, he says. Both of you.
Chapter 25. Avenor. The words hang between us like a promise, and I can see the exact moment Anira decides to be brave. Her pale green eyes darken with something that makes my blood run hot, and she stands, brushing the dust from her skirts. Come with me, she says, extending her hand. Back to my place. The invitation sends electricity through my veins. I take her hand, letting her pull me to my feet, and the touch of her skin against mine is enough to make me want to drag her back down to the grass right here. But she's already moving, leading me away from the cliffs with purpose in her stride. The walk back through the city feels endless. Every brush of her fingers against mine, every sideways glance she gives me, feeds the fire building in me. By the time we reach that rundown boarding house, I'm practically vibrating with need. She fumbles with the key to the front door, her hands shaking slightly, and I step closer, close enough to smell the meadow mint soap she uses in her hair. The door finally gives way, and she leads me up those narrow stairs, past the peeling wallpaper and the lingering scent of old cooking grease. Her room is small but clean, sunlight filtering through a single window to illuminate the simple furniture. But I barely register any of it, because she's turning toward me, and the look in her eyes makes my knees weak. Avenor, she whispers, stepping into my space until I can feel the warmth radiating from her skin. Her hands come up to rest on my chest, right over my heart that's hammering like a war drum. I won't run again. The words are barely a breath against my lips before she kisses me, and it's like touching a live wire. Every nerve ending in my body lights up as her mouth moves against mine, soft and warm and desperate. My hands find her waist, pulling her closer until there's no space left between us. Good, I growl against her lips, because I'm not letting you go. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, the guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
But the passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 26. Anira. The aftermath leaves us both breathless, clinging to each other as reality slowly filters back in. Avenor's forehead rests against mine, his breathing still ragged, and I can feel the rapid beat of his heart against my chest. We should. I start, but the words trail off as he shifts, still holding me against the wall with an intimacy that makes my cheeks burn. Clean up, he finishes for me, his voice rough. There's reluctance in his movements as he helps me down, his hands lingering on my waist like he's afraid I might disappear again. The basin of water on my washstand has gone cold, but neither of us seems to care. We move around each other in the small space with a new kind of familiarity, passing the cloth back and forth, fingers brushing as we help each other restore some semblance of order. I watch him through my lashes as he pulls his shirt back on, the way his muscles shift under the fabric, the careful way he smooths his silver hair. There's something different about him now, a contentment I haven't seen before, like some tension he's been carrying has finally released. Anira. His voice makes me look up from where I'm retying my bodice. The intensity in his navy eyes makes my breath catch. I meant what I said earlier, about not letting you go. My fingers pause on the laces. Avenor -- move in with me. The words come out in a rush, like he's afraid I'll run again if he doesn't say them fast enough. I know it's sudden, but I can't. I don't want to spend another night wondering if you'll still be here in the morning. The vulnerability in his voice cracks something open inside of me. This powerful demon, who could have anyone he wanted, is asking me to share his life with the kind of desperate hope that tells me exactly how much this means to him. You want me to live with you? I ask, needing to hear it again. I want you to live with us, he corrects, and the way he says us makes my heart skip. With me and Thessaly. I want to wake up next to you every morning and come home to you every night. I want. He runs a hand through his hair, frustration creeping into his tone. I want everything with you, Anira. If you'll have me. The answer rises from somewhere deep in me, past all the old fears and scars. Yes. His relief is so palpable I can almost taste it. Yes. Yes, you impossible demon. I step closer, reaching up to frame his face with my hands. Yes, I'll move in with you. Yes, I want everything too. The kiss he gives me is soft and reverent, like he's sealing a promise. When we break apart, his smile is brighter than sunlight. Good, he murmurs against my lips, because I was prepared to carry you out of here regardless of your answer. I laugh, surprising myself with the sound. Such a romantic. Only for you. He glances around the small room, taking in the sparse furniture and few belongings. This won't take long to pack. He's right. My life here fits into 2 worn travel bags and a small wooden crate. Everything I own could be loaded into a cart in under an hour. The realization should make me sad. Evidence of how little I've allowed myself to accumulate, how temporary I've kept everything since losing Thessaly. But instead, as Avenor carefully wraps my few precious things in fabric, I feel lighter than I have in years. Like I'm finally moving towards something instead of just surviving. The seamstress tools are the most important, I tell him as he examines my collection of needles and threads. Everything else can be replaced. Nothing's getting replaced. His tone brooks no argument. Everything that matters to you matters to me. The simple declaration makes my throat tight. I'm not used to mattering to someone like this. Not used to being considered and cared for. But Avenor handles my belongings like they're precious, like they're extensions of me that deserve the same reverence. The boarding house owner barely looks up when Avenor carries my bags downstairs and loads them into the cart he's somehow procured. I settle the last of my rent and follow him out into the afternoon sun, leaving behind the small room that's been my sanctuary and my prison for the past 3 months. No second thoughts? Avenor asks as we wind through the city streets toward Rovak's estate. I consider the question seriously, watching the familiar buildings of Sazirok roll past. None, I tell him, and mean it. This feels right. His smile could power the whole city. It does, doesn't it? The estate comes into view, and my stomach flutters with nervous excitement. I've only been here once before, when I came to find Avenor after our fight. But now I'm coming to stay, to build something here with him and Thessaly. The cottage he leads me to sits at the edge of the main property, small but charming with its stone walls and flowering vines. It's perfect, close enough to the main house for convenience but far enough for privacy. 2 bedrooms, a small sitting area, and a kitchen that gets the morning sun. What do you think? Avenor asks, watching my face carefully. I didn't exactly get a good look last time when he was dragging me inside. It's beautiful. I run my fingers along the wooden table by the window, imagining Thessaly colouring there while I sew nearby. It feels like home. It will be, he promises, setting my bags down in what I assume will be our bedroom. The casual way he says our makes warmth bloom in my chest. A squeal from outside makes us both freeze. Through the window, I see a flash of dark hair and golden eyes racing toward the cottage. Annie! Annie! Thessaly bursts through the door before either of us can move, launching herself at my legs with the kind of enthusiasm that nearly knocks me over. I drop to my knees automatically, gathering her into my arms as she peppers my face with kisses. I missed you, she says against my cheek, her small arms wrapping around my neck. Where you go? Why you not see me? My throat closes up. I've missed her so much it physically hurt. This little girl who might be my daughter, who definitely feels like my daughter in every way that matters. I missed you too, sweetheart, I whisper, holding her tight. But I'm here now. Promise? Her golden eyes are wide and hopeful, and I can see Avenor watching us from across the room, something soft and wondering in his expression. Yes, I tell her, brushing her thick black hair back from her face. I promise I'm not going anywhere. She beams, settling more firmly in my lap. Good. Annie here. Avi no sad. Was he? I glance at Avenor, who has the grace to look embarrassed. I told you she noticed everything, a familiar voice says from the doorway. Leora steps inside, Nala close behind her, both of them grinning. Anira's moving in, Avenor announces, and I can hear the pride in his voice. About time, Leora says dryly. I was starting to worry I'd have to lock you both in a room until you worked things out. She smirks as Nala comes in, and Thessaly starts telling her big sister all about Annie moving in. I guess now we're even. I glance between them, confused. Even? Leora waves a dismissive hand. Long story. The important thing is you're here now. There's clearly more to it than that, but Thessaly is tugging on my sleeve, demanding my attention, and I find I don't really care about the details. I'm here, with this little girl in my arms, and Avenor watching us both like we're everything he's ever wanted. Annie, I show you! Thessaly scrambles out of my lap, grabbing my hand. My toys! My books. Before I can respond, she's dragging me toward the second bedroom. It's clearly been set up as a child's space. Small bed with colourful quilts, toys scattered on the floor, drawings stuck to the walls with little thumbtacks. This one, she says, pointing to a crayon drawing of 3 stick figures holding hands. 2 tall ones and 1 small one in the middle. Me and Avi and you. My heart stops. You drew this? Uh-huh. And Nala. She looks up at me with those golden eyes that are so like mine. You like? I love it, I whisper, kneeling down to her level. It's perfect. She beams and launches into an explanation of her other drawings, chattering about her toys and books and all the things she wants to show me. I listen with half my attention, while the other half marvels at how natural this feels, sitting on the floor of her room while she shows me her treasures, like we've done this 1,000 times before. There you are. I look up to find Avenor in the doorway, leaning against the frame with an expression that makes my chest tight. There's so much love in his eyes as he watches us together, so much contentment. Avi, look, Arnie says pretty. Thessaly holds up the drawing proudly. Of course it is, he says, stepping into the room. It's beautiful, little one. He scoops her up effortlessly, settling her on his hip before reaching out to pull me to my feet and against his side. The 3 of us fit together like we were designed for this, like this is exactly where we're supposed to be. I'm so happy to have both my girls, he murmurs, pressing a kiss to my temple. The words send warmth spreading through my entire body. His girls, both of us. The family I never dared to dream of, standing right here in this little cottage that's about to become our home.